Fallen Poppies, a novel, a dark coming-of-age family saga, written by Deena Thomson, narrated by Sally Barron. Part 2, And Their Children Shall Lead Them. Chapter 22. "But, Mama, please," Mara Joy pleaded, stopping in the doorway of the kitchen. "I won't get in any trouble, I promise." She looked at her mother in disbelief. There was no way she was missing this party. Her sister Joanna sat at the kitchen table eating breakfast with their little brother Alan Michael and their little sister Pauline. Constance, their other sister, never ate breakfast and was already at school studying. Mama's back was turned to them, flipping eggs on the stove. Pappy had just left for work with Uncle Oliver, a job he claimed was not farming but was better than working in the mills, which was the job he had years ago before he moved their family to the city to live near Shauna and Oliver. "You are only 15 years old," said her mother. "I don't think you are old enough to go to a party with boys." Jobeth sighed, wiping her hand across her forehead. Mara Joy was relentless with her pleadings. "Besides, you're to help Joanna with the children tonight. Your father and I are going dancing." Jobeth looked dreamy for a moment. Her eyes softened into a faraway stare as she imagined twirling around the room in Alan's arms. She could feel the warmth of his touch, his tender hand on the small of her back, and the way her heart raced when their eyes met. Their 15-year marriage had not dulled the thrill of his embrace. She felt her skin tingle with anticipation. Thinking of him made her cheeks flush and her stomach flip. Throughout their journey together, she was amazed at how Alan had always been there, strong, reliable, loving, and kind. Fate brought them together, and she was grateful that their paths had crossed. Without him, she didn't know what she would have done. Jobeth looked at the red-faced Mara Joy. Her dark black hair framed in ringlets around her perfect complexion, while her piercing blue eyes danced with frustration. Mara Joy began to cry. "It's fine and dandy if you go out and have fun. Who cares about me and what I want to do? Don't you understand how important this is to me?" She stomped her foot angrily. Life seemed so unfair. How could her mother be so insensitive to her needs? All her mother thought about was herself. "Don't you get lippy with me, Missy, or I'll swat your behind good and hard." Jobeth held her spatula out threateningly to her daughter. "Believe me, girl, I will." Mara Joy released a theatrical sigh, eyes downcast and pouty lips quivering. "Pooh, I never get to do anything." She pushed her lip outward. "Girls your age shouldn't be thinking of boys and parties anyway." Jobeth laughed suddenly. She couldn't help herself. The girl looked irresistibly cute when she pouted. Mara Joy's eyes lit up mischievously. "Why not, Mama?" She giggled, knowing she had won. Her mother would let her go if she played her cards right. "You and Pappy got married, not much older than me." "Oh, you are a bold one." Jobeth swatted playfully with the sticky egg flipper. The girl dodged her mother, laughing. "All right, you can go," she relented. "Thank you, Mama," Mara Joy squealed, squeezing her mother's shoulders. "I love you so much. You are the best mother in the world." She sighed, hugging her mother tight. "But you are to be home by 9, and I will call to make sure you are here," Jobeth said, hugging her back, letting her love for her daughter envelop her. "Oh, Mama, don't you trust me?" Mara Joy angled her eyebrow wickedly at her pretty mother. "Get to school, you bad girl, before I change my mind." Jobeth gently pushed Mara Joy from her grasp. "Come on," Mara Joy said to the astonished children sitting around the kitchen table. Her voice was deep and commanding as she spoke. Joanna felt her face flush as she slowly stood up from the table, her chair scraping the tile floor. No matter how many times she watched her sister effortlessly get her way, it still amazed her that she could do it so easily. Chapter 23. Do you have a boyfriend? Joanna asked the question casually as the two sisters strolled side by side. Mara Joy rolled her eyes, the skin around them crinkling in amusement, her gaze fixed on the path in front of her. I have many boyfriends and always have, she snorted, looking forward without glancing at the slouched figure beside her. The sky hung low with dark clouds, and the air was heavy, threatening rain. Pauline and Alan Michael shuffled behind the two older girls, their eyes trained on the ground below. Oh, she sighed, unaware of her response. It must be heaven. As much as she hated herself for it, Joanna envied her older sister. Mara Joy was beautiful and had so many friends, whereas she felt ugly, and her only companions were her younger sisters. Every time she became friends with someone, Mara Joy would charm them away somehow. She couldn't compete with her. Once someone met her, they were instantly drawn to the dark-haired enchantress, like a fly to sugar. They had to know her and needed to be with her. She was a natural magnet to people. It had always been that way. It sure beats hell. Mara Joy spun around in a wide circle, her bright yellow dress billowing out around her tiny waist, exposing her pink frilly panties. Why? She stopped abruptly, turning to look at Joanna. The old building seemed to glare down at them accusingly. It was dreary out, yet the light emanating from Mara Joy illuminated the street. Do you want a boyfriend, my little sister? Mara Joy smirked. Yes, Joanna remarked shyly. Boys had begun to be of interest to the young girl. She couldn't help herself. She wished boys would pay just half the attention to her that they did to Mara Joy. Is that so? Mara Joy piped in. Isn't that sweet? Little Joanna wants a beau. Joanna's head snapped up, her eyes squinting in anger. Why is that so hard to believe? Is it so difficult to think that maybe other people have interests that don't revolve around you? She belted out unexpectedly. Mara Joy stood with her mouth gaping open, taken aback. Joanna was always so defensive with her, ready to attack whenever she opened her mouth. What on earth are you talking about? I swear you are getting weirder and weirder all the time. She squared her shoulders, narrowing her eyes, her lips pressed into a thin line. You definitely won't be catching any men with that pissy frame of mind, she said. She shook her head. And trust me, you will need everything you've got as it is. Her gaze was unflinching, her demeanor unwavering. She was determined to not let the little twit get the best of her. Joanna felt her face flush red. She had done it again and walked right into her sister's hands. Well, we can't all be Mama's favorite now, can we? Joanna burst out, walking away coldly, leaving Mara Joy standing alone, smirking. Oh, come on! Quit being such a baby! Mara Joy yelled, running after her. She reached out and grabbed her arm, swinging Joanna around to face her. Ferocious green eyes clashed with cold, icy blue ones. Neither girl said a word. Alan Michael, seeing the two girls braced for combat, ran forward to stop whatever was about to happen next. History had proven to him that once Mara Joy and Joanna started to fight, it would be very hard to stop them. His thoughts jumbled as he ran full speed ahead, colliding with Joanna and falling hard on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Unaware of anything going on, Pauline walked blindly into Alan Michael, stumbling over him. Joanna caught her in time before she fell face first onto their shrieking brother, whose painful cries filled the air. See what you have done? Mara Joy bellowed, tossing her long curly hair out of her blazing eyes. Me? Joanna thundered, clutching Pauline close to her chest. "Yes, you! This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't said those horrible things about Mama!" Mara Joy felt hot tears well up in her eyes, but didn't bother wiping them away. Joanna wanted to scream. Even when she was crying, she looked beautiful. More so, it seemed. "Why?" she shouted in her head. "Why is Mara Joy so exquisite while I am so unbecoming?" She shook her head and looked at the whimpering Alan Michael, the boy her mother always wanted. His little knees were scraped up raw and bleeding. "I'll take him home," Joanna said, lifting the burly 7-year-old boy up. "Oh, no, you won't. I will," Mara Joy stormed. She grabbed Alan Michael's arm from Joanna, forming a tug-of-war, the child caught in the middle. "I don't want you near my baby brother. You're too much of an animal." She gave a good yank and felt Joanna release her grip on Alan Michael's other arm. Mara Joy hiked the husky boy into her arms as he continued to howl in her ear. Over her shoulder, she stuck out her tongue at Joanna. Alan Michael's cries pierced the air, echoing off the nearby buildings as Mara Joy struggled to hold his heavy body in her arms as she trudged down the street, her feet dragging with each step. "That mindless little bitch," she fumed, patting her brother's back. Snot ran down his nose and he began to breathe heavily between wails. She placed him down on the ground and grabbed the sleeve of his sweater, wiping the mess from his nose, leaving a line of slime across his freshly cleaned sleeve. "I can just imagine the lies she would tell Mama if she'd brought you home," she seethed between clenched teeth. With red-rimmed eyes, Alan Michael observed his sister. His wails turned to whimpering hiccups. He loved Mara Joy, adored her. "What are you going to do, sissy?" he sniffed. His knees stung, and he felt like crying again as he walked quickly beside Mara Joy, clutching her hand obediently. "Oh, don't you worry, baby brother. I will get her for what she said," Mara Joy said as she smiled at the small boy. His green eyes, similar to the other siblings, twinkled admiringly at her. Joanna and Pauline stood silently together, staring after Mara Joy and Alan Michael. She felt like screaming as she watched her sister's perfect body struggle to carry the thick-set little boy. Mara Joy's black hair cascaded over her shoulders and down her back in a luscious mane. Alan Michael's straight, thick brown hair flickered with every bounce of Mara Joy's step. How different she looked compared to the rest of them. They all looked similar to each other. Joanna and Alan Michael had gold-streaked brown hair just like their mother. Constance was a pale, soft-curled blonde, just like the grandmother she was named for. Her mother said she was the image of the original Constance. Pauline had rustic-flecked hair like their father. They all had the same strange green eyes as him, a trademark of Alan, their mother said, that dominated their faces. The 3 girls had their mother's thin figure, whereas Alan Michael took after their father's stocky, muscular build. The 4 younger children of Alan and Jobeth had a unique look to each of them, but all had resembled both of their parents a little, all of them except Mara Joy. Mara Joy, with her black curly hair and penetrating blue eyes, resembled none. Joanna's stomach began to flip-flop as she remembered the conversation that could not help but haunt her. The conversation she overheard the night Uncle Oliver and Aunt Shauna were moving away. She couldn't remember everything clearly, but remembered a woman's name. Tamara. Tamara had a baby with Oliver. A baby Mama and Pappy felt they deserved. She also remembered a few years later how Uncle Carter had mistaken Mara Joy for Uncle Oliver's daughter. She felt very confused, as she always did when thinking of these events. There was something strange about her family, but Joanna was afraid to place her finger on it. If what she had pieced together was true, Her whole life was a lie, and her mother's behavior toward her even more of a cruel mystery. "Let's go, or we'll be late for school," Pauline interrupted, pulling on Joanna's shirt. "Sorry." She turned to her 9-year-old sister and began walking, clutching her books tightly to her chest. "I have to find out the truth," she whispered to herself, ignoring Pauline running beside her. "If it is the last thing I do." Chapter 24. "Mama! Mama!" Mara Joy stormed through the house with Alan Michael in her arms. Her eyes darted from one room to the next, searching for her mother. Alan Michael weighed heavily in her arms, and she desperately wanted to put him down, but not until her mother saw them. "Mama!" she screeched. "What is it?" Jobeth's heart pounded wildly in her chest as she heard her daughter's desperate plea. Fear gripped her like a vice, and every dark possibility flooded her mind. Her trembling fingers clutched at the banister as she hurtled down the stairs. She couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen, that some monstrous force was closing in on her and her family. Even after 15 years of calm, she knew that the world was cruel and unforgiving. Life had taught her that there was no such thing as safety and that anything could happen any time. Entering the doorway, Jobeth came face to face with Mara Joy. She stopped dead in her tracks, her body numb with horror. Mara Joy stood clutching Jobeth's only living son in her arms. Both were covered in blood. Her heart jumped, and she thought she might faint. She ran to Mara Joy, snatched Alan Michael from the young girl's trembling arms, and examined him quickly, searching for broken bones and punctured flesh. Alan Michael cried loudly, confused by his mother's frantic behavior. "What happened?" she asked Mara Joy, trembling and hugging Alan Michael close to her throbbing heart. After a thorough examination, she couldn't find anything wrong with her boy. It must be internal. Maybe he was bleeding to death from the inside. "It was awful." Mara Joy wiped her nose. She reached out and caressed Alan Michael's damp head. "Joanna was being so nasty." She paused for dramatic effect and continued when Jobeth's full attention was focused on her. "Mama, that girl was saying horrible things about you, saying you don't love her. When I told her to stop her ridiculous talk, she turned on me and knocked baby Mikey onto the ground. Just look at his poor knees." It was becoming all too apparent that this was the source of the blood covering the two children. "They are scraped raw," Mara Joy began to sob. "And she said such mean, horrible things about you," she continued as she followed her mother into the washroom. Jobeth, relieved to know that Alan Michael's injuries were superficial, began to clean his wounds. Alan Michael continued to cry, his cuts stinging painfully as his mother rinsed them with disinfectant. Now, my sweet, it's over with," Jobeth cooed to her son. She reached for a damp face cloth resting on the sink's rim and began to clean his tear-streaked face. "But to hurt poor baby Mikey," Mara Joy continued, lifting her swollen face to her mother. Her blue eyes were puffy from crying, causing them to stand out even more brilliantly from her flushed face. "It's just so terrible to take her anger out on him. He is just a baby after all." She patted the boy's shoulder. He shivered and let out a slobbery sigh. "I'll have a talk with Joanna when she comes home. Stop crying, dear." Jobeth got up from doctoring Alan Michael's knees. It seemed his wounds were a lot less serious than Mara Joy believed. She looked at her forlorn daughter and walked out of the washroom, only to return shortly with a fresh dress for her. "But, Mama, it hurts me to hear her say that you don't love her like the rest of us," Mara Joy whined, taking the clean outfit and walking into the hallway to dress. It was a narrow hall, but she wanted to be near enough to speak to her mother. The room she shared with Joanna was down the corridor, and she would have to yell at the top of her lungs for her mother to hear her. "Well, I don't understand that girl. She knows that isn't the truth." Jobeth shook her head, helping Alan Michael to change into clean clothes. Joanna was a constant thorn in her side. The girl seemed to always be at odds with everyone. She didn't know what to do with her anymore. "I will write a note for you and baby Michael. After you have finished dressing, both of you can return to school." "All right, but if this keeps up, I don't know what I'll do." Mara Joy zipped up her dress. She walked back to the washroom and looked into the mirror, frowning at her puffy eyes. She turned the cold tap on and splashed water onto her face. Jobeth placed a comforting hand on her back. "Don't worry, love. It won't happen again," Jobeth said, smiling into the mirror. It hurt her to see Mara Joy so upset. Anger filled her. Joanna was pushing things a little too far. Her behavior was getting out of control. This jealousy towards her sister had to come to an end. She pulled free the hair trapped in Mara Joy's collar, letting the curls tumble down her shoulders. "Now, get to school. I will deal with your sister later." Mara Joy smiled brightly into the mirror, her sapphire eyes sparkling. "I love you, Mama." She turned and wrapped her arms around Jobeth's waist. "I love you too, my darling girl." Jobeth sighed, hugging Mara Joy back. "Me too," Alan Michael interrupted, sitting on the toilet. He jumped off, his knees forgotten, and ran over to Jobeth, seizing her leg in a bear hug. She bent down and untangled the child from her leg, lifting him up into her arms. "Yes, you too." She planted a kiss on his warm cheek. "You too, my precious little boy." Mara Joy flashed a smile, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she leaned over Jobeth's shoulder. She kissed his other cheek quickly, causing the boy to let out an excited giggle, his face lighting up with joy. Chapter 25. "I hope Mrs. Wood won't be mad because we're late." Mara Joy leisurely walked beside her little brother. The boy kicked a bent can into the empty street grumpily. He had no reason to cry. The crisis was over, and no one cared if he cried anymore. "She better not, or I'll get Pappy's gun and shoot her dead," snarled Alan Michael. His scrapes kept stinging, and if Mara Joy didn't slow down, he was going to fall again and split his knees open once more. She threw back her head, snickering with amusement, her hand flying up to her nose. "That would solve all our problems, little brother. It sure would, if only you could." She grabbed her brother's hand and started to run, dragging a cranky, stumbling Alan Michael behind her. His mind tried to digest Mara Joy's words, but he was lost in his murky thoughts. The only thing that came through clearly was the crisp tones of her voice saying, "That would solve all our problems." They reached the schoolhouse in short time and strutted into the classroom. Mrs. Wood, a recent widow after a 30-year marriage to a kind but loveless man, turned from her lesson to stare at the two late children. She was 58 and had been a teacher for nearly 25 years. She had seen many kinds of children in her time, but none were as rotten as the two who had just ambled in. "Why are you late?" the elderly woman hissed, her eyes bulging. Unconsciously, she pushed her bifocals up her nose and placed a strand of white hair behind her ear. "I have a note," Mara Joy said dismissively, handing the slip of paper. "My mother wrote it. If you, and I doubt you will, have a problem with it, talk to her." Mara Joy smiled wickedly into the stern eyes of her teacher. She turned to her seat and sat down with the rest of the children. "That girl," Mrs. Olga Wood steamed. "She is just a horror. She and her brother. How was it that they were so terrible and the 3 other children such sweet young girls? Mrs. Wood sighed. It didn't really matter. She didn't care to think about Mara Joy or her siblings. All Olga Wood wanted was to finish the day and go home. She was a sad woman, lonely for human contact other than the children she taught. Maybe I will call Mary and see if her offer to live with her is still open, Olga Woods thought. Mary was Olga's daughter. She was a teacher in the next county. Anything would be better than every day with these brats. Mrs. Wood shook her head and turned back to the blackboard to finish her lesson. Joanna watched Mara Joy intently. She felt herself heat up with anger. Alan Michael sat at his desk in the corner, away from the other students. Mrs. Wood had put him there only a week ago. His desk would be placed there permanently until he could play nicely with the other children. He was prone to viciously attacking children smaller than him. How could Mr. Wood have ever climbed into bed with that old wrinkled bat? Mara Joy whispered into Joanna's ear as she sat down next to her. Maybe that's what killed him. She chuckled as she took her books out and placed them on her desk. Joanna pretended not to hear her. Oh, by the way, little sister, you are in deep shit. Shut up. I'm sick of your voice, Joanna spit out. A strong urge to slap Mara Joy's perfect heart-shaped face overcame her. Mara Joy gasped, her mouth hanging open in shock. Joanna was becoming a little too sassy for her own good. You just like to bury yourself deeper, don't you, little twit sister? She hissed, crouching close to Joanna's beet-red face. Her lip curled into a sneer, and she huffed, content with herself. Haven't you realized yet that you can't clash words with me because I will crush you? Mara Joy sat up straight and satisfied, surveying her shapely, manicured nails. Kinda like a bug, she smiled to herself. I could be like you and just weasel my way out of trouble, Joanna whispered, looking blankly at the chalkboard. Mara Joy turned abruptly to Joanna's pale stone profile. She folded her arms tightly across her large breasts. Like everything about Mara Joy, her body had seasoned into a perfect figure 8. On the other hand, Joanna was lean with breasts only starting to bud and hips just beginning to curve. Joanna turned gently to look at Mara Joy's surprised face. Just like you did when you had Frank Parkins in the back of the barn when you were 10, you were showing him your breasts and letting him touch them. I would never have lied for you if Shauna and Oliver hadn't shown up. Listen here, Mara Joy stifled, trying not to yell. She squeezed Joanna's arm tightly, digging her nails into her soft skin. You don't make threats to me. Who do you think Mama is going to believe? You or me? You think about that before you even dare to think to threaten me. Remember, you are notorious for trying to get me into trouble. Joanna tugged on her arm, trying to break free of Mara Joy's painful grasp. She could see tiny droplets of blood escape between the tightly gripped fingers. Mara Joy abruptly released her clutch on Joanna's arm, causing her to lose her balance and teeter backward on her chair. She sneered as Joanna flapped her arms aimlessly, struggling to regain her balance. "Quiet!" hollered Mrs. Wood. "You two girls, if you cannot stop bickering and disturbing the rest of us, you can stay after class." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Wood," Mara Joy said in a clear voice as she stood up straight from her seat. All eyes turned to see what she was going to do next. Even Mrs. Wood held her breath, dreading the worst. She was in no mood for this smart-mouthed little deviant today. "My sister is bothering me. Can I be moved, please?" She exhaled heavily, her chest swelling. Joanna rubbed her arm. It ached where Mara Joy had grasped it. Yes, anything to finish up the day without any more distractions," Mrs. Wood huffed, her hands flying in the air irritably. "Go sit beside Pauline. Constance, you sit with Joanna." Mara Joy scooped up her books and sauntered over to Pauline, who had just realized the lesson was disrupted. She had been daydreaming about running in a field of wildflowers when she felt Constance stand up and walk toward Joanna. She wrinkled her forehead, confused, when Mara Joy flopped into Constance's empty seat. She didn't bother looking at her youngest sister. She just glared at Joanna, who was speaking softly to Constance. Why did Joanna always get the best of her? "I will get her one day," Joanna scowled, her fists clenched tightly under her desk. "Take it easy." Constance's calm, soothing voice penetrated Joanna's thick aura of anger. A firm hand patted Joanna's shoulder. "She is not worth getting angry over." "She just gets to me," Joanna spat through clenched teeth. "There is nothing you can do about it now, so why let her see you frustrated and mad? It's a losing battle." Joanna nodded in agreement and surrendered back to her studies, wishing she could do something to hurt Mara Joy as she had hurt her. With a gleam in her eye and a skip in her step, Mara Joy radiated excitement as she hollered to her parents, "Mama, Pappy, I'm leaving for the party." "All right, dear. Remember, home by 9. Jobeth answered her from Alan's bedroom. "Right," Mara Joy said, rolling her eyes while straightening her blouse. "You better," Alan grumbled from behind Jobeth. "I will, Pappy," Mara Joy chirped. She opened the door and quickly left before her father could say more. He was not as easy to persuade as her mother was. Her heart was racing with anticipation as she stepped out into the cool night air, feeling the buzz of the upcoming event coursing through her veins. "I really don't agree with you permitting Mara Joy to go to parties," Alan said, sitting on their bed and fumbling with his tie. Jobeth was situated at the vanity, clipping her pearl earrings on. She smiled at his reflection in the mirror. Her earring secure, she stood and went to him on the bed. Crawling up behind him, Jobeth wrapped her arms around his shoulders and began to fix his tie, watching him in the mirror as she manipulated the silky material. "Alan, it is 1920. Times are changing." Jobeth kissed his ear lovingly. He smelled clean and fresh from his bath. She could not help herself from warming up with desire for him. "Time's changing. Bah! She is just 15. Alan grumbled, not liking his girls growing up so fast. Jobeth quickly interrupted. "It seemed like we were adults when we were that age. I fell in love with you." She caressed his ear with her finger, stroking the lobe up and down gently. "You weren't 15 when we married, and neither was I. Besides," Alan turned to look into his wife's eyes with a tenderness that belied the years they had been together. His hands, warm and strong, encircled her waist, pulling her close until their bodies touched. "We were not as lucky as Mara Joy. We didn't have the luxury of being children." Jobeth smiled down at Alan and ran her fingers through his hair. He closed his eyes and thrust back his head. He groaned, lifting his face and nuzzling it between her breasts. "I want you." "The children, and we have to get to the dance." Jobeth shuddered, her heart racing as Alan's calloused hands ran up her torso and began to undo the buttons of her blouse. "Shauna and Oliver are waiting." He paused and looked into her eyes. His usual gentle gaze was replaced with an insatiable hunger. He growled greedily as he cupped each breast, bending his head and kissing them. The feel of his lips on her bare skin made Jobeth gasp and shudder as warmth coursed through her body. "They can wait." The muffled voice of Alan vibrated against her flesh, hot and electrifying. She breathed deeply as she removed her blouse and lay back on the bed. He leaned over her and kissed her warmly on the mouth. Gently, he glided his fingers along the zipper of her skirt, pulling it down with practiced ease, and slid it down her legs, leaving behind a trail of goosebumps. His voice was barely audible, but the intensity of his words was unmistakable as he murmured, "I love you." Her breath came out in a long sigh as she reached out and pulled him close, desperate to be filled with him. Chapter 26. "You are finally here!" The red-haired girl standing in the doorway shrieked. Mara Joy smiled wickedly up at her friend, Lauren. "Of course I'm here. More importantly, is he here?" she asked, coolly walking into the house. "Everyone is here." Lauren giggled, unable to control her excitement. She straightened her sleeveless yellow dress unconsciously. She was an attractive girl with deep auburn hair and gray oval eyes. Mara Joy looked spectacular. Her lush black hair hung in coils around her shoulders. She wore a slim-fitting dress of royal blue that shaped her figure perfectly. The blue in her dress accentuated her eyes, making them jump out of her creamy-colored face. Lauren had spent all her money that day on a new perm, hoping to capture some of the waves Mara Joy had naturally inherited. She'd been pleased with the red curls, and before her friend's arrival, she had been the center of the boys' attention. Lauren had hoped that tonight she would be the envy of all girls. But she knew at once when she saw Mara Joy that the spotlight would be on her friend and off of her. "Well, my lord, you look quite striking," Mara Joy said as she surveyed her friend. She removed her hat and shawl and deposited them in the girl's waiting arms. "As always, you outdid yourself," Lauren sighed, taking Mara Joy's apparel and placing them in the closet with the other guests' coats. "Please, I just threw this outfit on," Mara Joy said, looking in the hallway mirror. Satisfied with herself, she turned to Lauren. "Well, is he here?" she demanded, her hands resting on her tiny waist. "Is Chad here?" "Yes, and he has been asking for you," Lauren giggled. "Absolutely marvelous. Let's make our way to the celebration. My fans await," she declared, waving her hand theatrically through the air. She looped her arm through Lauren's and pulled the girl along with her. "You are a tease," Lauren laughed, squeezing Mara Joy's arm and heading for the cellar door. Al Jolson's music and the smell of cigarette smoke flooded the stairs. Lauren's parents were sitting in the kitchen having their own little party. Flushed with excitement, Mara Joy waved at them as the girls descended the stairs. The adults returned her wave with a big smile. "Pleasant child," Lauren's mother commented. She drank from her glass of whiskey, ice clinking as she lit a cigarette. Yes, indeed," replied Lauren's father, as he observed the raven-haired girl's young body wiggle down the cellar stairs. He could feel himself stiffen under the table and placed his hand down to cover it. If his wife saw what that girl did to him, there would be no end to the yelling. Mara Joy wouldn't be able to come to see Lauren anymore, and he would no longer get to see that luscious body parade around his home. He thought to himself what it would be like to screw his daughter's young friend. It would be nothing like those damn whores he picked up. He could imagine her perky breasts ripe in his hands. Just the thought made him groan aloud. "Something wrong, dear?" Sarah, Lauren's mother, queried. "Nothing, dear," Lauren's father, Harv, murmured. He couldn't stop the throbbing in his pants. "Let's go upstairs, Sarah." Surprised, Sarah looked at her husband, her cigarette suspended in midair as it hung from her gaping mouth. Not often did Harv want to make love to her. She didn't even bother asking for it anymore. That was okay. She had her best friend Sue and her husband. She didn't need her husband to fulfill her hunger when Sue and Bill were all too glad to do so. But his request took her by surprise, so she nodded and followed her overweight husband up the stairs. The air was thick in the cellar with smoke and loud music. A tinge of air, now and then, reeked of alcohol. Mara Joy spotted some friends and went to sit with them as Lauren went and locked the door. Mara Joy was pleased. She didn't want Mr. Smith, Lauren's father, down there. She enjoyed the way he looked at her, but she was not interested in an obese old man for a lover. She wanted Chad, and she was going to have him. She looked around the room, brimming with people. Most of the faces were familiar, friends from school and people from around town. She couldn't spot Chad anywhere. "Hey, Mara Joy," a deep voice declared behind her. She pivoted around with a bewitching smile spreading across her face. There he was, Chad. He was leaning against a wall, smoking a cigarette with one hand and holding a jug of whiskey in his other. "Hello, stranger," she said coyly. Her friends beside her started to giggle and whisper to each other. Chad pretended not to notice the twittering girls and stood perusing Mara Joy, looking very charming. She felt her cheeks flush. His dark brown hair was too long, falling across his forehead, nearly covering his striking blue-green eyes. He flashed a mischievous smile that lit up his angular face, revealing an air of debonair charm that left all the girls in a swoon, including her. The music changed to a seductive waltz, and the crowd rose to their feet to sway to the melody. With his piercing gaze and devilish smirk, Chad extinguished his cigarette in a nearby ashtray and turned to Mara Joy, his eyes filled with an irresistible allure. "Would you care to dance?" he asked, his voice a low, throaty whisper that sent shivers down her spine. Mara Joy's heart raced as she took in his rugged good looks, and without hesitation she accepted his outstretched hand. "I would be honored," she replied in a sultry voice that dripped with desire. Chad placed the jug of whiskey on a nearby table and, taking her delicate hand in his, led her to the center of the room. With a firm yet gentle grip, he pulled her close, his strong arms enveloping her in a tight embrace. As they began to move, Mara Joy felt lost in the moment, caught up in the rhythm of the music and the powerful pull of Chad's body. It was as though they were the only two people in the room, locked in a passionate dance that threatened to consume them both. They danced together until 8 o'clock, paying attention only to each other. Chad then led Mara Joy up the stairs and out into the yard. Lauren's parents were nowhere in sight. "Wait!" Mara Joy stalled outside the house. A wind blew cold against her. "My shawl and hat." "Be back in a minute." He gallantly disappeared into the house, only to return shortly. "My lady," he exclaimed, bending and relinquishing her garments. Mara Joy placed the hat on her head. "Would you help me put my shawl on?" She turned around, sweeping her hair off to the side, exposing her creamy neck. He placed the delicate material over her pretty shoulders. It draped like silk gauze, hugging her body perfectly. Taking his hand, Mara Joy raised her heavy-lidded eyes up to his. Chad's pulse raced as he gazed into her steel-blue eyes that seemed to pierce through his soul. They strolled towards a cluster of bushes where secluded benches awaited. Choosing the farthest one from prying eyes, they sat down. Their bodies were mere inches apart. He needed to touch her. He felt his heart race, admiring the perfect curve of her slender fingers and the shape of her nails. She was a goddess, flawlessly crafted, and he was powerless to resist her allure. No girl he knew was made like her. "When do you have to be home?" he asked, wondering if she knew he was trying to decide how to kiss her. He felt awkward, which was unlike him. In the clubs, the girls expected you to pet them, but tonight was different. He wasn't here for just any girl. His eyes fixated on Mara Joy, a stunning beauty with a fierce look in her eyes. What was she expecting? She seemed too perfect, unapproachable, yet he couldn't resist her pull on him. The thought of touching her sent shivers down his spine, but he didn't want to scare her away. He could feel the heat between them, but knew he had to play it cool. He couldn't afford to make a misstep, not with Mara Joy. He wanted her to be his girl, to claim her as his own. Just when he lost his courage, she leaned in close, her breath hot and intoxicating. "Kiss me, Chad," she whispered. His heart pounded as he swiveled toward her, his eyes locked on hers. He leaned in slowly, savoring the moment, and kissed her gently on the lips. She exhaled softly, and he felt her melt into him. The taste of her lips was sweet, and he wanted more. Without hesitation, he kissed her again, this time with a passion he had never known. Mara Joy was his, and he was hers, in that moment, and forever. "So wonderful," she gasped as his lips began working down her neck. "Kiss me hard on the lips." Chad obeyed but opened his mouth over hers. Willingly, she opened hers in response, taking his tongue hungrily. Mara Joy moaned ecstatically as Chad's muscular physique pressed down on her. She wanted to merge with him, to become one with his body. The desire rising in her made her feel something she had not felt before, and she liked it. She liked it a lot and wanted more. "I feel strange. My body is trembling on the inside," she mewed, squirming beneath his heaving body. She couldn't seem to get close enough to him, even when she pulled him to her, pressing him hard against her. "Is this love, Chad? This feeling?" "I need you, Mara Joy. Above all else, I need and want you." His husky whispers tickled her neck, his desire washing his fear away. His hands went behind her back, wanting to unbutton her dress. He leaned down on the bench with Mara Joy beneath him. He breathed into her ear, trying to control his body. Her groans echoed in the cool night air, pleasure spurred on by his heaving body. She reached out, pulling him closer to her, kissing him passionately. Never had she wanted something so badly. The feelings flooding her body were new and exciting. There was no turning back. She didn't want to. This was her destiny. She reached down between their crushing bodies. Chad's eyes darted up, confused as she undid his pants, releasing his pent-up excitement. "Are you sure?" He looked down at her, quivering. The little control he had, waning. She grasped between his legs, guiding him easily to her. Sweat glistened on his skin as he pinned her underneath him, his muscles straining as he thrust himself inside her, and then did so again. The pleasure of his body filled her with a warm, murky delirium. She couldn't get close enough to him, her body yearning for more of his touch, and she arched her back, exposing herself raw and defenseless. Her body was no longer under her control. Her nails dug into his back as he drove her to the brink of ecstasy again and again, her cries growing louder with each passing moment. The air was thick with the scent of passion and desire as their bodies melded together in a primal dance that left them both gasping for breath. Minutes passed, and all that could be heard was heavy breathing and the creaking of the bench as the two young people meshed together into one. Chad pulled a panting Mara Joy tightly to his bare chest as they reached a climax at the same time, falling exhausted and spent into each other's arms on the cold, hard bench. Time stood still. The night sounds whirling around, ignored by the two half-naked youths tangled in each other's arms. There was no going back. Everything changed. Chapter 27. "Mama!" Mara Joy called out merrily at the door. "I'm leaving now." Joanna, who was doing her homework with her 2 younger sisters at the kitchen table, looked up at Mara Joy and wondered why she was so happy lately. It must be because of that boy, Chad. All Mara Joy talked about lately was Chad, Chad, Chad. Joanna shook her head. What on earth did he see in her? Then again, she was always surprised at how her sister seemed to draw people around her. It was like she was a magnet and everyone else metal. For the life of her, she would never understand. She was beautiful, yes, but couldn't anyone see past her looks and into her soul? Couldn't they see how ugly Mara Joy really was? Apparently not. Joanna absently shook her head and dove back into her schoolwork. "Another date with Chad, dear?" Jobeth asked, walking into the kitchen. "Make sure you are home by 10. Your father will be home with Oliver by 10:30, so be on time, or he will have both our hides. You know how he disapproves of you dating this young." Jobeth leaned over and kissed Mara Joy on her rosy cheek. "Love you." "Me too, Mama." Mara Joy beamed and flushed with excitement. Nothing was going to spoil her mood tonight. She was flying high on life and had no plans to come down. "I better go. Chad is waiting." She grinned, pecking Jobeth one more time on the cheek. "Don't be late," said Jobeth with a soft and affectionate tone, her eyes glistening with maternal love as she watched her daughter step away from the wooden door. With a spring in her step, Mara Joy nodded in acknowledgement of her mother's words and waved a hand behind her as she descended the patio stairs. The air was warm and gentle against her skin. She couldn't help but feel as if the rustling leaves of the trees were meant just for her as they whispered a tranquil symphony, soft and soothing, throughout the starlit sky. At the bottom of the stairs, a sleek and shiny car awaited her arrival, its doors open in invitation. Without hesitation, she ran towards the car, the anticipation of the evening ahead bubbling up inside her. Jobeth watched her daughter hop in and drive away. She closed the door, slowly feeling worried that maybe Alan was right and it was time to tell Mara Joy to start dating other boys, not just this Chad fellow. What did they know about him anyway? They knew he came from a good family, but that was it. Mara Joy had barely introduced him. If she intended to keep seeing this boy, he would have to be presented appropriately to her parents. She turned to the girls sitting and staring at her from the kitchen table. Joanna was frowning disapprovingly at her once again. Jobeth turned away and went upstairs to get ready for Alan. This would have to wait until later. Joanna went back to her schoolwork, baffled. As much as she tried to get it out of her head, she couldn't recall her mother ever saying she loved her. "Hi, babe." Chad's eyes widened as Mara Joy stepped into the vehicle. His mouth curved into a smile. She looked ravishing in her blue dress, which hung gracefully to her knees and sparkled in the warm light of the street lamp. Her dark curls were wild and alive, cascading over her delicate shoulders. A white pearl necklace sank gracefully between her breasts, drawing Chad's eager gaze. He leaned in to kiss Mara Joy on her ruby red lips, but unexpectedly she turned away, leaving him stunned with nothing but a mouthful of her hair. "What's wrong?" he asked, gripping the steering wheel and looking out the front window. The sky had already turned a bluish black, and stars were beginning to shine dimly through. His mood was good. He had the prettiest girl in town on his arm, and she could barely take her hands off him whenever they were together. The evening they first made love was the beginning of their fiery romance. Every night they were together in the past 2 months ended with them grasping at each other's bodies and inhaling each other's souls. What could possibly be wrong? "Drive to the point. We have to talk," Mara Joy said sternly but with confidence, not bothering to look at his stressed face. She smiled to herself, thinking of the secret she was about to share, the news that would get her what she wanted. Chad.
Sure, babe. Anything you say.
He was confused, but drove out of the driveway and toward the point, asking no questions. He stopped the car when they reached the clearing nestled in the bushes overlooking the town. He turned to face Mara Joy, who was smiling. Relief began to lift the heavy feeling off his chest. Maybe she wanted to make love again. It would not be the first time she had initiated it.
What did you want to talk about?
He teased, his hand reaching out for her breast. This was more like the Mara Joy he had come to know. First, kiss me, you fiend. She reached out and pulled him to her, kissing him greedily like a starved animal. Chad pulled away, pressing his pulsing lips together.
You had nothing to tell me? You just wanted to come up here for some lovin'?
He smiled wickedly. You do know me. She lowered her eyes and began to unbutton her dress. Chad reached over and helped to release her perky breast. Dark nipples pointed out at him. A deep grumbling noise erupted from his throat. He lowered his head and sucked an erect nipple into his mouth. Mara Joy let out a squeal, holding tightly to his head. She wiggled out of her dress and began to work on Chad's bulging pants. With his pants off, she swung over his throbbing member and mounted him. Chad reached out and grabbed her thighs, rocking her back and forth in heated desire. A half hour later, Chad sat back in his seat, inhaling deep of his cigarette. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Mara Joy was buttoning up her dress, completely satisfied from their quick ordeal. Chad? She asked as she adjusted her dress around her waist. He took a long drag from his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke before turning to face her.
Yeah, babe,
he asked, his voice low and husky. She leaned in and linked her arm with his free one. He felt a rush of contentment wash over him, making him want to sink further into her embrace. Everything felt right as long as he was with her, even if the world fell apart around them. It was as if every inch of his body vibrated with electric energy that only she could ignite. The thought of being anywhere else made his heart ache with longing. I do need to talk to you. She leaned forward so she was situated closer to his face.
About what?
He opened one eye and focused through the twirling smoke. Well, Mara Joy said calmly as she placed her hands on her lap. I want to talk to you about our wedding. She looked immaculate. No one would be able to tell that moment before she had been thrashing against Chad's thighs like an animal in heat.
Our wedding?
Chad sputtered, the smoke from his cigarette burning his throat as he inhaled too quickly. He ran his hands roughly through his disheveled hair, and a sound like a snort escaped his nose as he shook his head and leaned back into the plush leather seat of the car. A wry chuckle bubbled up through his chest, and he closed his eyes. There were times when he thought he loved Mara Joy, or maybe he just desired her. One or the other. He was not ready to marry. He liked what they had. Just thinking about it made him want her again. He opened his eyes. She was staring daggers at him, her face twisted in disbelief. Well, Chad darling, Mara Joy said, screwing up her lips in a matter-of-fact way. I want to get married, and we have to. His eyes flew open, confused. If she thought they had to get married because of what they had done together, she was sadly mistaken. No one had forced her to take her clothes off. In fact, she had been the one to initiate everything in the first place. He lifted his head slowly from its resting place.
What do you mean we have to?
He asked as he sat up straight, looking at her for answers. I am going to have your baby.
What?
Chad choked. He had not been prepared for the words that escaped Mara Joy's lips. He shook his head, trying to erase them from his brain. Collapsing his hands over his ears, he leaned against the steering wheel. It had to be a joke. This couldn't be happening. But it could. They had never been careful. Not once. And they had been together intimately countless times over the last couple of months. What was he going to do? Mara Joy came from a good family. He would be ruined in town. He sat up and looked out the front window into the night sky. He took a deep drag from his nearly burnt-out cigarette and exhaled.
I have heard of these places,
he began, formulating a plan.
where doctors can get it out.
He glanced quickly at Mara Joy out of the corner of his eye. She was staring at him, her lips pursed tightly.
No one would ever know.
A cold sweat broke out on his brow. The car suddenly felt like a small cage, slowly crushing him. No, Mara Joy spoke firmly. She continued to look at Chad, her eyes never leaving his crestfallen face. A grin of malice began to slip over her face as she spoke, very composed. I want our child.
No, Mara Joy, I can't get married. I won't.
He shook his head furiously. He remembered his brother saying how some girls would do anything to get a guy to marry them. Why had he not listened to him? He was so stupid to not see this coming. What girl would give herself so freely? He had been an idiot. You will, Mara Joy said, unruffled. Yes, you will marry me, Chad, and we will have our child. No doctor is going to get it out, as you say. Chad looked at her. She seemed so cool, so sure of herself. A chill went up his spine. He was soaked in the image of her sitting there glaring at him, defying him to continue. What did he know of this girl, anyway? What had he gotten himself into? You see, Chad, if you don't marry me, I will be forced to tell everyone you raped me and forced me to keep seeing you or you would kill me. I will say you used me every time we were together, and I was so frightened of you that I kept quiet. Kept quiet, that is, until now. She smiled, pleased with herself. Can you imagine my horror when I discovered I was pregnant with your bastard child? She leaned towards Chad, her lips curled in a menacing snarl. Her curly black hair was billowing out around her face like a dark veil of doom. Poor me, ruined by a monster. People in this town will tear you up for raping and impregnating a 15-year-old virgin. Your reputation will be ruined. Everyone will know you took advantage of a young, vulnerable girl, a daughter of one of the town's most respected families. You'll be destroyed. She made a show of shaking her head in mock sorrow. What a tragedy. She looked deeply into Chad's frightened eyes.
You wouldn't get away with it. No one would believe you.
His future flashed in front of his eyes as Chad stuttered. The person sitting beside him was not the girl he thought he knew. The girl he had held in his arms in the heat of passion had felt warm and inviting. The one in front of him was cold and conniving, an imposter. Oh, wouldn't I? Come on, Chad. I thought you were smarter than this. My father and his friends would believe me. Have you ever met them? They are very protective of me. They would kill anyone who would hurt me, especially someone who defiled their little girl. And that's what you did, Chad. You defiled me. He thought about Mara Joy's towering father and the group of men he was always with, her uncles who held significant status in the town. They were renowned for protecting one another's children like brothers. They would move heaven and earth to see you pay for what you have done to me. Your reputation would be destroyed, ruined, finished. She sat back in her seat and looked out her side of the window, letting her words sink in. The authorities don't take kindly to men who rape 15-year-olds and get them in the mothering way.
You lie,
Chad whispered, slumping his head, his chin resting against his chest. No, I tell the truth. She pivoted in her seat, looking at the collapsed shell of a boy beside her. So, what's it going to be? Your life or marriage to me? Chad's throat tightened as he swallowed. His gaze drifted away from her, settling on the dusty dashboard of his old car. His shoulders sank as he ran slender fingers across the chipped leather of the steering wheel.
It seems you have already decided for me,
he whispered, his eyes unfocused and glazed. That is not true. You always have a choice, Chad. It's just a matter of what is the smart one to make. That, my dear, is for you to decide. Her tone was firm, yet gentle, as she leaned in closer and clasped his chin firmly between her palms. Her elbows dug painfully into his thighs as their eyes locked. I have just laid them out for you. Chad made his choice. They were going to be married, and it would be very soon. He drove her home, not saying a word. Ghostly gray trees whizzed by the window as he tried to grasp how he had gotten into this mess. For all he knew, Mara Joy could be lying about the baby. She didn't seem to have a problem with lying to people. Chad, Mara Joy said, stepping out of the car and straightening the dress he had so easily and willingly pulled off her earlier. Tomorrow we will tell our families about the wedding. She leaned over to kiss him, but he turned his head mutely away from her pursing red lips. You will have to learn that I always get what I want. She rotated away and then swerved back again, as though forgetting something. Her purse thumped like a prison ball against the side of the car. By the way, don't get any ideas about running either. The authorities will find you. My parents will make sure of that. Running away will only prove I was telling the truth. She bent down and blew him a kiss through the window, turned and left, her heels clicking merrily down the path leading to her house. The lights were on, and Chad knew that behind the whitish-gray door, Mara Joy's mother would be waiting, as always. Everything is going as planned, Mara Joy said out loud, happily trying to contain herself from skipping down the pathway. We will be one big, happy family. You will see. She cupped her mouth, hiding the smile stamped across her face, her heels clicking up the front steps and into the house. Chapter 28. Chad's body stiffened on the couch, eyes wide, as Mara Joy's words rang out, announcing their plan to wed as soon as possible. His palms were sweating as he tried to avoid eye contact with Alan, who had gone pale and seemed to be having trouble drawing breath. Jobeth stared at them in shock, her mouth slightly agape, seemingly unable to process what she had just heard. The warmth of the room was replaced with heavy silence as they waited for a response.
What do you mean, as soon as possible?
Alan asked through clenched teeth. His hands clamped around the armrest. Well, Pappy, we feel there's no reason to wait. We are in love and want to share our lives together as man and wife now, Mara Joy said, coming to kneel beside Alan's lap.
What exactly does that mean, Mara Joy? When do you plan to spend your lives together as man and wife?
Alan asked, looking into her face. His heart was breaking, and he wanted to kill the little son of a bitch sitting stunned on his couch. He wasn't a stupid man and knew what was going on, even if Jobeth would never believe it. It means we want to be married next week, Mara Joy beamed. No! Jobeth stood up, flinging her hands into the air. Alan! She pleaded helplessly, unable to say anything else. Yes, Mama, Mara Joy announced, standing up to confront her mother. I love him, and he loves me. We need to be together. Chad sat motionless, staring at the floor as Mara Joy pleading her case, not saying a word as the scene played out before him. Alan watched the boy who had taken his daughter and shook his head in heartbreaking disbelief. his fears confirmed. His daughter would have to marry this weak, decrepit creature. She would have no choice. Her bed was made, and now she would have to lie in it with this man-child Alan could never respect. How could he respect Chad? This man— no, he was no man. This boy had robbed his daughter of her innocence. "Alan, are you going to just stand there, or are you going to talk some sense into your daughter?" Jobeth demanded, her mind in an uproar. Everything was falling apart, and she didn't know how to stop it. As Alan gazed upon his wife of 15 years, his heart swelled with a mixture of agony and despair. His beloved was utterly oblivious to the truth, staring at her right in the face, the hidden secret behind the cries of their daughter, their precious little girl, the baby who once resembled the one she had lost long ago. He understood her fixation with Mara Joy. Even though he could see the truth of the situation as plain as day, he could not bring himself to shatter the illusions that his wife clung to so desperately. It was a portrait that she held of Mara Joy, the painting of a perfect child that simply did not exist in the world they lived in. And so, with a heavy heart full of resignation and sadness, Alan silently watched as his wife continued to turn a blind eye to the harsh reality of their situation, unable to bear the thought of shattering her fragile dreams. He couldn't. He wouldn't. He never would purposefully break her reality. "Okay, Marjoy," Alan said, not looking at the two women gaping at him. "You will be married by the end of the week." Mara Joy squealed and ran to Alan and clasped him tightly around the neck. "Thank you, Pappy. Thank you. I love you so much for understanding," she gushed into his ear. He hugged her back with little strength. How could he tell this child of his heart that she had kicked him in the stomach with her actions? How could he tell her when she seemed so utterly happy? Jobeth stood, fists clenched and jaw tight, her face pale and eyes wide with shock. She took a few steps away from Alan, her voice quavering as she shouted, "No, you can't be serious!" Every line of her body radiated disbelief as she tried to reconcile the words uttered from the man she had shared her life with for so long. "You are joking!" Jobeth's hands flew to her throat. It constricted tightly, making her feel like she was choking. Her fingers wrapped forcefully around her neck in an attempt to anchor her to the scene playing out in front of her. He shook his head. "Alan!" Jobeth begged, knowing his mind was set, and nothing she could say would change it. "I have had enough of today," Alan declared, releasing Mara Joy's grip. "I need to be alone." Jobeth went to follow him, but Alan turned, staring her straight in the eyes, his voice abrupt. "Alone." Taken aback, she watched Alan walk out of the room and wondered why on earth he would let Mara Joy get married when it was so easy to see it was the last thing in the world he wanted. When Chad and Mara Joy announced their engagement, his parents couldn't have been more thrilled. Chad was always a bit wild, and they worried his behavior would get him into trouble. But when they met Mara Joy, with her petite frame, sparkling eyes, and warm smile, the Willises knew their son had made the right choice. It was time. He would now become a responsible young man and take charge of his life, leaving the last days of childhood behind him. Mara Joy gazed at her reflection in the grand full-length mirror, her heart fluttering with excitement and nerves as she smoothed down the delicate lace and silk of her dress. The train cascaded behind her like a river of pure elegance, and she couldn't wait to make her grand entrance. Her mother and sisters had left, leaving her alone to collect herself and await her father's arrival. As she heard his approaching footsteps, Her eyes brimmed with tears of joy and adoration. When she turned to face him, his eyes lit up with a fierce love that could move mountains. He cupped her chin in his hand, his voice soft with emotion as he whispered how much he cherished her. As he leaned in to tenderly kiss her flushed cheek, she felt his love wash over her entire being. At that moment, she knew she was the center of his world. With one last embrace, she linked her arm with his, ready to take on the world, knowing that her father's unwavering devotion would guide her every step of the way. He was and always would be her pappy, the first man she ever loved. Mara Joy glowed as she walked down the aisle, her gaze never leaving the figure of Chad standing tall and straight in a crisp tuxedo, his hands clasped tight in front of him. Alan's hands were clenched in fists at his sides, his face a mask of pain as he handed over the care of his daughter to the boy he was certain would break her heart. He kissed her lightly on the cheek as she ran her fingers over his sculpted jaw lovingly before taking her place next to Chad, who remained still and emotionless. "Look joyful," Mara Joy sang, her soul radiating with joy. "We don't want our guests to think we're not a happy couple." She giggled, beside herself with jubilation. She was going to be Chad's wife and the mother of his child. Her heart fluttered with happiness as she pressed her hand on her flat stomach. She couldn't yet feel the child growing inside her, but she would with time. Her life, like her belly, was expanding forward. "We are not a happy couple," Chad spit out, barely able to hold back the volume of his voice. He stood stiffly, trying not to move his mouth, unable to believe what was transpiring. He was going through with it. He was marrying Mara Joy. "Yes, we are. At least I am, and it is in your best interest to embrace and accept it." He looked away from her radiant face. How did he get from Lauren's garden bench to here? Mara Joy clutched his arm happily, excitement radiating from her every pore. Chad felt like turning and running from the church. To hell with Mara Joy, to hell with her threats. Who would believe her now? He looked at the girl by his side and thought of how many times he had held her naked in his arms, how good it felt when she touched him. He looked around the crowded church packed with his beaming parents, cheering friends and family. Everyone was happy for them, except for him. Mara Joy responded to the minister as he asked her to recite her vows, and Chad couldn't help noticing how beautiful she looked in her wedding dress. She truly was a magnificent bride. At that moment, he knew he didn't have the guts to abandon her at the altar. When it came for him to recite his vows that would seal his life forever together with Mara Joy, he did so without her pushing him. Jobeth and Alan held a dinner and a dance after the wedding. It was a whimsical affair, filled with grandeur and delight. Mara Joy, being the enchanting entertainer she is, cherished every moment of the gala. She floated from guest to guest like a mythical creature basking in the attention of each and every one. She accepted compliments from those she knew and from those she didn't. Her cheeks flushed with delight. A tinkling laugh followed her everywhere she went. Her hands moved gracefully through the air as if conducting an unseen orchestra. In one hand, she held a crystal-encrusted glass filled to the brim with champagne and an elegantly carved ivory cigarette holder in the other. Her dazzling smile and vivacious laughter were infectious, and it wasn't long before everyone was spellbound by her presence. Chad stood off to the side, watching his wife go from person to person, laughing and chatting, the mistress of the ball. She was in her element. He felt numb, lost in an abyss. His body stuck in a vortex of dark swirling noise and laughter. The smell of smoke and booze compacted around him, crushing him down to nothing. "What on earth possessed you to marry her?" A voice interrupted his dark thoughts. He spun around, and his gaze settled on the girl. She was tall and lithe, her long light brown hair pulled up into a loose bun. She had an oval face with a delicate chin and peculiar green eyes that seemed to hold a hint of sadness. Another girl stood beside the defiant one, her features strikingly similar. They had the same slender face, but a few distinct differences separated them. The blonde's hair was a cloud of silky curls that bounced when she moved, whereas the brunette's locks were smooth and straight. Both had the same set of emerald eyes, wide and almond-shaped. Their similarities were unmistakable. They were definitely related to each other, most likely sisters. A deep blush spread across the blonde's face when the other spoke. "Are you stupid? Can't you speak? That would explain this senseless display." The girl waved her hand around the room, disgusted. No one seemed to pay any notice, except the shorter, fairer girl. "Joanna, stop it! You are making a scene." The blonde reached for the other's arm to settle her down. Joanna glared with distaste as she scrutinized Chad. She forcefully pulled her arm away from her sister and tried to compose herself. "I will never understand how no one sees through her. You all fall like stupefied animals at her feet. What makes you so mesmerized by her?" Joanna stuck out her chin defiantly. "It can't all be her looks. Is it that superficial? Can it be that pathetic?" She shook her head in repulsion, turned, and walked away. The young blonde girl was left standing, embarrassed, in front of Chad. "I am sorry. Please forgive my sister." She reached out her hand in introduction. Chad took it, amused by Joanna's outburst. It was the first entertaining thing that had happened all day. Of course, she was right. It was pathetic. Mara Joy's beauty had entranced him, just like a spooked deer in the middle of the road. And like the deer, he had been hit with a terrible blow. "My name is Constance," she said, shaking his hand. Chad leaned forward from the wall. "Who's your friend?" he asked, speaking for the first time. "That is Joanna. You must excuse her behavior. She and Mara Joy have always been at odds with one another."
"Why is that?"
He watched Joanna glare at him from across the hall. She sipped a glass of soda pop and turned away, irritated, to a small girl who also resembled her. "Chalk it up to sibling rivalry and the fact that Mara Joy has a tendency to always be the one to win." Constance shrugged her shoulders and looked to where Chad was staring. "Excuse me, I'm going to go join my sisters." She started to go but changed her mind and turned to face him again. "By the way, welcome to the family." A crimson-red color washed over her as she averted her eyes and walked away, quickly lost in the crowd.
"Family?"
Chad said out loud. A vague recollection of Mara Joy mentioning siblings flashed briefly in his memory.
"Sisters?"
He felt confused. Joanna and Constance were the last people he would expect to be Mara Joy's sisters. Mara Joy emerged from the washroom, a smile on her face. She wore a loose white nightgown, short enough to flash the flesh of her shapely thighs as she walked. Her dark hair fell in loose coils around her shoulders. "Let the honeymoon begin!" She giggled and flopped onto the bed next to Chad.
"Go to hell,"
Chad said crossly, grabbing his pillow and heading for the couch. He kept his eyes from resting on the milky white folds of her cleavage or the way her dark curls cascaded down her back. Mara Joy bounced off the bed, pouting. "You will do as I say, Chad Willis. You won't ruin my honeymoon. Oh, no." She rolled back onto the bed and started to laugh. Chad looked at her in disbelief and headed to the couch. Mara Joy crept out of bed later that night and went to the living room. Her new husband lay fast asleep, curled up in an old quilt. She knelt down beside his sleeping form and tapped him on the shoulder. "Chad, darling," she whimpered. "Please wake up, my love." He rolled over, drowsy from sleep, and looked up into her blue eyes, filling with tears. For a moment, he forgot about the wedding and the baby. His breath hitched as he looked upon Mara Joy in her white nightgown, the thin fabric clinging to her curves as it was lit from behind. The edges of her body were barely visible beneath, forming an alluring silhouette. Joanna's words echoed through his mind. Is it that superficial? Can it be that pathetic?
"What do you want, Mara Joy? I'm trying to sleep."
He turned his back to her, mad at himself for the stirrings of desire coming over him. "Oh, darling, please don't be mad at me. I love you," she whined in a little girl's voice. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She let them. She had learned a long time ago never to wipe tears away.
"Love?"
Chad sat up brutally, nearly elbowing Mara Joy, still kneeling in front of him.
"You don't know the meaning of the word love."
"But I do, because I love you." She started to cry harder, surprising even herself at how easily the tears fell. Her hand flew up to her nose to prevent it from running. He felt himself soften as he witnessed Mara Joy falling apart, but then pushed it away. She had tricked him into getting married.
"Go to bed. You got what you wanted."
He lay back down, facing the back of the couch, leaving her to stare at his back. "Don't hold this against me," she sobbed. "You can't blame me, can you?" She started to cry harder, making little heaving noises with her breath. "Hold me, Chad. Hold me like you used to."
"Blame you? Of course I blame you,"
he hollered, sitting up again. The urge to strike her possessed him. "Chad, please listen." She reached for his arm, but he pulled away, repulsed. Refusing to be put out, Mara Joy continued. "I was so scared. I couldn't go home pregnant. It would be scandalous. My poor parents would be devastated." She looked up at him, trying to place where she stood with him. His jaw was tense, but he was listening. "You don't know what it's like at home." She paused for dramatic effect. "I am the eldest of 5 children. My parents looked to me as an example to the younger ones. What would this do to them? My sister, Joanna." Chad's eyebrows shot up upon hearing Joanna's name, the spunky little kid with guts. "She is only a year younger than me. What message would I be sending her if I came home pregnant?" Tears streamed freely from Mara Joy's eyes. She took a deep breath. "My sister and I already have such a strained relationship. This would have torn us apart. How could they ever look at me with respect?" She stopped to put a hand to her quivering mouth and let out a wet sob. Chad's jaw began to slacken. He hadn't really thought about what would happen to her if they hadn't married. She would have been disgraced, ruined for life. She was telling the truth about the strained relationship with her sister. His encounter with Joanna earlier that evening was proof of that.
"We could have solved the problem, Mara Joy,"
Chad said in a voice that was beginning to soften, although he still refused to look at her. As each word fell from her quivering lips, his wall of anger crumbled, drawing him inch by inch back to the girl he desired. "How, Chad?" Mara Joy's eyes were glazed and red-rimmed. Her face was wet from the tears she shed. "By killing it?" She shook her head, her eyes closed tight. "I couldn't kill your child. Besides, it is illegal, and many women died doing it." Her eyes bore into his, squinting ever so slightly. "Is that what you want? Do you hate me that much? You would demand me to risk death? Just so you wouldn't have to marry me?" She shook her head back and forth, a delicate hand rising to her mouth to hold back the horrific thought. "You would rather I die than to have your child?" She let out a sound, trying to hold back a sob, blinked, and shook her head again, her hand now clenched tight to her lips. He looked up into her heartbroken eyes. The light blue of her iris shone brightly against the red-rimmed lids from crying. His stomach began to churn as his heart beat quicker. God, she was beautiful. The more she spoke, the more he felt selfish. How could he have asked her to risk her life, just so he wouldn't have to marry her? Was he not just as responsible for her being pregnant? Had he not held her shuddering in his arms? "Please, forgive me. I only did what I did because I was desperate and felt it was the only thing I could do. We could be happy, the three of us." She pressed the palms of her hands against his stomach, overcome with how much she truly wanted everything she said. She loved Chad and the child she carried. He looked at Mara Joy and yielded. They were his responsibility now, Mara Joy and the baby. The baby. It was the first time he thought of the pregnancy as that. A baby. Their baby. His. Sitting there defeated before him, she seemed more like the old Mara Joy, the one he cared for, the one he enjoyed holding. Without even thinking, he put his arms around her shaking form. "Mara Joy," he whispered, holding her quivering body tightly. She went to him willingly, hungry for his embrace. "Stop crying, babe." He cradled her head to his chest. "I've made a mess of your life. How can you ever forgive me?" She buried her face into his smooth skin and breathed in his musky scent. "I love you so much." "Shh, it'll be okay. We will work it out," he soothed, caressing her curly hair. Mara Joy lifted her head up to face him, her nightie falling open. Chad could see the swelling mounds of her breasts, and, for the first time, noticed that they seemed larger than before. "You forgive me, then?" "There is nothing to forgive. We are in this together." He smiled in spite of himself, marveling how quickly his mind had changed in just a matter of minutes. His body was heating up with desire as he held her in his arms. She bounced up happily, kissing him on the lips. "It hurt me to threaten you like I did." She pressed her full lips on his, shoving her tongue roughly inside his mouth. Chad leaned back and moaned. "Let's stop talking about it, all right?" He grasped her head in the palms of his hands, kissing her feverishly, sucking in her breath, her lips. He wanted her. He wanted her badly. She had control over him, over his body. All she had done to him was washed away with the need to have her, to consume her. "Whatever you say, darling," Mara Joy sniffed, lifting her negligee over her pointy breasts. Chad lunged for them hungrily, everything else forgotten. The next morning, Mara Joy lay awake, tangled in the sheets, naked beside her sleeping husband. She smiled contentedly to herself, her hand resting on her flat stomach. Their bodies were slick with sweat and exhaustion from the intensity of their lovemaking, reaching new heights of ecstasy together until finally succumbing to blissful exhaustion. She clung to him as he drifted into a peaceful sleep, feeling more connected than ever before, their souls entwined. Thinking about it, she felt a warm surge flow over her from the tip of her toes to her ears. She giggled, stretching out her legs lavishly. Desire built up inside her once more. "I told you, my darling. My honeymoon would not be ruined." She laughed and rolled over to kiss Chad's naked back. Chapter 29. Mara Joy had not lied about being pregnant. No one could tell when they saw the slim girl always dressed in the latest fashions, but when she was naked, Chad could see a tiny bulge had taken over her flat stomach. As much as Chad wanted to get excited about the baby, he couldn't. The more Mara Joy looked pregnant, the more trapped he felt. The sun shimmered off the freshly bloomed flowers of the season, and a gentle breeze carried with it a sense of new beginnings. Chad swept the floor inside the family-run grocery store, his soft hands showing signs of labor. His father, Neil, stood behind the checkout counter, watching proudly as his son did his duties. Through all their hard work, Neil had finally achieved his lifelong dream, both of his sons running the business together like he had envisioned since they were little boys. Neil had wanted to become a soldier until he was denied enlistment because of his bad eyesight. And Chad was an entirely different story. Who knew what this boy wanted to do with his life? What Neil did know was Chad marrying Mara Joy, the boy was forced to support a family. Since Chad had no skills to speak of, he had no choice but to work at the family grocery store. It was a good living, an honest living. Chad hated every minute of it. He watched out the window as his old friends drove by, their laughter echoing through the parking lot as he stacked canned goods. He grabbed another can of beans and dropped it into the cardboard box with a thud. The thought of joining them sent a pang of longing through his heart. Occasionally, one of them would walk through Willis Grocers to exchange a few words and catch up, but those visits were becoming infrequent. Chad was a married man. They were still single, wanting to do things like partying and courting girls. Chad just wasn't fun anymore. His friends' abandonment hurt him, but how could he blame them? He'd probably do the same thing if one of them were in his situation. Everything was different now, and it always would be. Mara Joy beamed with pure delight, her teacup in both hands, as she looked at her female family members gathered around the kitchen table. Her mother smiled back at her. Mara Joy's cheeks were flushed, and her bright eyes sparkled with even more confidence that seemed to have blossomed since marrying Chad. Jobeth felt a warm sense of comfort settle over her as her earlier reservations about the union faded. Anything that made Mara Joy this happy couldn't be all bad. She is a woman now. A wistful smile crossed her lips as Jobeth glanced out the window at the blue sky. Memories of Alan cradling little Mara Joy flooded back to her. The sense of awe and wonder as they looked upon this beautiful baby girl who was thrust upon them, forcing them to become a family. Her thoughts turned to what life would have been like if that tiny miracle had never come into their lives, and she shuddered when she realized how different things may have been. Every second with Alan since then had been like a life-saving elixir, treasured beyond measure, and savored for its pure joy. He filled Jobeth with love, contentment, and hope with his very presence. She smiled to herself, thinking of her husband's sweet caresses that morning, and felt a blush rise up her neck. Though years had passed since their wedding day, their love burned like wildfire, igniting the night with their passion. Many years of marriage, and yet every day felt like their first. Ellen never failed to bring a smile of contentment to Jobeth's lips in every aspect of their lives. Glancing at Mara Joy, she beamed inside, praying that her daughter would experience the same kind of inexhaustible love that she shared with Alan. If Mara Joy could ever feel as happy as Jobeth was with her husband, Nothing else would matter. Her life would be complete. Mara Joy ran her hands down the front of her light purple dress, carefully tucking in any stray fabric. She watched with a certain kind of satisfaction as the fabric stretched to accommodate the growing bump of her pregnancy. The delicate hue accentuated the deep color of her eyes and made them look even brighter against her porcelain skin. "Look at us 3 old married women. What more could we want than this?" Mara Joy sighed as she relaxed deeper into her chair. Joanna rolled her eyes at Constance, who stifled back a laugh behind her hand. Mara Joy noticed her sisters laughing at her expense, but brushed it off. She was a married woman, and soon she was going to be a mother of Chad's child. They were just impudent little girls compared to her. What did it matter what these 2 fools thought of her? Their trivial lives were pathetic compared to the life she had planned for herself and Chad. She lifted her cup of tea to her lips, suddenly feeling a little queasy. She'd felt little pains in her abdomen earlier that morning and made a mental note to talk to the doctor the following day. She sipped the warm liquid, letting it slide down her throat, hoping it would ease the increasing discomfort that seemed to suddenly come over her. Jobeth couldn't help noticing Mara Joy suddenly becoming very pale. "Those girls," she thought, "are going to hear it from me." She glared at Joanna and Constance, relaying her feelings clearly. Feeling guilty that their mother had caught them, Joanna and Constance sulked in their chairs, ashamed. Mara Joy watched the scene play out in front of her, but couldn't really enjoy it. She was feeling increasingly ill. The night before, she had felt the same churning in her stomach. If she had thought about it, she would have realized that it was a feeling which had been going on for a week, getting stronger and stronger every day. A sharp pain pierced through her lower abdomen. "Ah!" Mara Joy squealed in agony as she grasped the small orb of her stomach protectively. Every head in the tiny kitchen swiveled to face the pale young woman. Jobeth leapt to her feet, sending the chair skidding backward. She hurried towards Mara Joy, whose face had paled, and her mouth was pulled tight with distress. Her entire body quivered in response to the pain. "Mama! My God! Something is wrong!" Mara Joy shouted out, knocking her steaming tea to the floor. She stared numbly at the liquid quickly running down through the planks of the hardwood floor, and seized her stomach as another sharp pain slashed through her. She looked up into her mother's frightened face and clutched her hand tightly. Everything began to go black, and then there was nothing. Just the faint sounds of Jobeth calling out her name. "Doctor, what is wrong with my daughter?" Jobeth asked as she waited impatiently in the doorway of Mara Joy's old bedroom. She had been standing there waiting since the small, bald man arrived shortly after Mara Joy fainted. Shauna laid a hand on Jobeth's shoulder and whispered soothing words. Still, Jobeth couldn't relax until the doctor emerged from the room with the news that Mara Joy was out of danger.
"She is going to be fine, Mrs. Benson,"
the plump doctor said, rubbing his creased forehead. He raced all the way there after the second eldest daughter had arrived to summon him. He felt beat after what he had just faced. Wiping his forehead with a hanky, he turned back to the frantic woman beside him.
"I am sorry, but she lost the baby,"
he said. The younger woman with the pale blonde hair stood and swiftly put her arm around the astonished Mrs. Benson. He hadn't seen the pale woman sitting in the chair nearby. By the way she held on to the shocked mother, it was plain to see the 2 women were close. "Baby!" Jobeth spit out. A lump started to form in her throat. She clutched Shauna's hand tightly. "We didn't know she was with child." Stunned, she spoke more to Shauna than the doctor. He stood uncomfortably before the 2 women. The pale younger woman turned a questioning face to him. "Doctor?" she asked in a soft, confused voice.
He shook his head. "I am sorry. It sometimes happens," he replied to the pale woman.
Shauna nodded and held tightly to Jobeth. "Can I see her?" Jobeth stood straight and pulled herself together. She had to be strong for Mara Joy. If anyone knew what she would be feeling right now, it would be her. Although it had been a long time since she had lost her little son, the pain was still there, like a dull ache. It had taken a long time to fill the emptiness in her heart from losing that child. With each baby she had, the pain lessened, starting when she was given the opportunity to raise Mara Joy as her own. When Alan Michael was born, tears of joy streamed down her face as the midwife placed a healthy baby boy in her arms. Her heart felt complete, as if all was right with the world after years of mourning for the child taken too soon.
"Yes, but don't upset her. She needs comfort now," he said. "She has lost a lot of blood and needs to build up her strength."
Jobeth nodded and wiped away the fresh tears. Shauna returned to the chair in the hall to sit and wait as Jobeth entered the bedroom. "Doctor?" Joanna stopped the short, heavy man as he opened the front door to leave. She had been waiting patiently for him since he told her mother about Mara Joy's miscarriage. Something was forming in her mind, and the doctor's answer would give her the truth she already believed. Constance, who had been waiting with her sister, came to stand beside Joanna. He turned to the two girls standing before him. Now, these two girls looked like sisters, he thought to himself, not like the goddess in the room upstairs. He flushed when he thought of the poor creature he had just left. My God, he thought. The poor girl had just delivered a dead fetus and nearly died in the process. He recalled the young woman's enormous anguish as he broke the horrible news that her pregnancy had ended.
Yes, yes,
he shuddered, feeling sorrow for the devastated young woman upstairs. The older girl's eyes quizzed him. He could feel her reading his thoughts, and he wanted desperately to leave this house. "How far along was my sister?" Joanna asked, her hands resting on her hips. There was no point in beating around the bush. The doctor was obviously uncomfortable and would flee without giving her the information she needed if she pussyfooted around. He looked at the girl, who could be 13 or 14, and shuddered again. Was he suddenly, at this advancing age, becoming a pervert? The youngster before him was no raving beauty like her sister upstairs, but there was something about her, too. He looked at the girl, about 2 years younger, standing behind the other. He sighed, relieved. She was still a child. He felt nothing. "Doctor?" Joanna started to become annoyed. What was it with men that they had a hard time looking at her face? Was she that dull that they couldn't give her the decency to answer her questions?
3 months, possibly 4.
He placed his hat on his head. Funny, she didn't say anything. He looked again at the older girl and felt his loins pull.
"Goodbye, girls."
He flushed, disgusted, and ran out of the house as fast as he could, hoping he would never lay eyes on either sister again. "Why, that," Constance whispered. "No wonder they got married so suddenly." She turned to Joanna, who was deep in thought, with a smile spreading over her face. Constance smiled too. "Shall we tell Mama?" She beamed, her hands clutching together. "Of course not, silly," Joanna simpered at her younger sister. "Mama would be blind if she didn't figure it out for herself by now. Besides, she will forgive her darling Mara Joy in an instant. No, we have to be patient. But we will get her. We have to get her. This is just more fuel for the fire." We need to be smart about this, Constance. Mara Joy has always been one step ahead of us. We have to think like her, be one step ahead of her. Constance looked at her sister as she squeezed her hand tightly, a smile spreading across her face. Let's go out to the shed. I have some ideas to toss around to you, and I don't want anyone interrupting us. Constance eagerly nodded and stepped outside, squinting in the sudden brightness that washed away all thoughts of Mara Joy's miscarriage. She followed Joanna as she moved across the yard, her steps lit with joy. She paused for a second, recoiling how cheerfully the two of them were behaving, almost relishing in the misery of their sister. A shadow crossed over Constance as Joanna turned to her, urging her to hurry, her steps light and airy as she started to skip towards the shed. Constance's stomach lurched, a feeling of guilt and darkness overtaking her. This felt wrong, very wrong. The sun shone down on Joanna's face, the light emphasizing her features and bringing a broad smile to her lips. Constance felt a wave of warmth spread through her body as she forced away her darker thoughts. She quickened her pace as she followed Joanna towards the shed. We have to get all the information we can use against her first. Then we damage her with something really significant to her, and her alone, Joanna remarked, sitting on a stack of wood. They were in the shed just outside the back of their home. Constance was fiddling with some hay she sat on, looking anxiously at Joanna. She seemed to be thinking again, rolling Joanna's words around in her head. The shed was small and damp, and although the girls were sitting across the room from each other, their knees were nearly touching. What could really hurt her? Joanna tapped her cheek with her index finger. I know! Constance squealed, jumping to her feet and tripping on a piece of wood. She stumbled right onto Joanna's legs. Oh, this is brilliant. This is too brilliant. She jumped up, brushing the straw off her shorts. Joanna sat looking at Constance, egging her on with a huge smile, ignoring the pain in her legs caused by her clumsy sister. But you will have to do it because you are the oldest, Constance said, more to herself than Joanna. Plans were already formulating in her mind, and she no longer took notice of Joanna's waiting impatiently for her to reply. Well, what? Joanna squealed, jumping up and shaking Constance out of her thoughts. She looked at her sister with a wicked smile creeping swiftly across her face. Joanna felt like hitting Constance. The suspense was killing her. If Constance had an idea, then it would work. She was the smartest in the family. But what did Joanna's age have to do with her sister's schemes? What's Mara Joy the proudest of? Or, should I say, who is she the proudest of? Constance asked coyly, resting her hands on Joanna's legs. She leaned forward, propelling Joanna on, pressing all her weight down on her legs. Joanna stood, wide-eyed, unable to answer. Chad, of course, Constance said matter-of-factly, standing and taking the straw out of her blonde curls. Joanna stared, mouth opened, confused. Chad? What could I do to take Chad away from Mara Joy? She thought back to the young man. He had seemed lost on his wedding night, oblivious to the whole affair. Become Chad's lover. Constance avoided Joanna's astounded face and continued. You see how she brags about her marriage. We have just found out that it is all a sham. They obviously got married because she was pregnant. What better way to ruin Mara Joy than to expose her marriage for the joke that it is? Steal Chad away from her, become his mistress. Joanna looked wide-eyed at Constance, unable to believe what she heard. Her mouth suddenly felt dry and pasty. His lover? Me? You can do it, Joanna. With time. Constance paused. You're too young right now. You should be at least 16 or 17. Then you will have developed pretty much into the woman you will be. You will have to get to know him, be friendly to him. That will be hard since your first meeting was a disaster." Joanna nodded, a sly smirk tickling the corner of her mouth, remembering her outburst. Constance continued, "But it could work. There is no baby anymore, and if that was the reason they were married," she shrugged, "then getting married was a waste. I don't know if I could do it. It's so extreme." Joanna twisted her fingers painfully. "To be his lover? I don't much like him, to be honest." "Well, that is the only thing that would hurt Mara Joy. Think about it. There is nothing else you could do to hurt her." Joanna lowered her eyes. How badly did she want to get back at Mara Joy? Constance reached out and touched her arm. "Listen, you don't have to make up your mind right now. There is time. You never know. Maybe Chad is a decent person. Just because he married Mara Joy doesn't mean he is totally ruined. He is cute." Joanna thought of Chad standing against the wall the night of the wedding. His unkempt brown hair hung a bit too long over his eyes. He was tall and lean, with just enough muscle definition, broad-shouldered but not bulky, leanly muscled, like a swimmer. A strange, fluttery feeling twisted in her stomach. Her heart raced and she felt a tingling sensation climb up her spine. She thought of his strong jawline and felt an unexpected pang of attraction. "All right, I will do it." Constance clapped her hands and hugged Joanna tightly. She stood silently, taking in her sister's plan as Constance rambled on, her words washing over Joanna in a dull roar. The room seemed to spin, and she felt like she was teetering on the edge of a cliff, ready to take a step into the abyss. She felt weird, unreal, like she had just made a pact with the devil, sealing her fate, with no way to turn back. "Mama, Mama," Mara Joy sobbed sincerely from her little bed. The cheery bedroom, decorated in pink and blue, seemed too buoyant for the events that had taken place within its walls. Jobeth stood at the doorway, wanting to seize her daughter and sweep her away to some time in the future. The tears she had hoped not to shed in front of Mara Joy were again welling up. "My baby is dead." Mara Joy looked at her mother. "Dead, Mama, dead," she cried, reaching out for Jobeth. She ran to her daughter's aid and fell at the foot of Mara Joy's childhood bed. "Why didn't you tell me, lovey?" Mara Joy sat up, and new tears slid down her already streaked face. "I didn't know," Mara Joy lied, reaching for her mother's hand. "I didn't know Chad's child was growing in my womb." Now, Jobeth said, cuddling the weeping girl. She placed her arms around Mara Joy's shivering shoulders and held her damp head to her breasts. "There will be other babies," she cooed, rocking back and forth. Mara Joy sat straight up and looked at her mother, holding back real tears of sorrow. "No, Mama, there will be no babies," she cried. "The doctor said if I do—" She stopped, seeing the look of horror on her mother's face. "Go on," Jobeth whispered, her eyes downcast, not wanting to hear that her baby would never hold her own in her arms. "If I did," Mara Joy sobbed, "it would kill me next time." She looked into her mother's eyes and, with all her heart, asked, "What am I going to tell Chad?" She looked up at the blue ceiling. The images of the child she was to have burst like frail bubbles before her eyes. "He so wanted children of his own. He was hoping I would get pregnant right away. Now he'll never have a son, and I'll never have a daughter." "Mara Joy," Jobeth said, seizing her by the shoulders and hugging her tightly. "I don't know what to say, my darling. This is just so unfair. My heart is breaking. How do I make it stop? I can't handle the pain, Mama. Please, make it stop," Mara Joy implored, her heart breaking into a million pieces as she pounded her weak fist against her thighs. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying desperately to stem the wave of anguish that threatened to overwhelm her. "I can't, Mara Joy. I can't," Jobeth sobbed, hugging her tightly. And she couldn't. Jobeth couldn't fix what was ailing her this time, no matter how much she wished she could. For the first time in Mara Joy's life, she couldn't get what she wanted, and the one thing she secretly wanted most was a baby of her own. Chapter 30. There was a small farewell a few days later for the little babe that never was. It wasn't truly a funeral since there was no baby to bury, but a small ceremony to say goodbye to what might have been. Mara Joy wore a black dress with a matching black veil fashionably covering her face so no one could see the expression that blanketed it. Jobeth had insisted that Alan get a wheelchair for Mara Joy to sit in. She didn't want her child to strain herself. They had nearly lost her through the whole ordeal as it was. She wasn't having Mara Joy overdoing it. Chad stood beside the tiny headstone and wept real tears for the child he had never really wanted. He had tried to fantasize about playing ball with a son or showing his friends how beautiful his daughter was. He believed that when the child was born, he would begin to feel good about the marriage he was forced into. The child was supposed to do that. It was supposed to take away that feeling of being an animal trapped in a snare. Or at least the baby was supposed to make his bondage bearable. But then again, it was the baby that had put him in this prison in the first place. And now the baby was dead, and he was in a pit he didn't know how to get out of. He looked over at Mara Joy, who sat stiffly in her wheelchair. Her mother was next to her, holding tightly to her hand, hovering like a bobcat ready to pounce. Mara Joy had not exaggerated when she said her parents would hunt him down and make him pay for getting her pregnant. The way her mother hovered over her sent chills down Chad's spine. What was it that made him shudder when he thought about how possessive his mother-in-law was over his wife? He couldn't help but think it was destructive in some way. He shook himself briefly and looked again at her somber form. She wouldn't talk to him. He had received the message about the miscarriage shortly after it had happened. Jobeth sent Alan to the grocery store from work to deliver what Chad considered his life sentence. He looked up into the gray sky as clouds began to form quickly. Soon, they would drop their tears on all of them. In his mind, Chad repeatedly screamed, "Why me? Why has this happened to me?" Then it dawned on him. Nothing was holding him to Mara Joy anymore. There was no baby. She couldn't threaten him anymore. It was obvious she had wanted to marry him. No one would believe he raped her now. He could do it. He would have to wait a while, get his plans together. His heart began to beat. Could it be over? Could the hell that he had brought into his life finally come to an end? He would have to leave town, of course. He would never be accepted after abandoning Mara Joy. Chad shook his head. It didn't matter. He'd be glad to see the last of this hellhole town. Good riddance to bad rubbish. It would be great to start fresh in another city, away from his father's damn grocery store, and away from the responsibilities of being a husband to Mara Joy. As the plan formulated in his mind, Chad knew he could do it. He could be young and carefree once again. A hand tapped him on his shoulder, crashing him back to reality. He turned to the assailant. Mara Joy stood before him. She looked weak and tired. Dark circles etched her torrid blue eyes. Jobeth stood a short distance behind her, her tissue twisting nervously in her hands. Mara Joy had insisted on walking over to Chad instead of using her wheelchair, causing Jobeth incredible amounts of anguish. By the look on her daughter's face, the walk had been an immense burden. "Take me home, Chad." Mara Joy looked coolly into his wooden face. He looked down at the ground, unable to look into Mara Joy's enchanting devil eyes, feeling she could see into the very core of his soul. "I want to go to our home." Chad's head shot up nervously. He began to break into a cold sweat. Mara Joy reached out and grasped Chad's arm with surprising strength. "Chad, please." He nodded idiotically and obediently took her arm in his. She smiled up at him wickedly. "That's a good husband," she purred. Chad began to tremble. Where had he seen her smile like that before? They drove in silence as Chad turned into the driveway of their home. He stopped the car and was about to open the door to help Mara Joy out when she reached across and placed her hand gently on his lap, very close to his privates. He felt her fingers lightly brush against him and was ashamed of how he responded. A grave chuckle echoed from deep within her. "Chad, darling, you are such a walking hormone." Blood surfaced on his face, and he pushed Mara Joy's hand away, disgusted with himself. She leaned back in her seat and laughed maliciously, her hands cupping her jacket snugly around her neck. The black veil, half covering her eyes, couldn't shield the menace behind it. "Cut it out. Let's just get into the house, and I will make you some hot tea." He shifted uneasily in his seat and opened the door. Something was frighteningly familiar with this scene. "That is a wonderful idea," she simpered, unbuttoning her coat. He tried not to look as she expertly unfastened the snaps on the front of her black dress. "Mara Joy?" He swallowed the lump forming in his throat and uncomfortably shifted in his seat. A heavy breast popped free from her bra. It was big and swollen from the pregnancy. Chad swallowed hard, unable to sustain his growing arousal. He hated himself for wanting her so much when they stood at their unborn child's monument only moments ago. "Touch me," Mara Joy ordered as she caressed herself. "Touch me." He grabbed her eagerly, diving into her warm, waiting breasts. He nuzzled them shamefully, unable to control himself, feeling himself heat up with want. She cried out in delight, clutching his head tightly to her. "You are mine," she mewed. "You will always be mine." She pushed his back against the seat, her chest naked and heaving in front of him. "Do you want me?" she asked, straddling him. She pinched her nipples hard, tossing back her head in a frenzy. Chad encircled her waist, his mouth sucking up her body. She pushed him away, reaching down between his legs. "Do you want me?" she cooed again as she rubbed between his legs. Chad reached up and grabbed a bobbing breast. Again, she pushed him away. She sat back in her seat, his hands reaching for her. Slowly, she bent her head down between his legs, breathing hot air on the protruding member buried under his pants. He shuddered, unable to contain himself. He was going to have her, miscarriage or not. Mara Joy unzipped his pants, letting his member jump free from its confinement. She pressed the tip of her lips to the smooth tissue. Chad looked down, anticipating Mara Joy's next move. She looked up, her eyes glinting with mischief. The dark circles were still under her eyes, but there was something else. Something that frightened and excited him at the same time. "Do you want me?" Her raspy voice almost pleading as her lips caressing him, her tongue flickering.
Yes, yes,
he snarled, forcing her head down onto him. He closed his eyes and leaned back, letting pleasure envelop him. As he succumbed to wave after wave of Mara joy gratifying him late into the night, he felt each nail hammered deep into his own coffin. Lying awake naked in bed with Mara joy sleeping deeply draped across his chest, he realized where he had seen her smile like that before. It had been on their wedding day. When she married him, it had been for life, and she would do anything to keep him hers forever. Chapter 31. Pauline stood outside the shed, waiting to be invited inside by her sisters. She twisted her light brown hair, streaked with gold, around her finger. Gingerly, she put the ends into her mouth and sucked. She liked to suck on her hair, even if mean old Mara Joy would yell at her and say she was disgusting. That just made Pauline want to suck on her hair more. She would have thought Mara Joy would be nicer to her, considering she couldn't have any little kids of her own on account of the miscarriage that happened 2 years ago and wasn't allowed to be mentioned. But that didn't matter. Mara Joy continued to be mean to Pauline. She would always find something to hit her for, whether it was for slurping her milk or dragging her feet, which Pauline always did when Mara Joy came over to the house. She liked getting Mara Joy angry. The only problem was that whenever she got Mara Joy angry, Mama got furious and would start declaring that Mara Joy should not be upset in her own home. Her own home? Didn't she have a home with Chad? Mara Joy always liked to come over to get Alan Michael and take him on special trips to the zoo and movies. She never took Pauline on these special outings. She never even asked if Pauline wanted to go. Maybe it was because Alan Michael was younger, and it made Mara Joy feel like she had a child to care for. Alan Michael was only 2 years younger than she, not that much younger. Besides, 11 years old wasn't all that grown up. Pauline sighed. It didn't really bother her that Mara Joy neglected to take her anywhere. What bothered her was that Mama never told Mara Joy to include Pauline on these outings. Mama insisted Joanne and Constance take Alan Michael with them whenever they took Pauline out. Why didn't Mama uphold the same rules with Mara Joy? It didn't matter. Joanna and Constance liked taking Pauline places and not Mikey. Joanna and Constance weren't angry with their little sister when they found Pauline in their secret hiding place. They let the shed be her special place, too. Pauline kicked a few stones with the toe of her shoe. The pebbles flew up and made a pinging noise as they hit the side of the shed. Joanna and Constance both turned around from their crouched positions, startled. Relief spread across their faces when they realized it was only Pauline. "What are you doing lurking over there? Come on, get out of the shadows and sit with us." Joanne waved Pauline over. Pauline smiled, releasing the sticky strand of hair from her mouth. She clumsily ran over to her sisters, who sat huddled together like conspirators, and she crouched between the two girls. All three looked alike, except for a slight difference in hair color. Joanna's long hair was light brown and poker straight, much like their mother's. Constance's hair was a wavy blonde that fell just below her chin. Pauline's was a mix between the two. It was brown with lots of gold highlights sprinkled throughout her shoulder-length hair. It was not wavy like Constance's, but not as straight as Joanna's either. All three had their father's large, slanting green eyes. All the girls had tan complexions, as did their brother Alan Michael, who, unlike the girls, had inherited their father's looks. The only one who was fair-skinned was Mara Joy. Joanna turned to Constance, bent on continuing her conversation where she had left off. "How can I get him to notice me?" Joanna asked, firmly pressing her lips together strained. At 16, nearly 17, she had transformed from a plain, gangly girl into a slender beauty. She was tall and lean, with an attractive oval face. She had grace and elegance that were appealing, but not threatening to the opposite sex. "I have it all planned out," Constance replied as she waved her hands into the air, a habit she employed when wanting to explain herself. Pauline lifted her hands, mimicking her sister. Joanna gently but kindly stopped Pauline's waving hands and observed Constance's animated face. "Well, don't keep me in the dark. Tell me, how can I get Chad to notice me?" Her eyes twinkled. The time had finally come. It was the opportunity to get back at Mara Joy for all her years of torment, to teach her a lesson and give her a dose of her own medicine. "She comes over every Friday to take Alan Michael to God knows where. When she comes back, she always stays and visits with Mama and Pappy. When Mara Joy leaves with Alan Michael, tell Ma and Pa you have a date." She looked at both Pauline and Joanna, ensuring she had their full attention. "Go over to Chad's. He will be there," she said before Joanna could interrupt. "He works over the bills on Friday. You know, trying to figure out some way to pay for the stuff Mara Joy buys." It did make sense. Mara Joy and Chad enjoyed the same routine every Friday for months. She couldn't remember the last time it had not been so. Joanna felt her stomach flip-flop with excitement. It was the beginning. The moment was finally here after planning for so long. "But what if she comes home before I have left?" she stuttered, trying to find a hitch in Constance's plan. She shuddered out of the blue, her body rippling with a mind of its own. Chad's image emerged from her consciousness, always there, ready and waiting since the faithful day 2 years ago when she decided to make him hers. "I'll call when she leaves home," Constance said, matter-of-factly. "You are so smart, Connie," Joanna squealed, grabbing hold of Pauline and hugging her. Pauline had stopped listening to the two girls and proceeded to daydream. When her sister clutched her, squealing in delight, she squealed back in tune, caught up in the excitement. Constance shrugged but laughed. She loved Joanna dearly and was the only one with permission to call her Connie. Everyone else, including Pauline, called her Constance. Connie was a term of endearment meant only for Joanna. Constance firmly believed that the name Connie did not evoke an image of intelligence. She knew Joanna thought she was brilliant, but to everyone else, she had to prove her mind worked. With a no-nonsense name like Constance, people had to see that she was more than just a girl, but as an astute person with a working brain in her head. "Then it's set," Constance beamed, crossing her arms across her swelling chest. Her plan was foolproof. "I suppose it is." Joanna covered her mouth with her hands, not knowing what to do. She didn't know if she should burst out laughing or throw up. "You can do it, sis. I have faith in you," Constance said, gently placing her hand on Joanna's knee. Joanna smiled weakly, putting her hands on top of Constance's. They felt cool and smooth, familiar and protective, and she needed to feel safe at that moment. What they were doing was uncharted territory to them. There would be no turning back after she succeeded in their agenda, and she planned to succeed. "I hope so, Constance. I hope I know what I'm getting myself into," she silently breathed to herself, Chad's dark features flooding through her thoughts once more. That Friday, Mara Joy began her usual ritual of preparing herself to take her brother to the movies. They enjoyed going to silent films, particularly comedies. The world was moving fast. She had even heard rumors of talkies. How she dreamed of becoming a movie star. She just knew she could do it if given a chance. She had the looks and the talent. She admired herself in the vanity mirror and pretended to be surprised by Charlie Chaplin. Chad leaned against the opening of the bedroom door, watching his wife's performance. He shook his head, wondering for the umpteenth time what went on in that woman's head. "Can't you stay home tonight for once?" he asked. Mara Joy turned around venomously. She didn't like to be snuck up on. Chad had a way of suddenly being there when she least expected. If there was one thing she didn't like, it was being startled. She had to be in control. Always. She scowled and turned back to the mirror. Picking up a brush, she began to brush her hair. She had it set that day, so the tight curls were somewhat tamed for the moment. "You know how important my brother is to me." She brushed harder into her black locks, glaring at Chad's reflection in the mirror. "What about me? Am I not important to you?" he asked. He had aged a lot in the 2 years since his marriage to Mara Joy. He didn't look nearly 20 years. They fought constantly. Mara Joy always demanding something of him, and cruelly made him do it for her. The mask was off. He knew who and what his wife was now. Any time he threatened to leave her, she held some kind of blackmail over his head, saying he beat her, or worse. He felt weak, a shadow of a man for staying. He couldn't stand her, and yet, when she wanted him, he went to her like a dog in heat, begging for more. He couldn't seem to help himself. She knew how to make him fall to her feet. This alone made Chad loathe himself. Every time he climaxed in her arms, he hated himself more for being spineless. "Have you forgotten that I will never have a child of my own?" She glared at him through the mirror. Chad turned away from her ice-cold stare, unable to stomach looking at her. It was almost as though she blamed him for her failure to have children, as if it were his fault she had lost the baby and couldn't get pregnant again. "Do you not realize he is the closest thing I will ever have to a son?" She turned around, forcing Chad to look at her. "Are you so selfish as to deny me the only mothering experience I shall ever have? You know how close my brother is to me. You can see me any time. I'm your wife." Turning away from her stinging words, Chad walked out of the room. "I am your wife," pounding in his ears. Heading toward the front door, Joanna called back to her parents in the other room. Jobeth didn't look up from her knitting. She wanted to finish the matching sweaters she was making for Mara Joy and Alan Michael. Alan looked up from his newspaper. "Where are you going, love?" he asked, smiling at his daughter. Joanna smiled back, feeling a tinge of guilt for what she was about to embark on. She loved her father dearly. He was a good man and was kind and loving to all his children. "Out with friends, Pa," Joanna said nervously. At least, it wasn't lying, really. If she kept telling herself that, she would eventually believe it. Then the guilt of deceiving her father would fade. She hoped. "Well, are you too old to kiss your father goodbye?" Joanna went over and planted a dry kiss on Alan's whiskery cheek. She went to leave and thought twice about it, turning and hugging her pa, too. Alan warmly patted her back, gently kissing the top of her forehead. "Be in by 9, he said, rearranging his paper again. "Pa," Joanna implored, giving him a frown that melted his heart. Only his children and Jobeth could make him do as they pleased. Everyone else listened to Alan Benson. But when it came to his family, he was all heart and couldn't turn any of them down. He thought of his childhood, alone and unloved by his parents. Life with Jobeth had changed all that. With her and Shauna, they had formed the family Alan had always dreamed of. 10, please? It is Saturday tomorrow, Joanna requested. 10, no later, Alan said firmly. Thank you. Joanna squealed and kissed Alan again on the cheek before running out the door. Alan looked at his paper and chuckled to himself. His children were leading lives so different from his own childhood. Alan, that girl has you wrapped around her baby finger. 10 o'clock indeed. Jobeth tried to look upset with her husband, but she wasn't really. She enjoyed watching him dote on his children. He was a good father, and she adored him for it. She went back to knitting, faking disapproval. Oh, why not, darling? Mara Joy was out till 10 many nights when she was younger than Joanna. Besides, this is the first time I have ever heard Joanna mention a friend. Other than Constance and Pauline, she never mentions any other children. Alan sighed. It's nice that our daughters are close. Still, it is also nice to see them interact with the outside world. Mara Joy and Alan Michael have always been popular, unlike our other girls. I just hope Joanna won't be naive and get mixed up in trouble. She is not sophisticated with the outside world like Mara Joy is, Jobeth said, busily attacking her yarn. Alan rolled his eyes at his wife. What? Jobeth asked, looking up from her work. She is not a moron, Jobeth. Joanna is just as sophisticated as Mara Joy. She is just not as flamboyant. Well, whatever, Jobeth said, placing her knitting down and going to her husband. I went to see Shauna today. I cannot believe that little girl of hers. She is the spitting image of her mama when she was 6. She sat down beside Alan. Alan placed his arm around Jobeth's shoulders. She snuggled into his familiar, safe embrace. You are going to miss them terribly when they leave. Jobeth wiped away a tear already forming in the corner of her eye. She would never forgive Oliver for taking Shauna away again. Why did he have to move them to the country? Was it not Oliver who insisted they move to the city? I will. She wiped a tear away and leaned into Alan for comfort. I just find it hard to believe that she is all grown up with a family of her own. Jobeth frowned and looked up into her husband's face. He had aged. He looked 39 instead of 33, but then she had aged too, and she was only 31. Life had been hard for them, and although they still looked quite good, their faces sometimes showed the weary roads they had traveled. They didn't look hard or rough, but they had never really been young. At least Alan Michael isn't grown up yet, she grinned, erasing the signs of time in her eyes. Do I get the feeling you want another baby? He placed his hand on her belly. Even after giving birth to 5 children, Jobeth's stomach was flat and smooth. Oh, stop! Jobeth laughed and clutched his hand to her. I wish Mara Joy could have given us a granddaughter resembling her. It seems so unfair to her. She sighed heavily. We do have 3 other daughters and a son who will all give us grandchildren one day. Alan could not believe how much he loved her. After all their years together, he loved her more with each passing day. She was more beautiful to him than she was the day before. He still wondered how he had been so lucky to have her as his own, his wife, and the mother of his children. His forever. I need to hold you, my love, Alan whispered into Jobeth's ear as he held her tightly. She felt a shiver run up her spine and tucked her head under Alan's chin. Let's go to bed, Jobeth, he said huskily. She reached up and kissed Alan tenderly on the lips. Lead the way, my darling, she whispered into his lips. I will always follow. Chapter 32. The patio to Mara Joy and Chad's house was lit up with small wooden garden torches. Mara Joy was a fine decorator and had to have quality things. Needless to say, The outside of her home was as richly assembled as the inside. Cherrywood wicker furniture with deep emerald green cushions furnished the terrace. A half-empty wine glass sat on the little wicker table with a dirty ashtray beside it. Joanna stood surrounded by her sister's things. Everything reeked of Mara Joy. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding a mile a minute. What was she thinking? Did she really think she could pull this off? She shook her head. It had all seemed fine and dandy at the time. Take away the one thing that could hurt Mara Joy, her husband. But now she felt ridiculous. Shaking, she sat down on one of the wicker chairs. It creaked noisily under her weight. She reached across the table and took the wine glass, gulping down most of the liquid. Leaning back against the chair, she closed her eyes and let the wine slide down her throat and relax her. Faint memories of long ago filtered through her head. Memories of Oliver and Shauna sitting outside their old house talking with her parents about Mara Joy. Talking as though Oliver were... as though Mara Joy wasn't... Joanna sat up and opened her eyes. She sipped the wine that remained in the glass, enjoying its fragrance. She looked at the full ashtray and began to rummage through the butts, searching for a salvageable cigarette.
I didn't know you smoked,
a deep voice said behind her. Joanna jumped with a gasp. Her sooty finger flew to her chest, smudging her cream-colored dress. "Chad," she stammered, trying to contain her embarrassment. He was leaning against the side of the house. He stood in the undershirt and slacks he wore at the grocery store. His hair was ruffled as though he had been running his fingers through it.
"Yes, my dear sister-in-law."
He smiled, looking down at the slim girl. She reminded him of a fawn lost in the woods. He took a smoke out from behind his ear and handed it regally to Joanna.
"For you. It wouldn't be very gentlemanly of me to let you smoke Mara Joy's butts."
"Thanks." Joanna could barely speak. Her words wouldn't come out. She reached out and took the cigarette. Cautiously, she put it into her mouth and searched in vain for a light. She stopped when Chad leaned over with a lit match. "Thanks again," she said, puffing deeply. She tried not to inhale for fear of choking. Chad looked at her amused and lit up a cigarette for himself as he sat down in the chair across from Joanna's. He inhaled deeply and looked across at the girl. She looked green and ready to spill her cookies at any moment. This one did make him laugh. Every time he saw her, he couldn't help but remember their conversation at his wedding. She'd seen right through the facade and had hit the nail on the head when she blasted him that night. Then he had been too stunned to appreciate the ball of fire she was. He was too jolted by the fact that he had just made the biggest mistake of his life.
"Enjoying the cigarette?"
He smirked, trying to hide his smile behind a puff of smoke. Joanna turned crimson red and crushed the cigarette out in the ashtray. I have had enough." She sat up straight in defiance. She wasn't going to let him laugh at her. She was no longer a little child, and he wasn't going to treat her like one. She had been a fool to think she could entice Chad. He thought she was nothing more than a joke. Maybe she was.
"Well, have you had enough wine, too? Or would you like some more?"
He leaned forward and grinned at Joanna. She did not know if he was serious or teasing her still. Her mind whirled and she felt a little sick from the cigarette. "As a matter of fact, I would like some more wine." She sat up straight. It irked her how he patronized her. "But unlike my sister, I prefer white to red, so if you would be so kind, I would love a glass of white." Chad raised his eyebrows in mild surprise.
"Well, Miss Joanna, you are in luck."
He stood up and snubbed out his smoke.
"Much like yourself, I prefer white to red."
He stood up tall and sleek and disappeared into the house, leaving her alone. Joanna breathed deeply into the warm evening air. It was nice outside, and she felt safe, semi-hidden in the darkness. Chad returned swiftly, carrying a bottle and 2 wine glasses. He placed the glasses in front of Joanna and proceeded to fill them to the brim with wine.
Cheers,
he said, lifting his glass. She lifted hers and raised it to him, taking a sip. He sat back down in the seat next to her and sighed.
Nice night,
he said to no one in particular. Yes, Joanna said, looking around uncomfortably. Now that she was finally here with Chad, she didn't know what to say to him.
So, what brings you over to this neck of the woods? It can't be to see your darling sister. I know how fond you are of her,
he said, sipping more of his wine. He was beginning to relax and was enjoying Joanna's interruption. He knew he should send the kid home. Mara Joy would freak out if she knew Joanna was here alone with him. But he was lonely. He never saw his friends anymore, and Mara Joy was always off doing something or another. Besides, Joanna was refreshing compared to Mara Joy. She was soft where Mara Joy was rough. Joanna was like a dove, whereas Mara Joy was like a hawk.
The two are really not alike at all, come to think of it,
he thought. Joanna was slim and graceful, with straight golden brown hair. Mara Joy was slender, but she had voluptuous curves and arches, and her hair, that black mane of wild curls that encased her creamy skin. You would have thought the hair was enough of an attraction for one person, but she had those blue eyes, the eyes that ate into his soul. Never had he seen eyes like hers before. He shook his head. That was not true. There was her uncle, or something. What was his name? Oliver. That was it, Oliver. He was somehow related to Mara Joy's clan, married her aunt or something. Come to think of it, Mara Joy really looked like this Oliver fellow. Chad grimaced. He didn't like where his thoughts were going. Mara Joy's mother seemed very in love with her husband. Chad couldn't picture her being unfaithful to him. There must be some story there, but what? How come it had never occurred to him before? Chad, Joanna interrupted. He looked up, chasing his thoughts away. He would have to investigate the matter later. Suddenly, wanting to know about this uncle seemed important.
Huh,
he said, raising his glass to his moist lips. I said I was just walking by and thought I would stop in and say hi, Joanna answered. It was obvious Chad had been somewhere else and had not heard her.
What's that?
He asked, confused.
Oh, right, why you're here.
He sat up straight and concentrated on her company. He didn't want to come across as rude. Joanna struck him as the sensitive type.
What were you doing walking over here?
He grinned, knowing there was no one around in his neighborhood that Joanna would know. They were very isolated. Joanna stood up abruptly, nearly spilling the wine she clutched in her hand. Surprised, Chad stood up too. Well, pardon me for being friendly, she stammered, feeling like an idiot. He stood mockingly in front of her. I will not pester you any longer, Mr. So Important I Can't Have Company guy. Joanna blushed. She sounded ridiculous. He began to chuckle.
Sit down. You have your feathers all ruffled for nothing. Whatever your reasons for being here, I'm glad. It's nice to get company, especially someone as lovely as you.
Joanna's head snapped up in response. He thought she was lovely? She looked at him, standing and smiling mischievously at her. Something deep inside her told her she should run. She was way over her head. Her heart began to pitter-patter again. She had never really looked at him at all before. He had only been her brother-in-law and a means to get back at Mara Joy. Never once had she thought of him as a personality behind his name. Even when she and Constance formulated the plan, he was a handsome face haunting her mind and a title but not a real person. She took a big gulp of her wine and sat down. There was no turning back. She was on a mission. Oh my gosh! She stood up, looking frantically around. She and Chad had polished off the bottle of wine, plus another, as they sat talking quietly together. I didn't notice the time. I have to get home. She stumbled slightly, feeling tipsy. Chad reached out and grasped Joanna's arm to support her.
I think you are drunk,
he replied, holding the intoxicated girl up straight. No, Joanna slurred, wobbling in his arms. Just a little tipsy. The truth was that she was not used to drinking and was indeed drunk.
Don't worry, I'll drive you home,
Chad said, placing his hand on her shoulder. He felt her tremble under his touch.
Are you cold?
The night air outside had started to chill over the past couple of hours while they sat talking and drinking wine. No, Joanna beamed up at him, eyes glazed with liquor. His hands felt hot and solid on her shoulders as he gave her a gentle squeeze in response. Marjoy was coming out the front door of her parents' house when Chad's car pulled up. Surprised, she stopped in her tracks. This was odd. Didn't Chad know she had taken her car? He made the trip for nothing. Oh well, she thought. It was sweet, if not too bright. She might give in and let the boy touch her tonight. She wrapped her fur coat snugly around her neck. Oh, how she loved Mink. Yes, she would definitely let him into her bed tonight. She was in high spirits and felt a little dramatic. She began to walk toward Chad's car, not noticing Joanna sitting in the front seat. Thanks for the ride, Joanna said, reaching for the car handle to let herself out. And the evening. She reddened, unable to stop herself.
Joanna?
Chad called, grabbing her free hand. She stopped and looked into his green eyes. She couldn't help her breath suddenly speeding up. What was wrong with her? Yes, she nervously replied, taking small, quick breaths, holding tightly to the handle of the door.
Chad shook his head. Never mind. See you, kid.
Can I come again next Friday? Joanna blurted out, not believing her nerve. Chad dropped her hand, his face paling as he looked past Joanna and outside the window. Joanna turned toward the object of his attention. Mara Joy opened the door abruptly, nearly taking Joanna with her. The cool air breezed in, causing both of its passengers to shiver. Mara Joy glared down accusingly at the two.
Yes,
Chad sputtered.
Yes, that would be good.
Joanna, overcome with sudden panic, stepped out of the car and almost collided with Mara Joy. Mara Joy, she said, standing tall. She was at least 2 inches taller than her older sister. Joanna, Mara Joy smirked, taking out a silver pack from her purse and lighting up one of her long cigarettes. She liked to smoke them on long filters. They made her feel glamorous. What are you doing with my husband? She asked, blowing smoke directly into her sister's face. Joanna coughed and moved out of the direction of the assailing smoke. Oh, Mara Joy, thank goodness for your husband. Joanna leaned towards the open car door. You really are my hero tonight. Chad looked guardedly at the two girls. Mara Joy did not know what was going on and stood there tapping her foot, smoking like a master. You see, Joanna stood back up and met Mara Joy's distrustful face. Chad leaned forward, wanting to hear what she was about to say.
Oh boy, the shit is going to hit the fan.
He hissed under his breath, his heart pounding. He was a little confused at his own reaction. What was he afraid of? They had done nothing wrong. Why didn't it feel that way? You must promise not to tell Ma and Pa first. Joanna grabbed her sister's fur-clad arm, begging. Mara Joy pulled away, annoyed. Something didn't seem right. I will do no such thing, she said, outraged. Joanna, you tell me this instant what is going on. Why is my husband your hero? Well, it's like this. A couple of girls and I were going out to a local dance. Or so I thought. It turns out that they were actually going to a dance club. Mara Joy's head shot up. She knew this nightclub. She frequently went, sometimes accompanied by Chad, but more often with a girlfriend. It was much more fun pretending to be single and flirting with all the men. Well, you could just imagine my surprise when we arrived. Here I thought I was going to a church dance, and I wind up in a liquor-soaked joint. Joanna sighed, letting her dilemma sink in. Chad had to force himself not to laugh. A church dance? This kid was a pistol. Anyway, I couldn't call Ma or Pa, and you weren't home, so I called Chad to come pick me up. He was the only one I could think of. Joanna looked innocently at Mara Joy, her eyes slightly lowered. He is kind of like a brother now. Mara Joy looked with disbelief at Joanna. How is it that you smell like booze? I think you left out some parts of your story, little sister. She crushed out her cigarette with the heel of her black pumps. Surprising. I didn't think you had it in you. Joanna halted. What did she mean? Did Mara Joy see through her lie? You never struck me as the party girl type. Joanna shifted, getting ready to leave. You would be surprised at what type of girl I am. And with that, she pushed past Mara Joy and walked stiffly, trying to walk in a straight line toward the house. Mara Joy watched her sister drunkenly walk away. She chuckled to herself. I don't know what that one is up to, but I'm sure it's quite dull, she said, resting her arm on the car's open door. I think you could be wrong, Chad said, staring out the window and watching Joanna open the door and disappear inside the house. What type of girl was she really? Before this evening, he had never paid attention to the kid, and now he couldn't get her out of his mind. Thoughts of the date he had made with her for the following Friday flooded his mind. What was he doing? This was definitely not a smart move. Planning to spend an evening with his wife's little sister? What was he thinking? What is that supposed to mean? Mara Joy vocalized, disrupting his thoughts. Nothing. He turned to the steering wheel and began to start up the car. Let's just go home. It's late. Mara Joy lowered her eyelids and tightened her lips. What are you thinking, dear husband? What are you talking about, Mara Joy? You know what I mean. You know exactly what I mean. She pushed her head into the cab of the car, coming face to face with him. His expression crinkled in disgust. He could barely stand to look at her anymore. I wouldn't go and do anything you regret, husband. It would really be in your best interest if you kept that in mind. Go to hell, Mara Joy. He spat in her face. Ooh, feisty are you? She reached over and grabbed between his legs. Chad recoiled and tried to push her hand away. I like it when you're feisty. She held on tightly, Chad's hands unable to pry Mara Joy away without hurting himself. Just remember my warning. She released him and crawled back out of the car. Chad leaned over and grabbed the handle of the passenger's door. I'm quite through doing things I regret, my dear wife. I have a lifetime full already. Mara Joy continued to walk toward her car as though she had never heard Chad's words, her mink shrug tucked tightly around her neck. Chad walked into his bedroom, and there, like a pouncing bobcat, lay Mara Joy naked in bed. She rolled over, facing him and touching herself. Chad, disgusted, felt himself harden. What took you so long, lover? I stopped for a drink. What are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing? A hand cupped her breast. I'm waiting for you. Weak, he went to her, falling into her arms, He took her roughly with venom. Mara Joy cried out in delight, riding Chad like the obedient animal he was. Later, after they had finished and lay breathless and sweaty, Mara Joy smiled smugly to herself. He was hers, as he always would be. Chad was smiling too, but not for the same reasons Mara Joy was. He was thinking of someone else, someone who looked like a fawn and had the grace of a dove. Chapter 33. "So, what happened?" Constance squealed, bouncing on her bed. Joanna put her finger to her lips to silence the excited girl. She closed the door to their bedroom as quietly as possible, stopping to look down the hall for her parents. The blonde waves bobbed on Constance's forehead as she suppressed another outburst. She and Pauline had been waiting impatiently for hours for their sister's return. Joanna flung herself down on her bed and buried her face into her pillow, moaning. Aggravated, Constance jumped onto Joanna and turned her over. "I swear, don't you keep me in suspense any longer." She squeezed her nose and pulled away from Joanna's face. "Phew, you smell like a brewery." She waved her hand in front of her nose. "You are lucky Ma and Pa went to bed early." Joanna sat up, feeling woozy. "They don't know I'm late?" Constance shook her head. "They didn't even stay awake for Mara Joy to bring home Alan Michael. I thought I was going to die when Mara Joy showed up and you still weren't home." "Yes, well, we bumped into each other outside." Joanna flung her hair behind her shoulder, feeling sluggish and giddy. She was as charming as ever. Despite their attempts to stifle their amusement, they both erupted into laughter simultaneously. Ugh. The room was spinning. Joanna had to lie back down. "I drank too much wine." "Wine?" Constance cocked an eyebrow questioningly. "Yes, wine. And it was delicious." Her lips twitched with a wide smirk that she could not conceal. "I smoked, too, but it made me feel sick. I don't think I'll be much of a smoker." "That's good. Mara Joy smokes and you don't want to be like her." "True." Pauline, who had been silently falling asleep when Joanna crept into their room, wormed onto the bed with the other two girls. "Joanna, are you and Chad lovers yet?" Constance and Joanna both snorted with laughter onto each other's shoulders, the same way they had since they were little girls. They laughed until their sides hurt. Pauline looked wide-eyed at the two girls with a sagging lip. Constance had spent the evening trying to explain what lovers were and what they did. Pauline didn't think she liked the idea of Joanna becoming lovers with Chad. "No, not yet." Joanna, composing herself, wiped her eyes, a dreamy expression displaying on her face. The look was not lost on Constance. "You better not go and fall in love with him. That is not part of the plan." She stood up, straightening her gown, frowning. "She is our sister's husband, and nothing can change that." "I know." Joanna crossed her arms angrily over her chest. "I just had a good time, that's all. Can't I have fun with him at the same time?" "Have fun all you want, although I find that hard to believe. You have always thought Chad was weak, a walking puppet obeying Mara Joy's every command." "All right, you made your point. I haven't changed my opinion of the guy. I still think he's a whipped puppy." "A little. Besides, one day you will find your own husband, and he'll have a spine in his back." Joanna chortled. "A spine, huh?" "Yes." Constance sat back down near the head of the bed and gazed at her sister. A creeping apprehension was beginning to weigh heavily on her chest, causing her to question everything they were doing. It suddenly felt wrong. A train wreck about to happen. A wonderful man who won't bow down to you but stand beside you equally, like Pa. If you expect more from Chad, you'll only be cheating yourself. Point taken, Connie. Joanna reached out and hugged her sister, hoping she could follow her sound advice. The days dragged on for Joanna as she waited for Friday to come. She couldn't concentrate in school and felt scatterbrained and nervous. All she could think of was Chad. Finally, Friday came. With the same lie she had used before, Joanna was able to leave the house without much trouble. Jobeth was a little suspicious of her daughter. Joanna was not the type of girl to go out much. She shrugged it off as paranoia. The girl was entitled to have friends. She just wasn't used to seeing Joanna so outgoing. It was good that she was finally starting to be more social, like her oldest and youngest siblings. She hoped the other two younger girls would follow suit. Joanna stepped out of the house. The cold air brushed her face, caressing her cheeks. She hurried down the steps and nearly collided with Mara Joy. She strutted, her chin held high, heels clicking on the pathway. As always, she wore a mink-trimmed coat with matching gloves and a delicate hat perched at an angle atop her glossy black hair. Her hairstyle, freshly done that day, expertly crafted in the latest style. Joanna stood back, feeling frumpy. She had spent an hour in front of the mirror trying to make herself look desirable. Constance had set her hair and brushed it out into an attractive wave, which greatly pleased her until she saw Mara Joy. Once again, she felt plain beside her sister. How could they be so different? Memories began to surface again. Memories of the night she and Constance sat listening in on the adults talking downstairs. The night of the reunion. Well, 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 Mara Joy appraised Joanna up and down. Joanna blushed, her memories quickly fading away. Why did she always have a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach whenever these memories surfaced? She couldn't even remember them fully. You clean up fairly nicely when you want to. Mara Joy opened her gold cigarette case and took out one of the long white cigarettes. It had been a gift from Chad the past Christmas. Where are you off to tonight? I hope your wayward friends don't lead you down the wrong road again. She inhaled and artfully blew smoke from her painted lips. Don't worry, I wouldn't do anything you would do. Joanna turned to leave. That won't leave you much fun now, will it? Joanna could hear her cackling behind her. Her heart started to pound, feeling guilty. Knock 'em dead, sister. Mara Joy hooted, still laughing behind her. Chad was outside waiting for Joanna when she arrived. A bottle of wine was already chilling on the little wicker coffee table with 2 empty wine glasses. He watched as she got off the bus, her feet hitting the pavement as she descended from the vehicle. Chad held his breath as she began walking towards him. She was lovely. She wore a simple light coat that shaped her lean figure, and she had done something different with her hair. He liked it. In fact, he liked everything about her appearance. Joanna smiled and waved when she spotted him. He grinned back and raised a hand, which held a smoke. He couldn't help himself. He was glad to see her. Good evening, sir, Joanna chimed. She noticed the wine in the glasses. Oh, what is this? Are you going to try and get me drunk again? She teased, lifting up the bottle and examining it. A girl could get herself into trouble that way.
She could she?
Chad came up behind her. She was flirting with him. What was this girl up to? Whatever it was, he couldn't help liking it, even though he knew he shouldn't. Yes, Joanna could feel Chad's presence behind her. Why don't you pour us a glass? She asked without turning around. Chad reached around her and grabbed for the bottle. His hand went over the top of hers. and he left it resting there, still holding the bottle.
"You're cold."
His voice had become husky. Her head was inches from Chad's face, and he could smell her scented hair. She leaned back, her back almost touching his chest. His hand still held hers. "Maybe you should warm me up." Joanna felt his hand squeeze hers tighter. She turned around, coming face to face with his. His eyes twinkled with uncertainty.
"Joanna?"
Chad still had his hand on hers, the bottle clutched between the two. "I mean, why don't we go inside tonight instead of staying out here?" She released the hold on the bottle, her hand burning from Chad's touch.
"I was thinking the same thing."
He coughed, grasping the cool bottle with both hands. "Of course you were," Joanna said gracefully. Comfortably seated inside, Joanna sipped her wine slowly, careful not to get intoxicated. The wine tasted good and gave her the courage she needed. He watched her closely, admiring her long, slender face and graceful neck. Her skin had a healthy color to it, as though she had been in the sun. It was golden and had a warmth to it.
"How is it that you and Mara Joy look so different?"
he asked, still staring at her. Joanna glanced at him beside her and relaxed on the couch, closing her eyes. "Are you saying you don't like the way I look?" She smiled, very well aware of his eyes on her.
"I definitely like your looks."
Joanna felt him move closer to her.
"It's just that you two are so different, both inside and out. It's like you didn't come from the same factory or something."
Her eyes fluttered open. Her heart started to race, and she felt panicky. Why was she feeling trepidation? She sat up and gulped down the remainder of her wine. "Don't be silly. Many siblings don't resemble each other. My grandparents are all dead, so I don't know what they looked like. But I am sure there is some deceased relative my sister resembles." She reached for the bottle. Chad got to it first and refilled her glass. She gulped back a healthy amount.
"That's true. She does look a lot like your uncle,"
Chad said as he refilled his glass. He hadn't thought Joanna would be so sensitive about the subject. "You know, I really don't feel like talking about my family right now," Joanna said, turning the conversation around. The mood had changed, and she was beginning to feel uneasy, as if she wanted to run away. "Let's talk of more pleasant things, shall we?"
"Like what?"
he asked, closing in on her.
"What would you like to talk about, Joanna?"
He slid his hand onto her knee, gently caressing her leg. Joanna eyed him cautiously. "What are you doing, brother-in-law?" she asked, eyeing him over her glass. Heat rushed to her face. This was too easy.
"I don't really know,"
he said, pulling back.
"All I know is I haven't been able to get you out of my mind since you were here last."
He stood up and walked around the spacious living room, wineglass in hand.
"I am very attracted to you, and this is dangerous."
He looked at her still face.
"You are lovely."
Chad turned away and looked at a picture of him and Mara Joy on their wedding day.
"I made the biggest mistake of my life that day,"
he said, more to himself than to her.
"Remember how you told me off?"
He chuckled and took a drink from his glass.
"The sad part is, you were right, partly. I was a slave to her beauty. It really was that simple. But it was more."
"The pregnancy?" Chad turned around, surprised.
"Yes, the pregnancy. The child who never was. The beginning of my nightmare."
He drained his glass and poured another drink.
You never think of the repercussions of adolescent lust. All I thought was that I was sleeping with the most popular girl in town. She was mine when everyone else wanted her. She was like a trophy, but I was a fool.
"How is that?" Joanna asked quietly, not enjoying what she heard. Her hands held her wineglass tightly, anchoring her in place.
Mara Joy is no one's trophy. You are her trophy, her toy, her puppet to do her bidding.
Chad's face had turned a deep red. His glass was empty again. He reached for the bottle, but it was drained dry. Joanna stood up and reached out her hand to him.
I feel so trapped with her, and I don't know how I can escape.
Chad's voice was choked, full of emotion, his face becoming a purplish red.
I can't even stand to look at her.
Joanna remained quiet, standing before Chad's turned back. She had no idea how tortured Chad's life had become. Feeling pity for him, she embraced his defeated frame. He easily fell into her arms and began to sob. He was larger than her, so she had to grip him firmly with her slim arms. His solid frame shook uncontrollably. They remained like that for a while, neither talking, just holding each other. Finally, Chad pulled gently away from Joanna's embrace.
I'm so sorry,
he said, embarrassed, wiping his eyes. His brown hair had fallen playfully onto his forehead. Joanna affectionately smoothed the hair back out of the way. Chad took her hand that touched his hair and kissed the underside of her palm. Electricity skyrocketed through her body.
You should stay away from me.
Chad breathed into her hand. Why is that? She whispered, her legs turning liquid under his hot breath.
I'm your sister's husband,
he said as he raised his lips to her wrist.
And I have been known to be unfaithful to her.
What are you suggesting? Hot lava flooded her veins.
I have no love for my wife, but I feel a great need to be near you.
He lifted his head and looked into Joanna's fevered face.
If you stay, I can't promise you anything.
Do I need promises? She ached to be in his arms.
You deserve promises.
Do you want me to go?
You are just a kid. I can't do this to you.
He grabbed her shoulder roughly. He wanted her, but how could he? Joanna savagely flung herself into his arms, embracing him with a passionate kiss. Chad's arms encircled her waist, snugly holding her in place. They melted into each other, starved for one another. Joanna unlocked her lips from his, panting. I am not a kid.
No, you are not,
he said, embracing her once again. Chad drove Joanna home, but he dropped her off a block from her house this time. They lingered, kissing one another for a few moments until Joanna had to pull away.
Will I see you next Friday?
He asked, feeling desperate. They had spent the evening kissing, talking, and touching. Never had he felt such a desire. But it was not just because he was so attracted to Joanna physically. He enjoyed her company as well. They had laughed a lot that evening and talked about many things they had in common. Yes, Joanna smiled through the open window at him. But I have to go before my parents kill me.
I will be counting the days.
Joanna blew him a kiss and spun away, her long hair flying out behind her like a banner of defiance. He watched her go, feeling his stomach clench with worry at the thought of where their recklessness would lead them. Fridays became a regular event. Each Friday, Joanna rushed into Chad's waiting arms, finding it harder and harder to pull away from him. Constance was becoming concerned for her sister. She didn't think Joanna realized it, but Joanna was falling in love with Chad. Constance was wrong. Joanna knew she was in love with Chad, and when she admitted it to herself, she knew she had to end her relationship with him. Love had never been part of the plan. In fact, she wished she had never started the plan in the first place. It had been stupid. Mara Joy was the one who was supposed to be broken-hearted, not her. Her sister didn't even know what was going on, All she knew was that her husband seemed cheerful lately, and she was too self-centered to think it could be Joanna who put a smile on her husband's face. Chad opened the front door, smiling broadly. Joanna stood in the rain, sobbing. Her face crumbled as he quickly scooped her into his arms.
"What's wrong, darling?"
he soothed, kissing her damp forehead. Joanna clutched his shirt, not wanting to let go of him. "This has got to stop, Chad," she cried harder.
"What? No, it doesn't. Please don't say that."
He began to panic. He couldn't stand losing Joanna. She was the only light in a life filled with darkness. "But it does," she said, looking up at him with a tear-streaked face. "I thought I could handle this. I thought I was in control of things, but I'm not."
"Joanna, I don't understand,"
he said, cupping her face with his hands. Instantly, Joanna tilted her head, allowing his fingers to caress the side of her cheek. This brought about fresh tears. She had to do this. It couldn't go on any longer. Her heart was breaking. "Understand? Chad, what is there not to understand? I can't be yours. You can't be mine." She buried her face in his shirt.
"But I am yours."
Joanna pulled away and walked into the living room. "Look around you, Chad." She opened her arms and waved them around the room. Everywhere you looked were signs of Mara Joy's presence. The house was decorated to her taste. Her things were everywhere. Her picture adorned every wall. In several of those pictures, she was with Chad. "You are not mine. You are hers." Joanna's body convulsed with sobs, her shoulders shaking and tears wetting her face. He stepped forward to take her in his arms again, but she pulled away, unable to accept his embrace. She felt her heart breaking with sorrow. How did she get herself into this mess? How could she have walked blindly into this nightmare, a nightmare she had purposely created? Chad attempted to console her, yet she resisted him. "No, please." She tried to wiggle out of his hold, but she became weak. It was too hard. The need for him was winning over her sense of logic.
"Listen."
He forcefully grabbed her shoulders, shaking her to attention. Tears fell from his eyes freely and without shame. The thought of losing Joanna terrified him.
"I don't love Mara Joy, but I do love you."
He forced his lips hard onto her eager ones. His tongue probed for hers, tasting the warmth of her mouth. She sobbed as he bent and kissed her eyes.
"Don't cry, my little one. Don't cry. I will always be here for you, always."
His hands scaled the side of her body until they reached her erect breasts. Within moments, he held them naked in his hands, caressing each as though it were a rare gem. Joanna arched her back, her body responding to Chad all on its own. She couldn't go back now. It was too late. "Make love to me, Chad." She grabbed his head to her, their bodies rising back and forth with each touch. "Make love to me, please. Give me one night to remember you by, to dream about when I am alone. Let me have you now, if I can't have you forever." Chad lifted her up and carried her to the fireplace. He gently laid her down and artfully removed her clothing.
"You are so beautiful,"
he sighed, gazing down at Joanna. She lay naked in the firelight, her hair fanned out behind her, long and graceful, sweet and innocent. Chad bent down into her waiting arms, and they melted together. They were like two pieces of the same puzzle, finally connected, finally back together.
"I can never have enough of you,"
Chad said through clenched teeth as he held her in his arms, wanting desperately to be one with her. Even though they were physically joined, he felt it was not enough. He pushed himself deeper and deeper inside of her. Joanna let out a cry of glory as she pushed Chad's buttocks harder with her legs.
"I love you. Damn it, I love you," he announced as he climaxed.
Joanna withered as bolt after bolt of her own satisfaction released. "I love you too," she panted, unable to contain her emotions.
"Don't go away, Joanna. Please don't leave me."
He propped himself up on his elbows, taking in her silhouette, the curves of her body comforting and inviting beneath him. His voice was soft but determined as he said,
"I can't be without you. I don't want to."
There were tears in his eyes as he spoke every truthful word. She extended her arm, fingertips barely grazing the warm curves of his toned chest. Wrapping her hand around the back of his neck, she tugged him closer and breathed in deeply, inhaling his scent that was now so familiar. "Nothing will ever keep me away from you," she whispered before their lips met. He collapsed into her embrace, his trembling arms wrapping around her neck. She felt the heat of his breath on her neck as he held on to her desperately. Their heavy breathing filled the room, only interrupted by the loud ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece, which seemed to speed up with every passing second, counting down the time left to them. Chapter 34. Once they had a taste of each other, Joanna and Chad couldn't have enough. They met whenever they could, not settling for just Friday nights. And they met everywhere, taking little care to avoid getting caught. It was obvious to anyone who saw them that they were in love. Their eyes were always locked in a dreamy expression, oblivious to anyone around them. Only a fool couldn't see what was going on. Constance gave up warning Joanna. She knew her sister was head over heels, and although she disapproved of Joanna's love affair with Chad, she couldn't stop it. Their romance lasted for a year. The sun sparkled off the steel railings of the rooftop restaurant, and the warm summer breeze carried with it the sweet aroma of jasmine. Mara Joy and her red-headed friend Lauren were seated across from each other at their favorite outdoor cafe, chattering away and enjoying their lunch, a ritual they had kept up every Wednesday for years. "What is it, Lauren?" Mara Joy said, annoyed with her friend as she picked at her salad. She pushed it aside, disgusted. "We should really eat somewhere else. This place is turning into a dump." Lauren laughed nervously and lit a cigarette. She offered one to Mara Joy, who took it willingly, lighting up. She inhaled, squinting her eyes at Lauren. They had somehow managed to stay friends, although Mara Joy didn't particularly care for Lauren much as a person. She was flighty and tended to get on her nerves, but somehow she felt obligated to her. "What's up? You have been chomping at the bit all afternoon to tell me something. Spill it before you burst," Mara Joy demanded, inhaling deeply. She shouldn't be so hard on Lauren, but the girl made it easy to do so. Lauren was jittery. She wanted to tell Mara Joy she knew about Chad and Joanna. She wanted to hurt the self-righteous bitch, but she couldn't help but be afraid of the black-haired devil. "I've been hearing things." Lauren puffed on her cigarette, shaking. She tried to appear calm, her body trembling as she forced a smile. Mara Joy quirked an eyebrow and smirked, her eyes narrowing in suspicion and amusement. Could Lauren have actually figured out she was having an affair with her boyfriend? No, they were discreet, as she was with all her friends' husbands and boyfriends. It was a game with Mara Joy. She enjoyed taking her friends' men to bed. They always went willingly into her arms and begged her constantly for more. Once she became tired of them, she dumped them, knowing it was she they desired when they went back to their wives, with their tails between their legs. But she wasn't interested in the weak rascals. Some had been a nuisance, wanting to leave their wife or girlfriend for her. She had no intentions of leaving Chad. Chad was the man she married, even if he didn't perform like he should anymore. It was a mystery. She had always been able to lure him into her bed, but now he would have nothing to do with her. He actually avoided her as much as possible. Everything she did to try and entice him ended up in failure. It had been a long time since they had been together as man and wife, and it was beginning to upset her. "I have heard some things about Chad." Lauren paused, preparing to spill the news. She wanted to hurt Chad for dumping her a year ago when she had been one of Chad's lovers. That was until Joanna entered the picture. He left Lauren without a word of explanation, and the humility of it enraged her. He walked around town with that girl as though he didn't care if they were caught. He had never done that with Lauren. Never. "What are you trying to say, Lore?" Mara Joy didn't look impressed as she sucked back on her cigarette. "He's been seen with your sister Joanna a lot lately. Actually, for some time." Lauren took a deep breath. The words were out. She quickly shoved a fork full of salad into her mouth. Mara Joy looked shocked. Joanna and Chad? It couldn't be true. Or could it? "Are you trying to say that my husband and sister are sleeping with each other?" She laughed, composing herself. She wouldn't let Lauren know how much the news had affected her. "Well..." Lauren felt embarrassed as she swallowed her lettuce whole. Maybe she was wrong, but it didn't seem likely. Besides, Lauren of all people knew Chad was not faithful to his wife. If he could cheat on Mara Joy with her best friend, why couldn't he do so with her sister, too? "Lore, Joanna is Chad's sister-in-law. They have a right to see each other." Mara Joy laughed again, tossing back her dark hair casually. "That doesn't mean they are lovers. They're family, for Christ's sake." "It's just that people are talking, Mar." Lauren looked around, eyeing the other occupants of the restaurant. "Oh..." Mara Joy leaned over the table, their eyes locked. Mara Joy's were ice blue and cold. Corruption lurked behind her orbs. "People talk a lot, don't they, Lauren? They talk all the time about all sorts of people. People like..." She shrugged her shoulders. Lauren sat back in her chair, blushing. She knew that look in Mara Joy's eyes. "Take, for example, your parents. Why, just the other day, I heard those same people talk about your mother again." "Stop it." She was aware of what people said about her mother. She didn't need to hear it from Mara Joy. "All right, you're right. Chad is not seeing Joanna." "Well, to believe people who talk about my husband, Lauren, really. These are the same people who call your mother how do I put this kindly? A pussy licker." Mara Joy relished making Lauren suffer. The other girl sat open-mouthed, stunned, and unable to say a word. "And your father..." Mara Joy leaned back, admiring her long painted nails, not caring if her voice was heard by anyone else in the restaurant. "They say he's a child molester." "My father is not a child molester." Lauren looked at her half-eaten plate of food, ruined. Why had she foolishly thought she could somehow knock Mara Joy off her high horse? Hadn't she learned after all these years that she was no match for her? "Well, people say he has been going to Millie's place, and we all know Millie runs a whorehouse. They say he only wants the sweetest and youngest of the lot. Pays big bucks, I hear." "Stop it," Lauren interrupted, grasping the table hard. "I was only being a friend and telling you what I heard. I'd think you would want to clear up all the rumors." She lit another cigarette and tried not to look at Mara Joy's cold eyes. I know. You were just trying to be a good friend," Mara Joy said sarcastically. She could see through Lauren so easily. She was an easy target. Too easy. It wasn't even fun. "Let's forget we ever had this conversation." Mara Joy reached across the table and placed a comforting hand on Lauren's shaking one. "All right," she soothed. Lauren nodded, not saying anything. "Chad adores me. He would never make love to anyone but me," Mara Joy said sincerely. Lauren's face bobbed up in surprise. Visions of Chad's naked body covering hers filtered into her mind. Looking Mara Joy straight in the face, Lauren, her body illuminating, smiled. "Of course he wouldn't." Joanna lay on her little bed in the room she shared with Constance and Pauline. She wiped away the tears that fell freely down her cheeks. It finally was really over. They had gone too far this time. Earlier that day, she had taken a bus to another town. Under a false name, with a cheap wedding band on her finger, she had gone to a doctor to confirm her fears. She was pregnant. "Oh, Chad!" she cried out loud. There was no fear of being heard. The entire family was out of the house for a change. "What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I am such a fool, such a damn stupid fool." She buried her face deep into the folds of her pillow and sobbed. "Joanna!" She bolted up straight, startled by the sound of the voice outside her door. It was Mara Joy, and she sounded furious. "Joanna!" Mara Joy pounded on the door. "You let me in this instant!" "Go away!" she sobbed. She couldn't take facing her sister at that moment. She was the reason Chad and Joanna would never be together. Once again, it was her who destroyed any happiness Joanna had. Mara Joy threw open the door, her hands rested on her tiny waist, legs braced apart. A volcano ready to erupt. Her black hair frizzed madly around her face, and her steel eyes burned with hate. "Get out of here!" Joanna screamed hysterically, waving at the door. "Get out of here! Not until you tell me the truth, you hussy!" Mara Joy heaved, ready to pounce on the crumbled form collapsed on the bed. "Are you sleeping with my husband? Leave me alone!" Joanna screamed, unable to deal with Mara Joy on top of everything else. The world as she knew it was coming apart. Everything was crashing down around her. "Get out of my room, you bitch!" Mara Joy jumped back. Her face had gone crimson in anger. Never had she felt such rage. "You called me a bitch! You don't even have the decency to sit there and lie about it, do you?" She was no longer yelling, but the venom in her voice was much more poisonous. "You filthy slut! How can you call yourself a sister? You are not my sister!" Joanna hurled out unintentionally. She covered her mouth, shocked by what she was saying. The memories started flooding her mind. Oliver telling her parents to take care of his little girl. The constant confusion over Oliver's resemblance to Mara Joy. How Mara Joy was the only child out of 5 who didn't take after anyone in the family. Except, that is, Oliver. And Oliver mentioning Mara Joy's name. How some woman would have liked it. What was her name? Tamara. She killed herself and left her daughter to be raised by Alan and Jobeth. Mara Joy, the child who brought her parents together. They must have married so they could give Mara Joy a proper home. It all made sense now. Why had she not seen it before? Mara Joy was not Joanna's sister. Not even Joanna wanted to believe that. "Stop it!" Mara Joy stormed. "That is not even funny to joke about. You may hate me all you want, but I will always be your sister." "No, you are not," Joanna said soberly. She stared off into space, the web of lies unraveling. "You are not my sister, Constance's sister, Pauline's sister, or even Alan Michael's sister." Joanna wiped her hair away from her wet face. "You are no one's sister. You were born a bastard. Your real mother killed herself and left you with Ma and Pa to take care of. I heard them all talk." She began to laugh, beside herself with emotion. "You are nuts. You don't know what you heard." Mara Joy was no longer yelling. She was too stunned for words. "Oh, but I do know. I heard them talking to your real father." A tear rolled down Joanna's cheek, and she looked at Mara Joy's ghostly white face. She felt sick to her stomach as she continued. There was no going back now. It was too late to take back her excruciating words. "He told Ma and Pa not to tell you about him, that it was better if you knew him like the rest of us knew him." "Stop it!" Mara Joy covered her ears with her hands and stomped her foot. "I don't want to hear any more of your lies." "And you know how we saw him, Mara Joy? We saw him as our uncle." "No, please don't," Mara Joy begged, agony escaping her throat from deep within her soul as she grasped her ears tight, shaking her head. "Uncle Oliver." "It's not true," Mara Joy wailed, running to strike Joanna. "Why are you being so cruel?" Joanna held back Mara Joy's hands as she tried in vain to strike her. "It is true," Joanna raged, full of fury for all the times Jobeth paid more attention to Mara Joy than her. Her mother loved another woman's child more than she loved her own. "Ask them, Mara Joy. Ask my mother and father to show you your mother's suicide letter." Joanna couldn't believe the words that flew from her mouth. Suddenly, everything she had ever overheard her parents say was crystal clear in her memory. "This isn't true. You are just trying to hurt me." Mara Joy collapsed on the bed beside Joanna and whimpered quietly, her head hanging low, overcome with grief. Joanna had never seen Mara Joy so destroyed, not even when she lost the baby. "Get out of here," Joanna said softly, devoid of emotion. "Get out of my room and my life and stay out. You have ruined enough lives." Mara Joy wiped real tears away from her eyes. She didn't want Joanna to see her crying. "I'll find out the truth." Mara Joy stood up straight and glared down at the crumbled form of Joanna. She looked as bad as Mara Joy felt. Both their faces were red and wet, and their eyes were puffy from crying. "I'll find out from our parents. Do you hear me? Our parents." Mara Joy's sudden outburst caused Joanna to jump. She began to feel cold at the very root of her being. "And then my main goal in life will be to pay you back for the pain you have caused me. If you thought your life was ruined now, just wait, dear sister. When I am through with you, Joanna, you will wish you were dead." And she was gone like a ball of blazing fire. A frigid finger traced up Joanna's spine, causing her skin to break into a minefield of goosebumps. She believed Mara Joy. She believed every word she said. "It wasn't supposed to be like this," she screamed into her pillow. "It wasn't supposed to be like this." Mortified, she sat up. Mara Joy was probably headed home to confront Chad. Joanna jumped out of bed and headed to the kitchen. She had to tell him that she had destroyed his wife's life in more ways than one. Chad answered shortly after Joanna dialed his number. In a shaky voice, she said his name. "Joanna, what is wrong?" he asked, concerned. She sounded frantic. "I need to see you right away, now."
"What is wrong? Tell me." His voice was urgent with worry.
"I can't on the phone. I'm leaving now." She proceeded to tell him where to meet her. Within 10 minutes, he was dressed and in the car. Joanna was already waiting when he pulled up to the little park. Jumping out of the car, he ran to her and embraced her tightly. She was beside herself, on the verge of hysteria, and it didn't seem like she could stop.
"Hun."
He caressed her hair.
"Sweet Joanna, what is wrong?"
"She knows about us," Joanna blurted out through her tears. There was no point in beating around the bush.
"What?"
First panic, then relief flooded Chad. If Mara Joy knew, maybe she would divorce him, and he could be with Joanna properly, like it should be. "I said terrible things to her, horrible things," Joanna continued telling him the details of what had transpired between the two sisters. She explained how all the things she had overheard as a child suddenly surfaced and how she had blurted them out to an unsuspecting Mara Joy. "I am a monster for what I have done. I thought I would enjoy the day I obliterated my Mara Joy. All I feel is ashamed." She rubbed her raw face against Chad's shirt.
"Everything will turn out all right. You'll see."
Chad cradled the woman he loved in his arms, not caring who saw them. Joanna frowned. "That isn't the only thing, Chad."
"What else could there be?"
"I don't know how to tell you this, but—" She pulled away from him, not daring to look at his reaction. "I'm pregnant." Chad's mouth dropped. Joanna faced him. "I am going to have your baby." His hands ran through his brown hair, and he stared down at his feet.
"Oh, God,"
he whispered. "Chad," Joanna began to sob. Could he really hate her for ruining his life? Did he think he was having a repeat performance from yet another Benson sister? Mara Joy didn't need to worry about ruining Joanna's life. The look in Chad's eyes had done it.
Baby?"
he asked in disbelief.
"My child."
"I won't force you to do anything. Don't worry. I'll leave you and your life forever. You will never have to worry about me again." Joanna sobbed, her face a crumbled mess.
"My God, what are you saying, Joanna?"
He pulled her back to him and gripped her arms tightly.
"Don't you remember me telling you that I loved you? You, and only you. I want to be with you. I want you to be my wife."
"How?" Joanna yelled, pulling away from him. It was all pointless.
"We are leaving."
He reached for her arm and started for the car. "Leaving?" Joanna was confused. "Where?"
"I don't know where. All I know is that I want to divorce Mara Joy and marry you. You are the only woman I have ever wanted to marry. I never loved or wanted Mara Joy as a wife."
"But where will we go? By now, Mara Joy has probably told my parents what I said and did to her, and once they find out about the baby—" They were nearly back at the car. Joanna stopped in her tracks, causing Chad to stop suddenly.
"Get in the car,"
he said, taking control. "But Chad—"
"Do you trust me?"
he asked, turning and meeting Joanna full in the face. "Always," she replied, a ripple of emotion running through her body.
"Then trust that everything will be all right, as long as we are together. We are leaving now, and we are not coming back."
He squeezed her fingers lightly before releasing them, stepping back and opening the car door. Joanna nodded solemnly and stepped inside, not looking back as Chad drove away. Chapter 35.
"I won't believe it,"
Alan said, running his hands roughly through his graying hair. His back was facing Jobeth, who held Mara Joy in her arms, hugging her tight to her chest. "Believe it, Alan," Jobeth snapped. "Joanna has stolen our daughter's husband." Alan looked at his wife, unable to close his ears to the poisonous venom in her voice. Mara Joy sat up from her mother's embrace, her face streaked with tears. "Papa?" She didn't want to ask the question eating at her heart, but she had to. Jobeth, as though feeling Mara Joy's apprehension, placed a protective arm around her shoulder.
"Yes, what is it?"
Alan asked, unable to handle what was happening to his family. His precious Joanna. Could it be true? Could she have really done this to Mara Joy? He felt instant anger for the boy, Chad. He must have seduced her, just as he had done to Mara Joy years before. Joanna was still such a child, still innocent to the world, but he liked her that way. He wanted his children to be blind to how cruel it could be. Hadn't he and Jobeth been through enough of the ugliness of the world? Wasn't it enough that their children could be spared? He gazed at Mara Joy's appearance. She was shattered. He knew his daughter was no angel, but was tough and seasoned. His heart felt like breaking, seeing her so destroyed. It took a lot to knock Mara Joy down, and he found it hard to believe that what Joanna and Chad had done could do it all alone. "She said some things." Mara Joy raised her courage. She had to know the truth. Too many of the horrible things Joanna said made her think. She looked at her father. He was the only one who would be truthful with her. Her mother would never say anything to hurt her. Jobeth was always there to protect Mara Joy, even if it meant hiding the truth. She took a deep breath. There was no point in postponing the inevitable. "Mara Joy, forget it," Jobeth piped in, grabbing hold of her arm. "Mama, stop," she chided, pulling away while still looking at her father. Her eyes begged him for honesty. "Papa, please, I need to know the truth. The things Joanna said, they make sense, and that is what frightens me." Her hands flew to her face, unable to bear the truth. Alan went to his daughter and pulled her up into his arms. Holding firmly, he asked what could possibly be eating her up. "Joanna said, 'I am not your daughter,'" she blurted. She had said it. It was out. The silence that followed was suffocating. Mara Joy held her breath, but from the look on Alan's face, as it crumpled in resignation, she knew. It was true. It was all true. The two people she had loved all her life as her parents were, in fact, not even related to her.
"Mara Joy, we should have told you. You had a right to know."
"Alan!"
Jobeth stood up in protest. "Jobeth, no. We should have been honest from the beginning." His throat tightened, making his voice crack. His wife shrank away from him, a look of horror plastered on her pale face. Alan averted his eyes from the ravaged woman. He would lie no more to his daughter.
"Alan, please," Jobeth implored, reaching out and grabbing his arm. He pulled his arm away, ignoring the woman he loved, something he had never done before. Mara Joy stood frozen, her chest heaving with sobs. Her fists clenched tight as she listened to the only man she had ever known as her father. She could hear his voice, but it sounded distant, as if she were listening through a tunnel. Nothing seemed real. Her reality was shattered.
"You were not born to your mother and me."
"No, it can't be true," she sobbed, her hands covering her ears.
"I should have known this day would come. It was wrong of us to keep this a secret from you. But you see, we did it because you are our daughter." He brought Mara Joy into his embrace,
and held her trembling body protectively close to his chest.
You are our daughter, as much as the other children are. I know it was wrong, but in our hearts, you were ours and ours alone. Do you understand that?
He cupped her face. His rough thumbs rubbed her cheeks.
Ours alone. No one was going to take you from us. No one.
Pappy? Who? Mara Joy looked up into Alan's watery gaze. Her blue eyes, wet and red-rimmed, stood out on her pale face. Alan held her close, clutching her to him with desperation. He wanted to keep her safe from the truth and shield her from the ache it brought to her heart. His little girl, his precious little girl.
I am so sorry, my darling. We were so afraid of losing you. You were such an instrument of love in our lives. If it wasn't for the love we felt for you and the desire to give you a loving and nurturing home, your mother—"
He looked at the shattered Jobeth, who sat lifelessly, not looking at the two—"and I might never have been. The day you entered our lives, our future was sealed, and it has been the life we have always dreamed of." Alan grasped Mara Joy's head between his strong hands.
Do you understand that, Mara Joy? You may not be our child of blood and bone, but you are the child of our hearts. You are the reason our family came to be. You are the heart of us.
Mara Joy nodded, feeling warm and secure in Alan's arms. He was the only man she could never deceive or trick. He was the only man she knew who loved her completely. It was a love that was simple and pure, the love a father has for his dearly cherished daughter. She had always felt it from both her parents, and still felt it, stronger than ever. "Papa, who are the people?" It was hard for her to ask. She could feel her mother's anxiety behind her, but she had to know. "Who are my birth parents?"
They were both good friends of ours,
Alan began. It was time to air out the closet. He thought of Tamara. Mara Joy was so like her in spirit. Sometimes when he looked at Mara Joy from behind when she rambled on, bent out of shape about something, her black curly hair so like Tamara's flaming down her back, he couldn't believe how much she resembled the woman who had given birth to her. But as soon as she turned around, it was Oliver that dominated Mara Joy's features.
"Tamara,"
he began. Jobeth sat defeated, her head clasped in her hands. There was no point in fighting Alan anymore. He was determined to tell Mara Joy the truth. All she had done to keep the secret of Mara Joy's paternity was in vain. Her precious daughter stood silently listening as Alan began the long story of how she came to be. He left out nothing. Mara Joy was a grown woman who wanted answers, and Alan was there to give them. He told her how Tamara's life had been and how she was as a person. He knew so much more than Jobeth. She had only known Tamara briefly, whereas Alan had known her long before he met Jobeth. He laughed with Mara Joy when recalling her birth mother's spunk she had inherited. And he told her about Oliver. Leaving nothing out, he told her how Oliver had stood back to let Alan and Jobeth raise her. He explained in kind words how Oliver had never abandoned her. He just didn't want to take her from the only home she had known.
He knew how important you were and still are to us. That is all that mattered. You were our daughter, not his anymore,
Alan said. They all sat around the kitchen table drinking coffee. It had been hours since they began talking. The three were exhausted from the exertion of raw emotion. Alan looked at the time on his watch. The other children were staying away, hiding in their rooms, trying to avoid notice. It was obvious that the three in the kitchen shouldn't be interrupted. Alan wondered when Joanna would be home and another explosion would take place. He had to get to the bottom of this mess. He loved Joanna, but was greatly disappointed in her at the moment. "I hope you can forgive us for keeping this from you." Jobeth reached across the table and held on to Mara Joy's hand. "I could never hate either of you." Mara Joy felt the ball of emotion choke her again. She inhaled deeply, feeling lighter from the conversation. But there was still the matter of Joanna to deal with. At least she had Alan and Jobeth on her side. "I need you both so much now that it looks like my sister has betrayed me with my husband." Jobeth stiffened. "We are here for you, Mara Joy. We are always here for you." Alan sat back in his chair. A cold shiver went up his spine. He watched as Jobeth soothed Mara Joy, who had again broken into fresh tears. He would be there for Mara Joy, to comfort and help her heal her wounds from this ordeal, but he wouldn't choose between her and Joanna. He would not abandon one daughter for the other, not even for Jobeth. Alan received a letter a month after Joanna disappeared. It was addressed to him only. His heart pounded as he ripped open the envelope. He'd been sick with worry since Joanna ran off with Chad. He stood outside in front of the mailbox and sighed with relief as he stared down at the familiar handwriting. Trembling, he read the words his daughter left for him. "Dear Papa, I am sorry for the pain and trouble I have caused. To know I have disappointed you will be my cross to bear in life. I cannot excuse what I have done, but I also cannot deny my love for Chad any longer. Papa, I know we should never have let this happen, but it did. We love each other. Please, if you cannot understand, could you find it in your heart to one day forgive me? I know Mama never will. Tell Constance and Pauline I love them, and when I am settled, I will write and tell you how I am doing. Please forgive me, Papa. I said some awful things to Mara Joy that I wish I hadn't. For everything that has happened, she is still my sister, and I should never have said the things I did. I regret it terribly. Love, your daughter, Joanna. P.S. Tell Mama I love her, and I am sorry. I know it will not be enough for what I have done to her daughter, but still, please tell her for me." Alan folded the letter and walked slowly back into the house. Jobeth was doing the dishes in the sink. Her back straightened stiffly as he spoke.
"I got a letter from Joanna,"
he said, clutching the paper in his hand. Jobeth dropped the glass she was washing into the soapy water. Her hand froze midair. Joanna was safe. Her shoulders sagged with relief. The weight of worrying and wondering what happened to her child was finally lifted. Alan came up from behind and placed his hands on her slumped shoulders, knowing only too well how she felt.
"She says she loves you,"
he said, circling her waist with his arms. Jobeth relaxed into the folds of his chest. She'd been so sick with worry. Not just for Mara Joy, who was a mental basket case after all that had happened, but for Joanna, too. She had been gone for a month without a word. Jobeth had no idea what had happened to her.
"She says she is sorry and wants us to forgive her."
Jobeth stiffened. Forgiveness was something altogether different. She thought of Mara Joy visiting with Oliver and Shauna, trying to figure out who she was now that the secret of her birth was out. Her daughter was with Oliver, and Mara Joy wanted answers only he could give her. It wasn't fair. Mara Joy was her child, So what if Oliver contributed to bringing her into this world? It was Jobeth and Alan who had raised her. Suddenly, she felt angry. This wouldn't have happened if Joanna had kept her mouth shut and hadn't stolen Mara Joy's husband away. Mara Joy would be home with her, not with Oliver, confused and wanting to figure out who she was now that she knew he was her father. "I don't want to hear that name in my presence again," she said coolly, her back becoming rigid.
"She is still our child."
Alan pulled away, still staring at his wife's back. Jobeth abruptly turned around with a look that frightened Alan. After what she has done to this family, she wants forgiveness after destroying everything? Now that she has gotten what she wanted with no regard for the people she hurt? "No, I can't forgive that," Jobeth said with steel in her words. Alan walked away without saying a word. There was no arguing with Jobeth at the moment. Yes, what Joanna did was terribly wrong, but she was still their daughter. Jobeth needed time to forgive, and with time she would forgive, if not forget. He hoped. Mara Joy lay alone in her bed, screaming into her pillow, her rage bubbling over. Beside her lay the crumpled divorce papers Chad's lawyer had sent her. The words were burnt into her mind. Chad wanted a divorce so he could make a life with Joanna and their unborn child. Unborn child. She lay back on her bed, clutching her heart, her mouth open in a silent scream. Tears streamed down her face without stopping. Joanna was having Chad's baby, the baby she was supposed to have. Joanna, her sister, had taken everything that meant anything to Mara Joy. Chad, his children, and her parents. Basically, Joanna had assumed her identity. She rolled over and grabbed a Kleenex from the end table. She blew her red, tender nose and tossed the soiled tissue, not caring where it fell. There were many such tissues littering the floor. One more would make no difference. No difference at all. What were a few snotty rags on the floor compared to being betrayed by her own sister? Mara Joy began to laugh through her tears. Her sister! What a joke! Joanna wasn't her sister, after all. The family she thought was hers wasn't. She was Oliver's daughter. Oliver and a dead prostitute. A heavy weight descended down on her, crushing the living spirit out of her. How would she live through this? She thought back to her stay with Oliver and Shauna. She had visited them several months earlier, wanting answers. Oliver and Shauna prepared for her arrival and opened their doors with loving arms. Oliver tried to explain why he stood aside and kept quiet about Mara Joy's true heritage. Still, all Mara Joy could see was the daughter he had with Shauna seated happily on his lap, the daughter he didn't abandon. Mara Joy sniffed and sat up, rubbing away the tears in her eyes. Anger fueled her once again. Images of a woman with the same black hair as her filled her mind. What was her mother like? Oliver said he loved her, but why would her birth mother leave him? It didn't make any sense if they loved each other so much. She leaned over the bed again and opened the end table drawer. She rummaged around until she found her cigarette case. She opened it up, took out one of her long cigarettes, and quickly lit it. Breathing deeply, she wrestled with all that had happened. She wasn't Ellen and Jobeth's daughter, but the bastard child of a prostitute who killed herself rather than raise Mara Joy. And Joanna had stolen Chad out from under her eyes. Now she was going to have Chad's child, the child Mara Joy would never have. Tears threatened to surface again, but Mara Joy sucked deeply from her cigarette. She wouldn't be defeated. Some way, somehow, she would live through this. Joanna wouldn't get the best of her. She stood up and looked at her reflection in the mirror of her vanity. Her blue eyes were puffy and red-rimmed. Oliver's eyes. She shook her head, pushing back her black, kinky hair. She may look like Oliver and Tamara's child, but she was Alan and Jobeth's daughter. They were the only people who hadn't betrayed her. She reached for a tube of lipstick and sat down at the vanity. Putting her cigarette in a nearby ashtray, she began to apply the red color to her full lips. Just the motion of applying her makeup made her feel stronger. Forget about Oliver. He was no one to her. She had her parents, and nothing was going to change that, not even the truth about her birth. He had his own family, and she had hers. His children were not her siblings. Constance, Pauline, and Alan Michael were. Even Joanna. Her lips trembled, thinking again of Joanna pregnant with Chad's child. Yes, even Joanna. As much as she hated her, Joanna was her sister, which made what she had done to Mara Joy even more despicable. She was no saint, but she wouldn't have hurt Joanna the way she had been broken. She put the lipstick down, took a drag of her cigarette, and looked at her reflection. Things were different now. Joanna would suffer the same pain she caused her. How she would do it was another question yet unanswered. Chapter 36. I am so frightened, Joanna said, sitting in the front seat, twisting her hands in her lap. Chad looked over at her as he drove and smiled. They were finally doing it. They were going home. Don't be, honey. He patted her lap and looked back at the road. The car was loaded down with their belongings. The two children in the back of the car were busily counting the unfortunate dead animals that the oncoming traffic had struck. Besides, Mara Joy can't still be mad after all these years. My God, we were never happily married together anyway. Do you remember my sister at all? Joanna's eyebrows rose in amusement. You can guarantee she is still royally peeved. Besides, it's not her I'm worried about. It's Ma and Pa and the other girls. Joanna placed her hand on Chad's lap. It was warm and familiar. After more than 7 years together, she still felt as though they were falling in love for the first time. I left so abruptly without a word to anyone. My poor parents must have been devastated. They didn't even know about you, Chad. They loved you before. They will love you again. He reached for her hand on his lap. Did I ever tell you how much I love you? Yes. She smiled softly, placing her head on his shoulder. It had all been worth it. Loving Chad meant losing her family, but she had gained so much in return. But I never get tired of hearing it. She beamed out the window as she watched the trees zoom by, blending into one green blurb. I love you, Mommy and Daddy, Jenna's musical voice sang from behind them. The blonde-haired 7-year-old sat up closer so she could see her parents better, her green eyes twinkling. Me too! Me too! 5-year-old Charles pushed his sister out of the way, wanting to be the center of attention. His brown hair, so like his father's, was tasseled on his smooth forehead. Joanna looked at her two children, amazed. She still couldn't believe these two beauties were made from their love. Charlie, stop it! Jenna shoved back. Mommy, tell him to quit pushing me. Joanna reached over the seat and put a gentle hand on her young son's arm. Charles sat back, crossing his arms angrily over his chest. At least I have this family, Joanna replied, smiling warmly at the boy's resemblance to his father. You will have your other family, too, Chad reassured, not taking his eyes off the road. They reached Chad's parents' house and were greeted with hugs and kisses. Alexandria and Neil Willis were ecstatic to have their son and his family home with them. They loved the children and were beside themselves with happiness, knowing that they would be able to take part in their lives as they continued to grow up. "Well, look at her," Alex huffed in disbelief, standing in the open doorway. She placed her hands on her round hips and chuckled. Jenna, not being a shy girl, was tugging her own suitcase up the stairs of her grandparents' house. Elbowing her thin husband in the ribs, Alex said with adoration, "Neil, can you believe this little one?" "Hello, grandmother," Jenna said through strained teeth as she carried her suitcase diligently up each step. "It's me, Jenna." "I see that," Alex replied, her ample chest puffing out like a hen. She, too, was not shy, and she could see herself in her granddaughter. "Neil, have you ever seen such green eyes? Who does she look like?" "My mommy tells me I look like my Aunt Constance," Jenna said with pride as she reached the top of the steps. "She said when I was born, I had a tuft of blonde hair on my head, and so she said to Daddy, 'That is my sister's hair, and that is why my middle name is Constance, after my aunt, who I never met before, but I look like her.'" Jenna sighed and caught her breath. "My, your aunt must be beautiful," Alex laughed. She knew who Constance was, and Jenna was right. She did look like her. "I don't know if she is or not because I have never met her. Mommy moved away with Daddy and has never seen her since." Joanna came up behind Jenna, petting her soft hair as the girl stood solemnly clutching her suitcase. "All right, Motormouth, let's get inside before you talk your grandmother's ear off," Joanna said, easing Jenna on. "Well, Jenna, the name is appropriate," Alex said. "I, too, was named after a relative. My great-grandmother, Granny, as I called her. It would make me very happy if you and your brother called me Granny." Charles had just come up the stairs, followed by Chad. "What is your real name, Granny?" Jenna asked, her sea-green eyes dancing. The plump woman already adored her granddaughter. It amused her how spunky Jenna was. She reminded Alex of herself. She had never been one to keep a closed lip, either. "Alexandria," she smiled. "I like the name Alexandria. I'm going to name my daughter after you, Granny." "Oh my, aren't you just precious? Neil, have you ever seen such a child?" Alex said, clutching her chest tightly. Short and balding, Neil just smiled back at his wife. He was a quiet man, not prone to many words, but this child made him want to laugh. Alex had indeed met her match.
"She is a pistol, Alex, and look at our grandson. He is the spitting image of his father," Neil said while patting Charles on the head. Charles looked up at his grandfather with delight written all over his face. He liked it when people told him he looked like his dad. It made him feel like a man. A warm feeling washed over Joanna's entire body. Chad's family was so kind and inviting. She watched as they talked with the older Willises. Chad stood proudly beside his children, a hand on either shoulder. They were the apples of his eye, his prized possessions, she chuckled to herself. After all these years, she still felt like her love for Chad was just a dream. Never had she been loved so wholly and completely. And the children were such a blessing, two precious gifts she was able to give the man she loved. How Chad loved the children. It was a shame to think he had almost lost his chance at fatherhood. Joanna pushed those thoughts out of her head. Chad was not Mara Joy's husband anymore, and hadn't been for a long time. He was her husband and the father of her children. That was a fact. The image of her parents' faces invaded her consciousness. Her love for Chad had made her lose her parents, the children's grandparents. A ball formed in the back of Joanna's throat, thick as molasses. Could her parents ever forgive her? It had been so long since she devastated their lives with her actions. Could they forgive her not only for loving Chad,
but also for revealing their secret about Mara Joy. She wrung her hands together nervously and averted her eyes from the people on the porch. She was wrapped in guilt. How could she have ever told Mara Joy about her parentage? It hadn't been her place to do so, and it was something she would never forgive herself for doing. As much as she knew for certain that Mara Joy was not her biological sister, she also knew she was her sister in every way that mattered. Joanna had long ago forgiven Mara Joy for how she had treated her all her life. She only wondered if Mara Joy could forgive her for taking Chad away and revealing her dark past. Her sister's final words to Joanna filled her mind, and a cold shiver ran up her spine. Deep inside her soul, Joanna knew Mara Joy wouldn't forgive her for what she had done. It had been too raw and too painful. She had wanted to hurt Mara Joy terribly, and she did. And it was too late to take it back now. The following day, dressed in a light yellow spring dress that enhanced the green of her eyes, Joanna stood on the front porch, looking sweet and elegant. "Wish me luck," she said to her husband, who stood in front of the door admiring her.
Are you sure you don't want me to come with you?
"No, it's best that I go alone," she replied. "I don't want to add insult to injury. Let me face them alone first and see if I am accepted before I bring you and the children to them." Chad nodded, leaning over and giving Joanna a lingering kiss.
"If you need me, I'm here,"
he said, touching her light brown hair. It was shoulder length now, and set in a soft wave going away from her face. "I know," she said, touching the hand on her hair. "You always are."
"You don't owe anyone for your happiness, Joanna."
She nodded, holding back tears, knowing that it wasn't entirely true. She owed Mara Joy.
"You don't have to do this,"
Chad called behind her. Joanna looked over her shoulder back at the house. He stood anxiously in the open door. The children suddenly appeared behind his legs. They waved frantically at their mother and called out their goodbyes. "Yes, I do," she said firmly and blew her family a kiss. It was a short drive to Constance's house. Alexandria had informed Joanna with as much information about her family as she could. Constance was now married and lived with her husband and 2-year-old son only a few blocks from her in-laws. She pulled into the driveway, stopped the car, and took another deep gulp for courage. Would Constance understand? She exited the car and pushed her skirt flat on her legs, pressing the wrinkles out. She'd taken great care that morning in choosing her clothes and hoped she had done herself justice. Joanna called Constance on the night of their arrival. Her older sister's voice filled Constance with joy and confusion as she tightened her hand around the receiver. She couldn't help but ask why her sister had never left a forwarding address when she moved away. In between brief pauses, she told Joanna how much she missed her and that she read every single letter she had sent and desperately wanted to write back. They made plans to meet the next morning, which brought Joanna before the front door of Constance's little white house. Her heart pounded as she procrastinated. Part of her wanted to flee from the scene at once, but she had run away for the last time. She didn't want to run anymore. She held her breath and knocked firmly on the white door, her legs jumping and anxiously wanting to bolt. A small boy with light brown hair and brown eyes answered. Joanna inspected the boy briefly. Although his face was the shape of Constance's, that was it. The boy must take after his father. "Hello." Joanna bent down to face her nephew for the first time. "Is your mother home?" Suddenly, a medium-sized woman of slender build appeared behind the child. "Patrick, go and play, dear," the woman said, looking down at Joanna. Her heart stopped. Constance hadn't changed much. She was still blonde with soft curls that framed her face. Her green eyes were the same, just like Joanna's. She stretched back up, and the two stood still, staring at each other, soaking in the changes the years had placed on them. Joanna was taller and slimmer than Constance. When the boy, Patrick, went back into the house, it was plain to see that Constance was very pregnant. Despite these differences, they still looked very much alike. Sisters. "Joanna!" she cried, knocked out of her shock. She embraced a startled Joanna in her loving arms. "Connie!" Joanna hugged back, overcome with emotion. She had always missed Constance, but didn't know just how much she missed her until that moment. "It is so good to hear that name again." Constance pulled back and wiped tears away from her eyes. She admired her sister's appearance. "You look absolutely beautiful." "I didn't even recognize the woman in front of me at first." Joanna held a tissue to her red nose. "Oh, come in, come in." Constance grabbed her arm and led her into the warm living room of the cozy home. Constance hugged her again. "I have missed you so much. I don't understand why you wouldn't let me get in touch with you." Joanna pressed her lips tightly together and sat down on the light blue couch. She motioned Constance to sit beside her. Constance sat down heavily, her bulging tummy pushed forward. "I was afraid," Joanna began, her hand fluttering to her mouth, which had begun to quiver secretly behind the shield. "I was afraid to face you. You warned me not to fall in love with Chad, but I couldn't help myself. We couldn't help each other." Joanna dabbed her eyes with a hanky she took out from her purse. "I don't regret my decision to be with Chad. We are so happy with the children," Joanna replied, trying to excuse her behavior. "But you wouldn't let me write to you. Why?" Constance felt all the old hurt surface. She needed answers for those years filled with tears over Joanna's rejection of her. It was bad enough that she felt responsible for setting the plans in motion that would destroy her family. "Don't you understand? If I didn't speak to you, you could not snub me. I could handle rejection from Ma and Pa and even the other kids, but I couldn't handle it from you, Connie. If you would have nothing to do with me, I would have been lost. It was my way of protecting myself." Constance shook her head in disbelief. "Joanna, you should have known I would forgive you for anything. We have wasted years because you were mistakenly afraid. I realize that now. It's one of the reasons we came back home. We couldn't run and hide any longer from the past." Joanna placed her smooth palm on her sister's tight stomach. "I am here now. I won't run any more." Constance fixed her hand firmly on Joanna's. "Good. I need someone around here to share the important aspects of my life." Just then, the baby inside her gave a strong kick, causing their hands to jump up. "It looks like I came home just in time. This little one is going to be a handful," Joanna said in awe of the child growing inside of her sister. Constance laughed. "If the child is anything like his big brother, I will need all the help I can get." And as though hearing his mother talking about him, Patrick entered the living room. He stood shyly in front of the two women on the couch, a wet pinky finger twisting in his mouth. "He must take after his father," Joanna observed. The brown-haired child continued to stare blankly, almost dim-witted. Oh no, Joanna thought. Was the child slow? She thought of Pauline, the youngest of her sisters. Although she was always a sweet girl, she had sometimes seemed a little on the slow side. Could Constance, who was so intelligent and so smart, have a child who was more like her younger and less astute sister? Yes, he's the spitting image of George. Constance tried to stand up, but she fell back onto the sofa. Joanna leapt to her feet and assisted in lugging Constance's bulk up off the couch. "You are already here for me." Constance puffed and arched her back painfully. "I tell you, the end of pregnancy is a prison term for women. If it weren't for the outcome, I doubt any one of us would have been born." She gently took Patrick's fingers out of his mouth. "This is Auntie Joanna, Patrick. She is Mommy's sister who used to live far away." Patrick nodded. "Do you remember me talking to you about her?" She smoothed back his soft, wavy hair. His head moved back and forth in acknowledgement. "Hello, Patrick." Joanna extended a cheerful hand to the boy. He accepted her offer with his own small hand. "I'll be seeing a lot of you and your mommy from now on. I have 2 children who would love to get to know their cousin. Would you like to meet them?" "Do you have a boy?" he asked in a clear, bird-like voice. Animation suddenly illuminated his eyes. Joanna instantly realized that what she had taken for slowness was, in fact, boredom. What would a 2-year-old boy find interesting in 2 women reminiscing? Patrick was not slow. Comprehension danced in his eyes and voiced itself in his clear, perfect speech. "Yes, I have a boy. His name is Charles, and he is 5 years old." Joanna felt pride rise in her voice when speaking her son's name. This was right. Her son should know her sister's child. They should play together and be friends. She had been a fool to stay away so long. "We play cars and build things with my blocks." Patrick stood twisting his wet fingers, trying not to shove them back into his mouth. "My goodness, Patrick, you are quite the talker." Joanna was flabbergasted. Her earlier diagnosis of her nephew was apparently totally without merit. The 2-year-old was a genius. "Patrick, you will meet your cousin soon, but for now, it is time for Mama and Aunt Joanna to have some adult time alone. Please play quietly in your room. I'll be in shortly with a snack." Constance scooted the small child out. "Now," she said, returning to Joanna, breathing slightly harder, "I have to make a call to our little sister." "Pauline?" Joanna stood up, frightened, her hands clenched tightly. "Yes, Pauline. She would never forgive me if I didn't call and tell her you are here. I'm not the only one who missed you all these years." She was still a child when I last saw her. Joanna felt emotions welling up again and tried in vain to fight them back. "She isn't a child anymore," Constance said, going to the phone. "I have missed so much. Your marriage, your son's birth, our sister growing up." Joanna felt overwhelmed. "How can I face her after what I've done?" Constance stood before her, the phone handle cradled back in the receiver. "You will face her. This is a happy day. You have returned to us. Stop worrying about the past. You will be around for all the rest of the children and marriages." Constance touched Joanna's shoulder strongly. "There is still so much time left for all of us to share." "Connie, you haven't changed," Joanna sniffled, conjuring up some courage. "I'm glad for that." "Wait till you see Pauline." Constance went back to the phone and began to dial. "She is quite the beauty. She outdoes us all, I'm afraid to say. She still lives at home with the folks. And, can you believe this? She dates George's brother. We really hope that works out." "How are the folks?" Joanna asked softly, the words barely leaving her mouth. She couldn't look at Constance. She focused her attention on her hands, twisting the tissue she held to bits. "They are fine," Constance replied in a far-off voice. "Do they ask about me?" Joanna held her breath. Constance hung up the phone again, wrenching her lips. She wrestled with her own thoughts. "Listen, I am not going to sugarcoat things for you. I am glad you are home, and I know Pauline will be happy, but Ma and Pa are not glad, is what you are trying to say. She fought back the physical pain she felt deep in her chest. She closed her eyes and tried to compose herself. What did she expect? They all became very close after you told Mara Joy about her parentage. Guilt flooded Joanna. The look on Mara Joy's face that day would haunt her forever. Even though she knows Ma and Pa aren't her biological parents, they got really close. Closer than before, if that was ever possible. Constance paused, then decided to continue. You really knocked Mara Joy for a loop. A big loop. I will never forgive myself for the things I said to her, Joanna said, unable to look the other woman in the face. Well, she has never forgiven you for taking Chad from her. He was never really hers. Constance's left eyebrow rose in disagreement. She doesn't feel the same way, I'm afraid. She paused, deciding whether or not to continue. She's been married twice since you've been gone. Joanna's head snapped up, surprised. Maybe Mara Joy had moved on. She is still with her third husband. He has 2 girls from a previous marriage, which is good for her since she... Constance stopped and blushed a deep red. Joanna didn't need to be told that Mara Joy could have no children of her own. She was very much aware of that bit of information. He is very rich and much older than she is, but she seems happy, finally. That is good to hear, she piped up. I want her to be happy, Connie, even though I have always had a rivalry with Mara Joy. I still love her in my own way. I understand, Constance said knowingly. She, too, felt the same emotional ties to Mara Joy. They had been raised together, lived together, had lives that intertwined, and Constance had witnessed Mara Joy's honest pain when Joanna and Chad ran off together, pain that she had helped to create by putting the idea of stealing Chad away into Joanna's head. If she hadn't convinced her to be Chad's lover, she would never have fallen in love with him, and Constance would never have had to live with the knowledge that she had started the chain of events that followed afterward. I wish I could take back all the pain I have caused her, Joanna said, eyes downcast. But I don't regret my life with Chad. He is my world, and we have been so happy. I know he was my sister's husband, but it was in name only, Connie. It was in name only. Constance gave a quick nod, her own guilty heart torturing her. It might be true that their sister's marriage was in name only, but to her that was not the point. If Chad had left Mara Joy for someone else and not Joanna, their family wouldn't have been ripped apart, forever torn. We all have said and done things we wish we hadn't. You're not alone in your regrets over past deeds. But she is my sister, and what I did to her, I know. Constance paused, feeling the burden of responsibility overwhelming her. The reality was that no matter how much either tried to justify what happened, it would never be enough to erase the pain it had caused their entire family. Ever. Well, I better get the coffee going. We have a lot of catching up to do. Constance began rummaging through the cupboards in the kitchen, her belly getting in the way. Here, let me help you. Joanna gently pushed Constance into a chair. Now, tell me where the coffee is. Constance laughed, rubbing her swollen belly, and motioned to the top shelf. You should have heard Pauline squeal when I told her you were here. She sat back, pressing her strained spine on the padded chair cover. Finding what she had been searching for, Joanna began mechanically making the coffee. I can't wait to see her, she replied, filling the coffee pot with water from the sink. She won't be the same Pauline I last saw. Oh, she's the same old Pauline, sweet and loving in a childlike way. Constance pressed her hand to her back, grimacing. tell me you didn't have these horrific backaches when you were expecting."
"I'm afraid to tell you, little sister, that I did. Twice," she said over her shoulder, smiling.
"Ugh, must be a family curse. We should warn Pauline." "Warn Pauline about what family curse?" asked a feminine voice from the kitchen door. Both Joanna and Constance turned toward the direction of their disruption. There stood a tall, gorgeous brunette with the most outrageous golden streaks in her hair. She was lean and sleek, with startling green eyes. Her hair was pulled modestly back from her oval tanned face in a ponytail. She was dressed in a white button-up shirt that was untucked casually over her slim tan pants. She absolutely took Joanna's breath away. This little sister, who had been lost somewhere in the shuffle of their lives, was by far the rarest gem of the four girls, for she exuded beauty and elegance, grace and style. And she did all this while being totally unaware of herself. All you had to do was look into the young woman's face to see all the sweet innocence welled up inside. Pauline was rare. She was beautiful both inside and out. "Pauline! My God!"
Joanna was speechless. Tears welled up in the young girl's large eyes. Her lips began to tremble, and she dashed headfirst into Joanna, circling her with a fierce grip of love.
"We have missed you so much!"
she cried wholeheartedly into her sister's shoulder. Joanna returned her embrace, overcome with the emotional outburst Pauline so openly and freely displayed.
"Look at you,"
Joanna said, composing herself, pulling Pauline in front of her and giving her a thorough inspection.
"You are a beautiful young woman."
The girl blushed innocently. Joanna couldn't help but notice that this was new information for the exquisite Pauline. She smiled. The child was totally oblivious to her splendor.
"Well, I'll always be your baby sister,"
she giggled.
"Yes,"
Joanna said, hugging Pauline tightly to her again. She felt wholesome, and Joanna breathed deep of her scent, burying herself into her soft-smelling shoulder. "Joanna?" A deep voice from the doorway caused her to open her eyes, her heart pounding. The voice was one she had dreamed of hearing again, but thought she never would. She turned slowly, afraid her ears had deceived her. Standing beside Constance stood a graying-haired man with the most beautiful green eyes, the same green eyes she had.
"Papa!"
Joanna stood frozen on the spot. Pauline stepped aside, leaving Joanna alone to face their father.
"Pappy!"
she cried, forgetting her fears and running into her father's waiting arms. Alan hugged her tightly to his broad chest, a hoarse sob escaping from deep beneath the barrel of flesh. "Joanna," he sobbed, clutching his daughter tightly to him. She felt unreal as he held her tighter and kissed her wet cheeks, afraid she would suddenly disappear. "I have missed you, girl."
"Pappy!"
Joanna cried out, her longing for him radiating like an aura, tears brimming in her eyes as she stared deeply into his watery green ones, conveying every ounce of sorrow and longing buried deep inside her since the day she left. The muscles in her face tightened as a wave of emotion swept across her body, leaving her trembling with an intense feeling of love and emptiness for the years without him, this man who had loved her so dearly her entire life.
"I have missed you so much."
"How could you have stayed away from us all these years?" he asked, cradling her head in his large hands. Joanna kissed each palm and held them to her cheek.
"I'm sorry, Pappy. I was afraid."
Joanna turned to Constance and Pauline. Their arms were intertwined together, holding each other for emotional support.
"I was afraid you all hated me for what I had done."
"Hate my own daughter, my flesh and blood?" Alan turned Joanna's face up to his. I could never hate you, no matter what you did. He brushed away the fresh tears streaming down her face. She looked up at him, swelling with pride. There was so much love in his heart. How could she not have trusted it? Are you still married? Alan asked, sitting at the kitchen table surrounded by his 3 daughters. He couldn't bring himself to say Chad's name. As much as he made Joanna happy, he had broken Mara Joy's heart, and as far as he was concerned, Chad had stolen 2 of his daughters from him and was instrumental in tearing his family apart. Yes, Pa, I'm still married to Chad, and we have 2 beautiful children, Jenna and Charles. Joanna searched her father's eyes. She could see the struggle behind them. Chad and I are very happy together, Pa. Alan, lips tightly pressed together, ran his hands through his graying hair and looked into his coffee mug. Where are these beautiful grandchildren? He replied, trying to change the subject. They're with their father at his parents' house. Joanna replied, making it clear that Chad was a permanent part of her life, and if Alan was going to accept her, he was going to have to accept Chad as well. I can't wait for you to see them, Pa. You will be so pleased. She took a deep breath and took a sip of her coffee. Pa, we are here to stay. We have moved back home. Alan's head shot up. He was stunned. What? He seemed to sink into the kitchen chair. I can live with Mara Joy's hate and... She paused, building her courage. And Mama's. But I can't stay away from the rest of you any longer. I can't run away anymore. They don't hate you, Alan said softly. It's just that you hurt them so badly. I understand, Pa, and I wish I could take their hurt away, Joanna continued. There is nothing I would like more than to heal all the wounds I caused. But understand this, I am here to stay, whether they forgive me or not. I won't lose you all again, not even if it means hurting them once more. Alan nodded in acknowledgement. He'd thought of Jobeth and Mara Joy, even Alan Michael. It was not going to be easy for Joanna. She didn't realize the full extent of the grief and anguish her actions had caused. How her presence back in their lives was a reminder of the pain she had inflicted on those she left behind, that her marriage and her children were a slap in the face. No, it was not going to be easy for her at all. Chapter 37. Pauline and Alan stood outside their house, illuminated by the only streetlight in the quiet neighborhood. Nervously, she shifted as she eyed her father. Are you going to tell Mom about Joanna? He was silent, and she felt a flutter of fear as she realized what that meant. Alan rubbed his stubbly chin, contemplating his next move. It's not going to be easy, he replied honestly. No, I'm glad it's you and not me, she smiled weakly, leaning over and kissing his tired face. He grinned sheepishly and rubbed Pauline's lean back. You go on to bed. I'll deal with your mother. Pauline obeyed, trudging up the stairs, fearful of what might happen when she shut her bedroom door. Slowly turning the knob, she walked inside and closed it until it was slightly ajar. Folding herself into the sitting position beside it, she pressed her ear against the cold wood. Her heart raced as she waited for signs of what would unfold next. Alan placed his hat on the rack and walked into the living room, where Jobeth sat quietly listening to the radio and reading a book. Hello, darling, she said as he walked into the room. She placed her book aside as Alan leaned down to kiss her. Jobeth, he said seriously. What is it? You look odd, she said, starting to stand. Alan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Is it one of the children? Are they all right? Joanna is back, he blurted out,
finding no other way to say it. He watched her face for any sign of emotion. At first, her face softened, the faint creases in her forehead relaxing. But just as quickly, that familiar glimmer faded, her cheeks reddening in anger and her lips pursing. "I don't want that name mentioned in my house," Jobeth hissed, her fists clenched at her sides as she looked anxiously around the room to see if Alan Michael was nearby. She could not bear the thought of her son overhearing the name of Joanna and the hateful slew of vile words spewing from his mouth that would follow. "Jobeth," Alan beseeched, confronting her, although he expected her reaction to be mixed with some confused emotions. Alan thought that deep in Jobeth's heart, she'd be glad to hear Joanna was back. "Alan," Jobeth glared menacingly, "I mean it." "She has 2 children, our grandchildren." Her face softened, but then chilled for a brief moment, causing the soft crow's feet in the corners of her eyes to look harsh. The torment behind her hazel eyes was evident. She wanted to be happy, but the hurt and anger were still too strong to let go of. Jobeth thought of Mara Joy and the child she should have had with Chad, the child that had cost her the ability to ever have children of her own. She thought how Mara Joy desperately longed for a child of her own, and having to settle for raising other women's children, like the 2 stepdaughters she had with her new husband. Those children were supposed to be Mara Joy's children, not Joanna's, she spat, unwilling to look at him, the injustice evident in her voice. "Think about what you're saying," Alan remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. "As hard as it was for her, Mara Joy has come through all this. She is happily married again and has a life of her own. We have to stop all this nonsense, Jobeth. Our family needs to be reunited once again. We have other children besides Mara Joy and Alan Michael. I think it's time we put the past behind us and move forward as a family." She stood, open-mouthed, unable to avoid staring at him. In nearly 26 years of marriage, they rarely fought. She had never seen Alan look so disappointed in her. "I know I have other children. I have always been quite aware of them," she said, rather nastily. She regretted her tone of voice the moment she heard the words fly out of her mouth. It sounded cold and cruel. She pulled back, the front of her hand covering her mouth, as though trying to stop any nastier words from coming out. "Really?" Alan exploded. All his resentment toward how Jobeth treated the other girls seemed to be frothing to the surface. Unable to stop the volcano inside of him, he erupted. "I'm ashamed to admit that I have sat back and watched you play favorites with our children. I didn't want to believe that the woman I loved could love her children so unequally. You have always preferred Mara Joy and Alan Michael to the others. And Joanna," he said as he ran his fingers roughly through his still full hair, "my God, you've been the roughest on her. You never let up on how she wasn't like Mara Joy. You put the rivalry between them, Jobeth, and I helped by sitting back and allowing you to do it. If I had been a better father, I would have put a stop to you and the way you were with those children." "I have always loved my children," Jobeth countered, unable to believe her ears. She clenched her fists tightly to her sides, ready for battle. "How dare you say I love them differently? My love for Mara Joy is the reason you and I are together. She united us. She did, Alan. She needed parents, and we stepped into those shoes. You and I, together. If that child hadn't needed us, who knows where we would be and how our lives would have turned out." "We loved each other before there ever was a Mara Joy. We would have ended up together eventually. It was meant to be." His voice softened. He couldn't stand the anguish in her voice. "You don't know that. You don't know that for sure." Tears sprang to her eyes. Don't you remember those times when everything seemed to be taken from me, from us, my baby boy, Jonah?" Jobeth hadn't spoken of either in years. Saying their names brought their faces fresh to her mind. She rubbed her nose with the back of her hand, trying to erase the memories of those long dead. "Did you forget them, Alan? Because I didn't." Her eyes were red-rimmed and full of misery. "When I look at our son, I see the baby boy I lost. I see his tiny body gasping in vain for air as he slowly dies in my arms. When Alan Michael was born, it was like I had him back again, but alive and healthy. And then I see the man who helped me deliver him, and I remember how that man, Jonah, helped me to love again. And Mara Joy, oh, Mara Joy, every time I look at her, I see the child who set me free to love you. I didn't feel I deserved to love, but Mara Joy's presence in our lives forced me to make choices I was too afraid to make. Can't you see?" she implored, begging Alan to see her side. "Can't you see our children have brought me to where I am?"
"I'm sorry all this pain still haunts you, but that is still no excuse. Joanna is your child as well, and she needs you too. Think about making up with your daughter, Jobeth," he said rather coldly, "before it is too late, and you wish you had." He turned and stomped out of the room. Jobeth fell back onto the couch like she'd been socked in the stomach. She closed her eyes, listening to Alan's progress up the stairs to their bedroom. Her throat tightened, and her eyes began to water. "Joanna," she whispered. "Joanna."
"I can't believe the nerve!" Mara Joy stormed around the kitchen in her parents' house. She was livid. Jobeth and Alan Michael sat at the kitchen table, caught in the cyclone of Mara Joy's wrath. Her hair swung freely in tight curls down her back. Jobeth thought of how much Mara Joy resembled Tamara when she was angry. She had the same feisty spirit, ready to explode at any moment. "Settle down, Mara Joy," Jobeth said, feeling slightly annoyed. She glanced at Alan Michael out of the corner of her eye. He was completely frightened by Mara Joy's outburst. They had become quite frequent since Joanna and Chad's return. "You are frightening your brother." Alan Michael straightened in his chair. "No, she's not," he stuttered, his lips flapping pathetically. Alan Michael, now 17, was a handsome boy with light brown hair and hazel eyes like his mother. In fact, out of all of Alan and Jobeth's birth children, their son was the one who looked slightly different from the rest. He didn't have his father's distinct eyes or his mother's long oval face that his other siblings inherited. He had his father's broad face and his mother's eyes. But this didn't make him less attractive than the others, just different. "But, Mama!" Mara Joy hollered, throwing her hands up into the air. "She stole the only man I truly loved away from me. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. Don't you hate her?" Mara Joy slammed her fist down on the table, making both Jobeth and Alan Michael jump. These outbursts were becoming more and more violent each time. "That is enough!" Jobeth stood up, shaking. Alan Michael slunk back in his chair, paralyzed. He'd never heard his mother raise her voice to his oldest sister. Stunned, Mara Joy stepped back, speechless. She was just as shocked by her mother's outcry. "Of course I don't hate my own child. I have never hated Joanna. She is my daughter, just like you are, and I could hate her no more than I could hate you." Jobeth's chest rose up and down in anger. Something was breaking inside her, letting go like a dam finally released. "And the man you love should be the husband you are married to now. Not the one you married so many years ago when you were still a child." "But, Mama," Mara Joy sobbed in a quiet voice, "she hurt us all so badly." She plunked down dejectedly in the nearest kitchen chair. "What Joanna did was wrong, very wrong, but that was so long ago. You two are sisters. It is time the two of you made up. This family has been torn apart long enough," Jobeth said with resignation, resting her forehead in the palm of her hand. In the weeks since Joanna returned, her thoughts had been occupied with what Alan had said. His words were ringing true. Maybe she had favored these two children more. In fact, if she was really honest with herself, she knew she had. For whatever reason, she had done it. She now needed to fix the mistakes of the past before it was too late. "Enough is enough, Mara Joy." Jobeth's eyes shot to her son, who sat totally mesmerized by what was going on. "Look how you've turned your own brother against his sister. He barely even remembers her and has a horrible hatred for her."
"It isn't Mara Joy who makes me hate her, Ma," Alan Michael said calmly. "I dislike her for my own reasons. I don't take kindly to tramps stealing respectful women's husbands away, especially when that respectful woman is my sister. Besides, Ma, have you forgotten how she flung Mara Joy's adoption into her face? That was just cruel. You know she seduces Mara Joy's husband, gets pregnant with his bastard brat, and then screams filth at her, and we are supposed to forgive and forget?"
He stood up and put his arms protectively around her quivering shoulders. He was already taller than her, and she seemed small and defenseless in his arms. "It seems Alan Michael and I are the only ones who are not blind to Joanna's schemes." Mara Joy crossed her arms defiantly. Jobeth stood rooted to the spot, her heart pounding as she met their icy stares, feeling the hate steaming from them like a thick fog of menacing fury. "I realize your sister has made a lot of mistakes in her life, but that doesn't change the fact that she is still your sister. Whether you like it or not, that isn't going to change." She turned and left the room, unable to face their anger anymore. "You are blind, Mother, blind, and I can't believe you're turning against me." Mara Joy followed Jobeth. Alan Michael grabbed her arm, holding her firmly back. "I just want my family to be whole again," Jobeth said tiredly, not bothering to turn to the steely eyes that accused her. "And like it or not, that includes Joanna." Jobeth opened the front door, leaving the house and her two flabbergasted children behind. The fresh air hit her like a liberating breeze. "Did you see that?" Mara Joy swung around to face Alan Michael.
"I saw it, but I don't believe it,"
he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "Bitch, bitch, bitch! She has even turned our mother against us, our mother!" She curved away from Alan Michael's stocky 17-year-old body. "What do you say to that, little brother? Isn't that a fine how-do-you-do?"
"She really is an evil little devil."
Alan Michael placed a sheltering arm back around his sister. She snuggled into his thick chest, letting the weight of his body protect her. "It's so true, Mikey, so very true. You are the only one who understands the pain and agony Joanna has caused me. The rest have just forgotten." She wrapped her arms around his waist. Alan Michael felt himself become stronger under Mara Joy's grasp.
"I would love to see Joanna's brains in a puddle on the floor. I would love to see her squirm in pain as I watch her die."
He sneered with passion. Mara Joy looked up and smiled into Alan Michael's darkened face. He had always had a broody side, but the older he got, the more it had grown, twisting and developing into something possibly unnatural. She noticed it when he was small, first his cruelty to animals, and then to other children. She had pushed it aside, choosing to ignore it. He was hers, her Mikey, always there to defend her at any cost. So what if sometimes he was a little too weird? "Oh, Mikey, you do love me, don't you?" she asked sweetly, her head pressed firmly to his heaving chest.
"You know I love you more than anyone."
He choked, full of emotion, hugging her tighter. "Wouldn't it be great if Joanna were dead? Wouldn't it be great if something happened to her, an accident or something?" Mara Joy sniffed, closing her eyes and feeling safe in Alan Michael's love. Alan Michael became confused. Was Mara Joy serious? It was so hard to know when she was joking. "Then Ma and Pa would be ours again, and I would have Chad back with me where he belongs."
"What are you saying?"
he asked, looking at his sister with total confusion.
"You aren't saying we should have killed her, are you?"
"Oh, I don't know," Mara Joy sobbed meekly, shoving her head under Alan Michael's chin. "I just know her children should be mine with Chad, not hers." She sighed and pulled away from his warm embrace. She flopped down on the nearest kitchen chair. "She ruined me, Mikey, having an affair with my husband and running off with him, carrying his illegitimate children." She placed her head down on the table, letting the cool surface calm her skin. "They left me alone and abandoned. The humiliation I suffered by my own sister's hand." She raised her head to Alan Michael's frustrated face. A red, angry mark had developed on her forehead. Alan Michael was listening intently to every word, and she smiled wickedly to herself. "You know, Mikey, she never did pay any attention to you." His brows furrowed together, trying to remember his childhood with Joanna. "She hates you just as much as she hates me. Why, I bet she is cooking up some way to hurt you next." Mara Joy jumped up dramatically and grabbed Alan Michael by the shoulders. "We have to stop her before she gets me, before she gets us."
"I won't let her hurt you again,"
Alan Michael sobbed. Mara Joy took his large head and cradled it to her chest. Her perfumed body made his nose tingle, and he felt himself harden when Mara Joy rubbed her thigh against him. He hugged his sister tighter, burying his face deeper into her fragrant breast. "There, there," she cooed, rubbing the boy's back. She was beaming sinfully, quite amused at how anger aroused her brother. She rubbed her thigh harder on Alan Michael's erection. He groaned, embarrassed between his sobbing. "She better not try and hurt me, right, Mikey?" she muttered louder as he held Mara Joy tighter to him. He was entranced by her, obsessed with her. He always needed more of Mara Joy. Always. She pulled away from the confused, aroused boy. He stood drunkenly before her, hands reaching out in vain. She placed a silky hand on his trembling shoulder. "You have to stop her, Mikey, before she hurts me more." He stood, mouth open, yearning to be in Mara Joy's arms again. "You love me, Mikey? You do?" She pouted. He nodded eagerly like a trained dog. "I've always loved you the most in this world, Mikey. The most. Please stop her." Mara Joy fell to the ground and clutched Alan Michael around the waist, panting heavily on his erect member that lay squashed and ready to pounce out of its tight confinement.
"I will,"
Alan Michael said venomously while clutching Mara Joy's head tight to him.
"I will."
Mara Joy looked up at her brother. His eyes were screwed shut with intoxication. She grinned to herself and gave him one more hug around his waist, pressing her lips close to his bulging appendage before standing up. She straightened her dress and looked at the helpless blob of a boy in front of her. "Thank you, Mikey." She breathed into his ear, her hand firmly pressed against his chest, where it lingered for a moment. She then wheeled and left hastily, aware of what she had done to her own brother. As soon as the door shut behind Mara Joy, Alan Michael shamefully ran upstairs to his room and stripped his soiled underpants off. As he stood in the bathroom scrubbing his tainted underwear, he bellowed with torment, disgust, and shame.
She is my sister! She is my sister!
Chapter 38. Jobeth stood on the front porch of Chad's parents' house. She was excited and frightened for more than one reason. One, she was going to see her daughter after so many years. And two, she was afraid Joanna wouldn't want to see a mother who had cast her aside so easily. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The wind rustled the few grays in her hair, and her hand flew up to tuck those loose strands back into their proper place. Alex answered the door, surprised to see Jobeth standing before her. The women were around the same age, but looked quite different from each other. Alex was round and stern-looking, whereas Jobeth was lean and soft. It was funny how looks could be deceiving. It had been the stern-looking woman who'd taken Joanna under her wing and nurtured her burdened soul, and the soft woman who had cast her out of the nest so coldly. "Hello, Mrs. Benson," Alex said, matter-of-factly. She didn't know Jobeth Benson, but she did see how her rejection of her daughter tortured Joanna day in and day out. Alex had never had daughters. Only Neil Jr. and Chad had blessed their home, but if she had been fortunate to have a daughter of her own, she knew she would never have been able to abandon her child, no matter what they had done. "Good day, Mrs. Willis." Jobeth stood up tall and straight in front of Chad's mother. One thing she despised was people looking down on her. She'd been looked down on as a young girl. She wouldn't be looked down on now, or ever. Alexandria Willis began to frown. Jobeth looked ready for a fight, the way she adjusted her back so rigidly. She couldn't help remembering a few years back when Joanna and Chad had first run off together. The woman came pounding on their door, demanding that they tell her where Chad and Joanna had taken off to. When they refused, Jobeth had been furious. She'd accused Chad of ruining the Benson family. She said that Mara Joy would never be the same after the cruelty their son had inflicted on their family. Thinking about that night more than 7 years ago, Alex became very angry. What did this woman want now? Was she ready to cause another scene? "I won't let her do it," Alex thought. "I'll be a mother to that sweet girl. I won't allow this woman to hurt Joanna any more." She frowned defensively at the woman in front of her, ready to fight. Jobeth noticed Alex frowning at her and felt a twinge of guilt. She too remembered the last encounter they had and was not proud of herself. "Could I please speak to my daughter?" she said steadfastly. She needed to speak to Joanna. She realized how much she had treated her differently throughout her life, and maybe Constance and Pauline, too. She couldn't remember doing anything special for her natural daughters' lives, as she had always done for Mara Joy and Alan Michael. She had favored her eldest and youngest children, and now she had to make it up to the rest of her offspring before it was too late, if it wasn't already. "She's not here," Alex said, crossing her arms over her plump breast. "She's with Chad and the children." She watched to see if Chad's name made Jobeth flinch. When it didn't, she felt a little relieved and figured she might as well tell her where they were. "Your husband and 2 other daughters are with them. They are having a picnic down by the lake," Alex continued, hoping she wasn't making a mistake. "Thank you." Jobeth smiled warmly. Alex nodded and watched Jobeth quickly run down the front porch stairs. She shook her head sadly, her expression full of emotion. "It doesn't have to be too late for you," she said gently, watching Jobeth's back as she quickly walked down the patio stairs. "Don't miss out on the lovely woman Joanna has become, a daughter who is so much sweeter and kind-hearted than the one you've always set your sights on." Her eyes softened as Jobeth disappeared around the hedge. Joanna sat peacefully on a rock by the stream. She watched her beautiful daughter Jenna run toward her, calling out her name. As the little girl approached, a wave of warmth spread throughout Joanna's body. Jenna's bright eyes fixed on her, and her full lips were drawn into a pout, making her look even more adorable than she already was. Joanna couldn't help but smile at the sight of her. She gazed into her daughter's eyes and saw a reflection of herself, full of strength, determination, and unwavering love. Jenna rested her tiny hands on her straight waist and pinched up her oval face in concern. Her wavy blonde hair framed her expression, making her look more like a beautiful cherub than a child of 7. "Mommy, please don't look gloomy," Jenna's wee voice implored. She turned to a grandfather who was sitting on a blanket in the sand. Joanna smiled at her father as he admired them from afar. "I'm fine, sweetheart," she said, noticing her father was listening to them. "Go and play with the other children." Jenna looked up from her mother to her grandfather, searching for help. When she saw that her pleas fell on deaf ears, she ran off toward her father and brother. They were playing in the water, laughing and having a good time. Jenna glanced back for a moment at Joanna and waved. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she splashed around in the refreshing water, her laughter echoing across the lake. She stole a quick glance back at Joanna, who was beaming from ear to ear, as she returned Jenna's wave with enthusiastic vigor. The sun's rays danced on the rippling water, creating a shimmering and inviting path toward the center of the lake. Jenna's hesitations melted away as she took a deep breath and plunged into the water, feeling the cool rush embrace her as Chad caught her in his arms. She giggled wildly as he tossed her up in the air and dropped her softly into the waiting water. Charles tugged at Chad's swimming trunks, eager for his father to repeat the same process with him. "Papa!" Pauline called, walking toward Alan. He turned and admired his youngest daughter as she plunked herself down on the blanket beside him. She was a beauty of a girl. Her hair was pulled back in her favorite style, a ponytail, and as usual, she was dressed in shorts and a casual button-up shirt with tennis shoes on her stockingless feet. It amazed him how she could dress so plainly and look so elegant without being aware of it. All his daughters were beauties, but this child of his stood out. Yet she was the least dramatic of them all. Maybe it was the reason she was the loveliest. That and her total innocence toward the world. He sighed as he watched the young woman sit down beside him. "All my children are growing up," he said, placing his hand on Pauline's face. She clutched his hand with her own and rubbed her cheek with it. "What's wrong, Dad?" Pauline asked, sensing her father's melancholy. Alan reluctantly released her hand and turned towards Constance, who stood heavily weighed down with a child under an apple tree with her family in the distance. Despite the weight she carried, Constance moved with grace as if she were dancing through the orchard. In her hands was a basket filled with plump apples. The lake beside them gurgled and exploded with the splashes and laughter of Joanna's husband and children, adding its melody to the song of the scene. The apple scent from the trees mingled with the earthy smell of vegetation nearby, creating a heady aroma that made him want to take deep breaths.
"This,"
he thought,
"this is beauty, joy, life."
And Jobeth was missing it.
"I wish your mother and the rest of the family were here enjoying this glorious day with us."
He looked at Pauline's worried face. She felt uneasy about her father. He was 39 years old, but sometimes he looked much older, and this frightened her. She was afraid for him all the time. She loved him dearly and couldn't stand the thought of anything happening to him. "Dad, I wish that too." She squeezed his hand. "But, Mara Joy—"
"It isn't Mara Joy's fault,"
Alan grumbled.
"Constance and you are always blaming Mara Joy for everything. You have to realize that your mother is the one who makes her own decisions in life. She always has and always will." She will have to take responsibility for her own actions, good or bad.
Well, Pauline rolled her eyes in jest. I suppose so, Pop. Anyway, I didn't come over here to argue about Mom. I came to tell you I have to go. Pascal is waiting for me. She leaned over and kissed Alan warmly on the cheek. He reached up and held her face to his, feeling the energy that was created by his daughter flow into him. He closed his eyes and silently prayed for his younger daughter. Pauline cupped his hand and closed her eyes. She was so innocent. Alan was afraid she would be eaten up in the big, bad world. All he wanted to do was protect her. Pauline felt tears she couldn't explain form in the corner of her eyes, and a lump was developing in her throat, choking her. Quickly, she kissed her father again and stood up, dusting the sand off her legs.
Is this Pascal treating you right?
Alan shielded his eyes from the glaring sun beating down on him as he looked up into her face. Yes, Dad, Pauline said, walking away. Of course. He bit his bottom lip hesitantly. He liked George, Constance's husband, well enough, but there was something about his brother that he didn't trust. Pauline trotted away, wiping tears from her eyes. Alan wished he could be everywhere with his children, protecting them, but he couldn't. He also couldn't force them to stay at home with him any longer, either. Jobeth peeked through the leaves of the hedge, observing Pauline and Alan in the distance. As her youngest daughter departed in tears, Jobeth's mind raced with concern. How could this beautiful young woman be the same little girl who used to fit perfectly in her arms? She felt a pang in her heart, shaking her head in disbelief, unable to comprehend that her little girl had become a woman right before her eyes, without her even noticing. Jobeth watched Pauline walk away, not noticing Joanna standing up, her hands clasped over her mouth after spotting her mother crouched in the thicket of bushes. She didn't even see the look Joanna gave her, a look of complete and utter joy. "Mama!" Joanna's piercing cry echoed through the air as she doubled over, clutching her fists tightly to her chest. Her heart raced as she bolted forward towards her mother. Alan spun around at the sound of his daughter's anguished cry, his heart pounding with fear and anxiety. Shivers coursed down his spine. With a pounding pulse, he watched Joanna sprinting at full speed towards her mother. Hearing Joanna, Jobeth quickly spun around, tears welling up in her eyes. Without a second thought, she ran straight into her daughter's outstretched arms, their bodies colliding with an explosive force. As they embraced, their grip tightened with a fierce intensity, desperately clinging to one another for dear life, the weight of all their unspoken fears and anxieties lifting off their shoulders at that moment. They were two drowning souls reunited, holding on to each other for survival, as though their lives depended on it, and maybe it did. Alan's jaw clenched as he forced his gaze to the ground, wiping a tear trickling along his stubbled cheek. He nodded and lifted his chin in silent approval. Jobeth was his rock for so many years, a partner in life and parenting their children. He knew she wouldn't let him down. She never had, she never would. She couldn't abandon their daughter any more than he could. Even in this moment of uncertainty, he was certain of that. Jobeth held Joanna close, enjoying the feeling of her once again in her arms. She didn't notice Jenna running toward them. Alan slowly pulled himself to his feet, joining Chad, who had come out of the water holding on to Charles' hand after hearing Joanna cry out. Standing side by side, they silently watched their wives embrace each other in a tight hug, neither letting go. Constance and George stood at the edge of the orchard, their eyes fixed on the two women embracing. A smile spread across Constance's cheeks as she turned to face George, clasping his hand tight in hers. Their young son delighted giggles filled the air. He was crouched beneath a red-tinged tree, carefully selecting the best apples from the ripe fruit. They turned to walk toward him, his little face beaming with joy as his eyes filled with wonder at the large, shiny apple clutched tight in his small hands. "Oh, darling, I have been so foolish. Will you ever be able to forgive me?" Jobeth lifted Joanna's tear-streaked face to her own. "There's nothing to forgive," Joanna sobbed. "I have you back, and that is all that matters. There is so much to forgive, and I plan to try to make up for the wrong I have done to this family. It's this family that means everything to me. Your father—" Jobeth glanced at Alan, who stood proudly looking on and smiled. "And you children have always been my life. Always." Jenna, who was confused by what was happening, looked up at the woman her mother was hugging. She tugged on her skirt, wanting to find out who she was and why she was causing her mommy to cry. Jobeth, startled by the child, looked down unconsciously and lost her breath. The little girl was the spitting image of her long-dead brother, Polly. Her hand flew to her mouth in astonishment. Her throat tightened. Long-since-forgotten moments flooded her mind, each one like a wave crashing against the wall she had so carefully constructed. Polly's smiling face looking up at her, his infectious laugh, the way he held her hand so tightly when they walked together, his little fingers crusted black with dirt from digging for worms and slugs in the woods. She had tucked these memories away in the back of her mind, believing that if she kept them hidden, she could avoid their heartache. She did it with all the people she had loved and lost. Her parents, Jonah, her baby. Tears pricked at her eyes as she realized how much effort it had taken her to put those memories away. "Ma, are you okay?" Joanna's breath caught in her throat as she saw the pallor on her mother's face. Her hand shot out instinctively, reaching for Jenna. The fear in her heart grew. Was Jenna a reminder of what she had done to hurt the family? Did her mother still feel that Joanna's children should be Mara Joy's? "Polly," Joanna whispered, bending down to Jenna. "Do you remember your father and me telling you about your names, Joanna?" "I don't understand, Ma," Joanna said, confused, her heart racing. She held on to Jenna's arm defensively. Could her mother turn on her once again, now that she was face to face with the child she had with Chad? Jobeth touched the little girl's face and the soft down of her blonde hair. Still looking at Jenna, Jobeth continued. "Mara Joy was named after Tamara, her birth mother. Joy was a nickname Shauna had picked out for her when she was just a little baby. It was very appropriate, because she brought us such joy at a time when we didn't have a lot of it." Jobeth paused, remembering the past vividly, as though it were yesterday. "We had a wonderful friend whom we loved dearly named Jonah." Joanna nodded, familiar with the story. She had known how Mara Joy had received the name Joy, but hadn't realized that she also carried her birth mother's name. "Jonah," Jobeth paused, seeing her friend's face flash before her eyes, his laughter still echoing in the distance. "It nearly destroyed us when he was killed. The pain was unbearable, but," she brightened up, "we persevered and later had a daughter, you." Jobeth beamed at Joanna. "It only seemed right that we named you after him. He meant so much to all of us that I needed to feel his spirit near me, and so I honored him by naming my child after him, twice." Joanna was confused. "Twice?" "That is another story I will tell another time. It will all make sense, I hope, in the end. And so, you became Joanna. Then Constance came and we named her after my mother, whom I loved dearly. I will tell you many stories about what an amazing woman she was. When Pauline was born, I really thought she was a boy, Jobeth chuckled. If I'm honest, I thought all you girls would be boys. I wanted a son to name after your father and mine. So when I had another girl, I named her after my little brother, who died tragically after falling from a tree. His name was Paul, but I called him Polly. He was a fun, mischievous boy my parents and I adored. That's the name you said to Jenna, Joanna whispered, hugging her daughter to her side, everything falling into place. Yes, it is, Jobeth said to the silent child. The little girl stood transfixed by her grandmother's words. I swear, my little brother has been reborn in this child's face, Jobeth said, more to herself than to those around her. Chapter 39. The ugly man leaned out of the window of the car, scowling.
Where have you been?
Pauline quickened her pace and hopped into the passenger seat. She reached into her purse and pulled out a cigarette. Lighting it with trembling fingers, she inhaled deeply. I told you, I was with some of my family. She offered her open package of smokes to the irritated man. He didn't take the peace offering, but continued to glare. Pauline lit another cigarette. He grabbed it roughly and smiled as he inhaled deeply from the filter. Pascal oozed an air of confidence that made the other boys envious. He had a swagger in his step, and it wasn't because he was any kind of a looker. He was barely over 5 feet tall, solidly built, and with a face pitted from acne as a teenager. His dark hair was slicked back with Brill cream, his gray eyes slanted sideways like a hawk's, and his long nose drooped down to his sneering lips. But Pascal had one thing going for him: Pauline. For some unfathomable reason, Pauline loved him. She not only loved Pascal, she adored him. And because she did, every guy he knew envied Pascal. All of his friends would give their right arm to date the exquisite Pauline. She had the beauty of a goddess and the soul of an angel. She doted on Pascal without question or reason, in such a simplistic way that all the boys couldn't help but compare their girlfriends to her, which, in turn, made Pauline less popular with them. They despised her. They couldn't stand her splendor, her devotion, and her seeming lack of awareness of how she affected people. What everyone knew was how much Pauline worshipped Pascal. And, because jealousy makes many people do crazy things, many silly girls spent the night in Pascal's bed, not because they found him attractive or particularly likable, but because he was Pauline's boyfriend. And if they couldn't be Pauline, they could take the one person who meant something from her. So, Pascal's friends had many reasons to envy him. He had the most enchanting sweetheart on his arm, and the pick of many women in his berth. Pauline was totally unaware of all of it. Pascal put the car in gear and drove off at full speed, squealing the tires behind him. Pauline held onto the dashboard, her heart in her mouth. She hated the way Pascal drove, but didn't dare tell him how she felt. She was afraid to anger him, which was quite an easy thing to do. She hated it when people were angry with her, especially when it was Pascal. He drove for some time before Pauline noticed the car pull off onto a road headed toward a cliff. This was a favored place couples were known to make out. She glanced nervously out the window. Anxiously, she chewed on her nails, a bad habit she had whenever she was fearful. It was getting harder and harder to stall Pascal. He was increasingly demanding when it came to being intimate. Pauline didn't know how she was going to delay him much longer. Pascal pulled onto the cliff and turned off the engine. He had picked a secluded area away from any traffic that might happen to come by. Pauline shifted in her seat, fiddling with the hem of her shirt as he leaned in closer.
Come here,
he demanded, pulling her close to him. She shivered in Pascal's arms. She could feel his breath on her neck, and she knew what he wanted. He leaned down on her and started to kiss her roughly. She responded with little passion. His hand grabbed her right breast coarsely. As though hit by a bolt of lightning, she pulled sharply away. She lit up another cigarette nervously. "When are we going to get married?" She avoided looking at the 20-year-old man slouched hostilely beside her.
"Would you get off my back?"
He sneered, pulling Pauline to him once again. She lifted her lit smoke up out of the way of his face and tried to pull back from him, unsuccessfully. "I don't want to do these things before we are married." She yanked back, unable to break free of Pascal's tight grip. "I want to be your wife first." Pauline trembled.
"You damn well will."
Pascal laughed wickedly as he continued to grope Pauline's breast. "But when? You said when I turned 18, we would get married. I'm 18, and we aren't married yet," she said pathetically. She took another drag of her cigarette, hoping it would fend Pascal off. Pauline might have been the girl every guy wanted, but she was the last to know it. Totally unaware of herself, she was a very lonely young woman. Never one to have many friends, Pauline spent most of her time with her sisters. When Joanna had run off with Chad, only Constance was left. It hadn't been long after Joanna left that Constance met and fell in love with George, leaving Pauline alone. Being the youngest daughter of 4 girls, Pauline was the last to get attention from anyone. And since she had never been an overly imaginative child or considered particularly intelligent, she fell short of consideration, an undemanding offspring lost in the shuffle of ever-requiring siblings. But Pauline did have needs. She wanted and needed to feel love. When Constance married George, Pauline was thrilled when George's younger brother, Pascal, asked her to dance. They spent the evening together, talking and dancing. Pauline had been on cloud 9. Never had anyone paid so much attention to her and only her. Pascal seemed enthralled in her every word, just as she was with him. It didn't take long for Pauline to fall madly in love. All it took was a little attention, and she was a girl who craved attention. It didn't matter how Pascal looked. It only mattered that he had been the first to show interest in her. In the beginning, he had been charming. He couldn't fathom how such a beautiful girl as Pauline would ever be interested in him. He'd never been popular with the girls, so he too was captivated by the romance he shared with her. Then outside attention started. The moment Pascal was linked to Pauline, his reputation grew. Suddenly, he was the man to be seen with. Girls flocked to him like flies. He was the man, and he loved it. He was too blown up with self-importance to realize that his sudden fame was credited to Pauline and not his unbecoming personality. But it didn't matter. By that point, Pascal's true self had surfaced, and Pauline was already too entangled in his web to do anything about it. She was too afraid of going against him for fear of losing him and being alone again. At least with Pascal, there was someone in her life, and that seemed to make putting up with the cruel behavior worth it.
"Don't pressure me, or else I will end it altogether,"
he threatened while nuzzling Pauline's breast. Fear gripped her for 2 reasons: for the fact that he handled her clothed body so obscenely, and for the possibility of losing him. Pascal noticed her frightened expression. Threatening their relationship always worked to shut her up. He leered at her scared face.
"Hey, I would never leave you."
He had a wicked look in his icy gray eyes. Pauline seemed to shrivel up inside. Why did he make her feel so small? Was this the way she was supposed to feel with the man she loved? "Do you mean it?" she barely squeaked out, her back pressed firmly against the car door. Pascal began to kiss her neck hungrily.
"Of course, baby,"
he said, sucking in her essence. He had to admit he did desire Pauline, even if he found her a bit tiresome. It would be so much easier to dump her off at home and drop by one of his many standby girls. They always seemed ready to romp turbulently into his grasp, but they were easy to sack. Pauline was a challenge and a virgin. There was a strong appeal to being a girl's first, the first to break ground, so to speak. Yes, that was enough of a reason to stay plastered to Pauline's stiff body. He did plan on marrying her, eventually. He would be crazy not to. Every guy he knew wanted Pauline, and that was power too. He would be the first and only man to possess her. His. A trophy, forever on his arm. "Pascal!" Pauline cried, relieved, hugging him to her.
"Unless,"
he interrupted, painfully digging his fingers into her arms.
"You don't give me what I want."
She pulled away, knowing all too well what he wanted. "I told you, I don't want to do that until our honeymoon," Pauline sobbed. Did she really even want to do it then? She snubbed out her cigarette that had burned down to the butt in the car ashtray. "You know what happened to Mara Joy and Joanna. I don't want that. I want it to happen like it did with Constance, like it's supposed to happen." She pulled away from Pascal and began to chew on her ruined nails, gazing out the front window.
"Christ, Pauline!"
Pascal flopped back in his seat, slamming his hands on the steering wheel. Pauline began to turn white as a ghost, terrorized.
"Constance was no damn virgin when she married George. Do you honestly think my brother would buy the cow without tasting the milk first? Damn it, Pauline, you are more stupid than I thought."
She winced, his words stinging. He always seemed disappointed in her. She never pleased anyone.
"Listen, if you really loved me, you would want to share yourself with me. Show me that you love me."
Pascal's voice softened, but his gray eyes remained cold. Something inside Pauline tightened with fear. Who was this man claiming his love for her? She turned away and glanced out the window. A tear fell down her cheek, and she quickly brushed it away with her fingertips. She didn't want Pascal to see her cry. He would just ridicule her more.
"Hey,"
he confided. A coarse, dry hand was placed on Pauline's tense shoulder. She involuntarily shivered, hoping that there was something of the old Pascal she had first met in that touch. She turned and looked into his gleaming face. He looked calmer.
"We'll be married by Christmas, if you let me make love to you,"
he cooed, slowly caressing her shoulders. Pauline began to weaken to his touch, melting like snow under his callous hands. "You promise? By Christmas I will be your wife?" She closed her eyes. Everything would be all right after they were married. He would be the same Pascal she had first met. Sweet and caring. Things would be different when they were married. She knew it. It had to be so. Pascal kissed Pauline's neck as he began to unbutton her blouse. She lay stiff and unmoving and began to sob, unable to control herself. She didn't know how to stop him. She wanted to wait until they were married, but she didn't want to lose him. He released a shuddering breast and gasped. This was the farthest he had ever gotten with her. Flustered, she continued to cry louder in utter trauma. She didn't want to do this. Her embarrassment screamed red in her face, and she closed her eyes tight against her humiliation.
"That's my girl."
Pascal cupped her breasts aggressively between his palms, admiring the silky feel of them between his fingers. He bent down and inhaled her clean scent.
"By Christmas, darling, we will be married."
Pauline didn't feel better about his promise. She just felt more scandalized and continued to clamor louder.
"Stop your crying. For the love of Jude, you sure know how to ruin a mood."
He sat up, his face flushed with excitement. He jumped into the back seat and pulled Pauline roughly back with him. "You're hurting me," she whined, trying to sit up and cover her naked front. Pascal's hands were all over her, quickly undoing her shorts and the rest of her blouse. He grabbed Pauline's wrists and swung her onto her back, pressing her firmly onto the leather seat. Savagely, he began to kiss her face, her shoulders and her bare chest. His one hand held her wrists pinned above her head, while his other hand worked on removing his own clothing. Naked from the waist down, he began to remove Pauline's panties. "Pascal, please, no!" Pauline cried out as he pressed firmly on top of her. She could feel his rigid excitement steadily approaching and couldn't stand it.
"Listen, Pauline."
Pascal forced himself to speak through clenched teeth as he grabbed her by the bare shoulders, lifting her up to face him. Her head sagged back weakly as she cried out louder.
"If you love me, you will do this."
He dropped her abruptly and without feeling. She landed with a thump, banging the back of her head violently on the door handle. Pascal chuckled, unable to compose himself. The sight of Pauline's breast jiggling as she landed on the car door was too much for his thrilled mind to contend with. He had to have her, and he had to have her now.
"You say you love me, but how do I know it's true?"
He breathed lustfully into Pauline's blanched face.
"You want me to marry you, but you give me nothing in return. Do you love me, Pauline? Do you? Because I feel you need to show me to make me believe it's true."
"Please don't do this, Pascal," she cried, paralyzed to move. Frightened, she felt bruised and defeated, both mentally and physically.
"Do you love me?"
he demanded again, forcefully pressing his aroused weight on her. "Yes," she wailed, body shaking with emotion. "I do love you."
"Then you will do this."
He leaned down onto her exposed body, crushing her with all his mass. She bit down hard on her lip, tasting blood, and closed her eyes tight, praying for it to be over quickly. At least they would be married by Christmas. Chapter 40.
"Bye, babe."
Pascal waved after Pauline as she hopped out of the car and ran up the stairs to her house.
"Call you later,"
he said, humming the wedding song to himself. He smiled and put the car in gear. Pauline didn't stop to respond to him. She couldn't stomach looking at Pascal at the moment. All she wanted to do was run and hide away in her room for the rest of her life. What Pascal had done to her was horrifying. She couldn't stand the thought of it happening again and would never understand how anyone could enjoy what she had just done. She reached the front door and paused with her hand on the doorknob. Taking a deep breath, she straightened out her clothing and adjusted her ponytail. Strands of her golden hair had come loose in disarray around her pallid complexion. She self-consciously stuffed the loose strands back into the bundle of hair secured in the back of her head. She must look normal. Turning the knob of the door hesitantly, she walked into the warm kitchen of her parents' house. The smell of coffee filtered through her nostrils as she looked around the large room in disbelief. Sitting at the table with her parents were Chad and Joanna. They were plainly in a deep discussion, looking as though they always sat together and had coffee, as if the last 7 years had never happened and Joanna had never run away and been abandoned by her family. "Close your mouth, Pauline, before you catch some flies," Joanna chuckled, lifting her mug to her rosy lips. I don't understand," Pauline said, mystified. She didn't move a muscle. What was going to happen next on this crazy day? Would Mara Joy and Alan Michael show up and ask to play cards with them all? Sit down, Pauline. You look terrible. Jobeth stood up and pulled out a chair for her daughter. She went to the counter and poured a cup of coffee. Placing it down in front of the colorless girl, she sat back down in her own chair and looked at the astounded creature sternly. "What on earth has happened to you?" she asked, the palm of her hand holding up her chin. She looked across at her daughter, concerned. "Nothing." Pauline lowered her eyes and began to sip her hot beverage. "You look a fright," Jobeth continued, eyeing her child suspiciously. Pauline turned to Joanna and smiled warmly, trying to avoid her mother's intense scrutiny. Something had transpired between mother and daughter, and she wanted to wash away the memory of Pascal on top of her and focus on the matter at hand. Besides, if her mother interrogated her further, Pauline was afraid she would break down and expose the horrible truth about what had happened that evening. "What is going on here?" she asked, forcing a surprised smile. "Ma and I have made up." Joanna placed a steady hand over Pauline's cool, trembling one. Unconsciously, Pauline pulled away, not wanting anyone to touch her. Joanna paused, slightly put off by Pauline's behavior, but when she looked into her young sister's eyes, she could see how happy she was for Joanna, and something else she couldn't read. "That is the most wonderful news I could hope to hear," Pauline said in all honesty. She looked at Alan, who sat beaming across the table from her.
"Yes, it is. It really is," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "Your mother and sister are back on the right track with each other."
"I'm so glad," Pauline said, standing up painfully. The full impact of what had happened earlier was starting to course miserably through her. She just wanted to have a hot bath and curl up in bed, alone. "But if you don't mind," she looked around at the people staring at her, avoiding Jobeth's eyes. "I think I'll head off to bed. I don't seem to be feeling all that great."
"What is it, dear?"
Alan asked, about to stand up. Pauline raised her hand to stop him. "It's nothing, Dad. I'm just a little under the weather. Please excuse my bad behavior. Just be assured that this is the best news I could have heard. Continue catching up. It has been a long time, and you need this time alone. Enjoy." Pauline then stood and walked out the door. They could hear her ascending the stairs to the washroom. Soon after, the sound of water running came from behind the closed door. "I should see what is wrong with her," Jobeth said, standing. Joanna reached out a restraining hand and placed it on her mother's arm. "Ma, I think she just wants to be left alone," she said. Something in the way Pauline looked spoke to every inch of Joanna's marrow, saying, "Let her be for the moment." "Leave her alone?" Jobeth sputtered. "I have left that girl alone one too many times. I think maybe it's time I stepped in and found out what is going on in my children's lives. I'm not disagreeing with you, Ma. It's just something tells me Pauline isn't ready for a confrontation just yet." Joanna listened to the sounds of the shower running and felt certain that something had happened to her little sister. But what? Alan cleared his throat.
"I hope it has nothing to do with that rascal,"
he said with bitterness in his voice. Joanna looked at her father, whose face showed the distaste he felt for Pascal. He wasn't one to voice his opinion when it came to his children. He was one who always let them make their own choices in life, good or bad. "You mean Constance's brother-in-law? George's brother?" she asked, a little surprised.
"The very one,"
Alan spat out.
"I don't like the devil, not one bit. The thought of my sweet Pauline with that troll of a man sickens me."
He took a deep gulp from his mug and slammed the cup onto the wooden table, causing Joanna and Jobeth to jump. "Pauline talks quite highly of him, Pa," Joanna said, trying to defend her sister's choice of a mate. Apparently much had changed in the time she had been away. Alan was not a man to say such things about other people. He was the type of person who liked almost everyone. Then again, he hadn't liked Chad either.
Pauline, bless her angelic soul, Alan sighed, is not always the quickest draw.
"Alan!" Jobeth reached out and gently slapped his arm. "How could you say such a thing?"
"It's true, and you know it." He looked from Jobeth to Joanna to Chad. "Don't get me wrong, she is the sweetest girl, a special child."
He looked at Joanna apologetically.
"I have never played favorites with you children. I love you all equally, but Pauline is the one child out of all of you who has never asked for anything, never demanded anything of us, and has gone unnoticed the most."
"Pa," Joanna began, ashamed. She had demanded her mother's attention, and when she didn't get it, she turned their lives upside down.
"No, listen, Joanna. It's time I said my piece. There has always been a rivalry between you and Mara Joy since the day you were born. I saw it right away when the two of you were little girls, and it was not always one-sided. I have to say, a lot of it was two-sided. You two girls were always trying to hurt one another, and it was exhausting for the rest of the family. Your mother defended Mara Joy, and I defended you. When Constance was born, she was our third child and also a girl, but not just any girl. She was a genius. So smart was that child, she could have been anything."
Alan looked a little misty-eyed as he thought of Constance. "She is something, Alan," Jobeth said. Joanna could feel that this was a conversation her parents often had.
"She is not what she could have been. She wasted all that talent and brain."
Alan's neck began to turn red under his collar. He twisted his head, trying to compose himself. "She is a wife and mother. There is no shame in that," Jobeth said softly, her eyes lovingly caressing Alan's temper.
"But she could have been more."
"Could have, should have. We have a beautiful grandson and another grandchild on the way." She touched Alan's arm. He nodded and placed a hand on hers, giving it a light squeeze.
"No point in looking at what could have been,"
he said. "That's right," Jobeth replied, knowing how hard it was for him to keep his disappointment at bay.
"Anyway,"
Alan said, looking back to Joanna and Chad.
"When we had our fourth child, and she too was a girl, well,"
Alan smiled to himself,
"I could have had a dozen girls and it wouldn't have bothered me. All of you children were such a blessing. Never in my wildest dreams as a child did I imagine having a wife and children of my own. My childhood was so terrible. I just wanted my children to have all the joys in life I had been deprived of."
"You did do that, Papa," Joanna said, full of emotion. How she loved this big, strong man sitting across from her, the first man she had ever loved. "You were the best father a girl could ask for."
"Well, I don't know about that. When Pauline was born, you other children were so—"
He tried to think of the right words to express himself with.
"Full of piss and vinegar."
Joanna and Chad suppressed chuckles. "That much is very true," Jobeth said, standing up and fetching the coffee pot. "The three of you were quite a handful. We weren't prepared for it one bit. Our only experience with raising children was with Shauna, and she was so grateful for a normal childhood, she never gave us any trouble. So we were unprepared for you girls." Jobeth couldn't help but laugh quietly to herself, remembering her years with Shauna and later with the other children.
"Yes, you and Mara Joy were always up to something,"
Alan continued.
"Usually trying to demolish each other in some way or another. Constance was always busy studying things. Everything. We always had to help her out of the messes she'd somehow gotten herself into while exploring. But Pauline, we never had any problems with her. She just went with the flow, trying not to get in the way. She was mild-mannered and easygoing. It took nothing to please her because she expected nothing in the first place. She knew all the attention was needed on her older sisters, and she didn't care. How could she? She didn't even realize she was supposed to be jealous of the three of you. When Alan Michael was born, she lost the role of baby of the family. She was the second to last child in a household filled with all girls except one. Even this, having a baby brother after so many girls, didn't seem to faze Pauline. She was too innocent and tender-hearted to get filled up with jealousy over any of you children.
Joanna cleared her throat and shifted her eyes uncomfortably. What are you trying to say, Pa? Alan looked at his daughter and shook his head.
Any one of us would have felt left out if we were her. But she didn't. Why is that?
I don't know, Joanna responded, feeling slightly guilty. She hadn't realized how self-absorbed she was growing up. How her and Mara Joy's bickering had affected everyone in the house besides herself.
I do,
Alan announced, placing his hands firmly on the table.
She is a rare and pure creature. She isn't jealous or envious because she doesn't know how to be. She only knows how to love, and love she does, openly and honestly. She wasn't envious of you children because she loved all of you, and to be jealous would have been to be negative towards the ones she cared for. She doesn't know how to do that. She can't do that. I love Pauline, but she has the mind of an innocent child, and she always will. I'm afraid that naivete will be fully exploited by that cad, Pascal.
How so, Pa? Joanna asked, feeling slightly ashamed. She didn't have the same abandonment of self that Pauline did.
I'm afraid she'll respond to that bastard from her heart, because her mind doesn't know any better.
Chapter 41. Gone were the old days when a baby was born in its parents' home. Erica, Constance's new daughter, was born in a hospital while her father and the rest of the family lingered anxiously in a waiting room. Joanna sat with Pauline playing cards. Chad stayed home with the children. They had just purchased a nice cottage by the lake, close to Chad's parents, and he was busy setting up the house for them. Jobeth sat with Alan, lounging and idly talking. George sat quietly alone, biting his nails, worrying about Constance and the baby. Little Patrick played with toy cars solemnly by his father's feet. No one noticed the storm moving toward them. No one saw the dark-haired Inferno charging forward, followed by her young companion. "Well, well," Mara Joy announced, standing with hands on her hips. She was dressed in a blood-red dress that accentuated her curvy figure. A black mink coat was draped casually over her shoulders. She inhaled from the cigarette in her hand. "Is this a private party, or can any family member join?" she queried rather smugly. Alan Michael slouched beside her. When she began to speak, he straightened his shoulders. She was such a woman of substance. Every time he was near her, he felt empowered. "Mara Joy!" Jobeth stood up, smiled, and went to her daughter. She hugged her, kissing her cool cheek. "I'm so glad you are here. You too, Mikey." Joanna and Pauline put down their cards as they both looked at Mara Joy and Alan Michael. Joanna hadn't seen Mara Joy since that eventful day 7 years before. She hadn't changed much. She was still beautiful, if not a little older looking, and very distinguished. By the looks of her attire, Mara Joy was doing extremely well for herself. Unconsciously, Joanna looked down at her simple dress. She couldn't help but feel dowdy in front of the glamorous Mara Joy. Ashamed of herself for feeling this way, still, after all these years, She sat up straight. This envy she had for her sister had to stop. It was the reason the two had torn their family apart for the last 7 years, and more. She wasn't going to have it anymore, especially when they were all here for Constance and her new baby. Joanna could feel Mara Joy glaring at her and looked her straight in the eyes. She had forgotten how striking blue they were and shivered involuntarily. "Well, look who is here, Alan Michael," Mara Joy said, eyes blazing with hate. "If it isn't our traitor sister come back from the dead." Alan Michael began to laugh like a weasel. Mara Joy cracked him up. The things she would come up with. Joanna stood up, her hands clutched tightly to her side. "Mara Joy," she said, "it's good to see you." "Huh!" She turned away. "Where's my husband?" She swung venomously back around to Joanna. "I mean, ex-husband, since you stole him from me." Joanna pulled back as though she had been physically struck. It was plain to see by Mara Joy's reaction that 7 years hadn't dampened her resentment. "That will be enough." Alan stood up, standing defensively between his two daughters, feeling the charged bitterness between them. "We are here for Constance. You two will have to settle your differences another time and place. It won't be here while I am waiting for my grandchild to be born." Alan was red with fury. "I won't have this wonderful day ruined by the two of you and this continually senseless bickering." "Mama!" Mara Joy wheeled to Jobeth for help, her black mink nearly falling from her shoulders. Jobeth stood firmly beside Alan. "I agree with your father. This is a day for Constance. The two of you will have to deal with each other another time. It will not be today," she said dryly. Mara Joy threw her arms into the air. "This family has gone nuts." "Come and sit with me while we wait," Jobeth said, taking her mink-clad arm. "The doctor said that it shouldn't be much longer." She followed, plunking herself down beside her mother. Mara Joy straightened her back. She dipped her hand into a bag she was carrying and drew out a box that had been carefully wrapped. The paper was creamy with an intricate lace design covering its surface with an elaborate gold bow on the top. Her gaze landed on Joanna and Pauline, seated together, watching her warily. Mara Joy's lip trembled, and she plucked a pristine white handkerchief from her jet-black beaded purse. She brought it to the corner of her eye, where a single teardrop had formed. "I have always been here for Constance's family," she said softly. "Since I cannot have my own children, I have tried hard to give them all my love as if they were mine." Jobeth patted Mara Joy's knee comfortingly. "You have always been a wonderful aunt to Patrick." Joanna watched Mara Joy's performance and cringed. She hadn't changed. Not at all. A shiver ran up her spine as she recalled the last words Mara Joy had said to her all those years ago. Revenge. She promised to make Joanna pay. She suddenly felt afraid, and she couldn't understand why. "Larry!" Mara Joy howled from her bedroom later that night. Constance had given birth to her daughter, Erica. Mara Joy had seen mother and child and deposited her gift. She left, taking Alan Michael with her. As usual, he clung to her like a leech. She disposed of him at his home after sobbing on his youthful shoulder about how unfair it was that Joanna had turned the family against her. The nerve Joanna had, showing up at the birth of Constance's child. Was it not enough that she had stolen her husband and bore the children that should have been hers? She had to go and flaunt herself in front of Mara Joy, too. Alan Michael had been sympathetic as always. How could he not? He was so obsessed with her that he couldn't breathe without her permission. Her arms clutched around Alan Michael's muscular midsection, burying her face in his chest as she shook uncontrollably. His frame was surprisingly built for his age, with broad shoulders and a taut waist. She felt powerless to pull away from his strong arms as he embraced her in a hug that was far too comfortable for siblings. It was so easy to get him going, to stir his teenage arousals. All she had to do was lean on him a certain way or brush up against him, and he would tremble under her touch. Sometimes all it took was to breathe on him as she fed him words of hatred about Joanna. It was too easy, and yet she didn't stop herself from doing it, even though she knew she should. Alan Michael was her brother, but the thought of the young girls who eyed him whenever they were out together made Mara Joy more feverish in her seduction of him, brother or not. She loved the fact that he adored her, his sister, over any other green adolescent girl. When she left him earlier, breathless and hot, she had felt a little overheated herself. She wouldn't do anything morally wrong, in her opinion, with Alan Michael. She only teased him with her movements and words, enticing him. It worked. She felt her effect on him as she pressed up against his body to hug him goodbye that evening. "Good night, dear brother," she had said breathlessly into his ear as she pressed her full weight against him. "Thank you for being the only one I can trust in this family, this world." She pulled back from his embrace. Alan Michael was flushed with emotion. Mara Joy wasn't aware of just how much she affected him. Each time he was near her, he had to restrain himself from tearing her clothes off and forcefully plunging himself into her. It was starting to scare him. He didn't know how much longer he could control himself. He had taken to betting girls who looked like Mara Joy, girls who easily came to him. He had that attraction with women. He was handsome and looked older than he was. The problem was, once they were with Alan Michael, they wanted to run away. He was a brute and used them roughly and savagely. When he was done, he would lie in their arms, crying like a baby, begging for forgiveness. The women he betted didn't know the demons Alan Michael struggled with, the shame that dug at his heart. How could he tell them that when he lay with them, he thought of Mara Joy? What would they think if they knew? They would be appalled and disgusted. What kind of man, even a boy about to be a man, could lust for his own sister?
"I will always be there for you,"
Alan Michael said huskily into her black curly hair. Mara Joy looked straight through Alan Michael with her piercing blue eyes. "You will, won't you?" she whispered, a little shaken by just how devoted he was to her. It surprised even her on occasion.
"Always and forever."
"Good night." She brushed a kiss onto his hot cheek. "I'll call you tomorrow." He nodded as she turned and left the house. Mara Joy felt aroused with power. She ran to her car, jumped in, and pressed on the gas, hurrying to get home. "Larry!" Mara Joy yelled once again from the bedroom. Her older and slightly rounded, definitely balding husband bustled quickly into the bedroom. He gasped. Mara Joy lay sprawled across their marital bed, naked.
"Yes, my love."
His voice quivered. He was a powerful businessman who was jelly in his wife's beautiful hands. She looked fantastic, arranged on the bed, exotic and enticing. "Are Anne and Bobby Joe out?" she purred, touching herself lightly with the tips of her fingers. Larry swallowed hard, his mouth watering in anticipation.
"No. Yes."
This was the reason he left his wife of 18 years. This creature stretched out like a lioness on the bed, waiting for him. He wasn't crazy. Larry knew a ravishing creature such as Mara Joy didn't marry a man like him for his looks.
It was for his money. He knew it, and he didn't care. He looked upon Mara Joy with unconstrained desire. How else could a man like him have the pleasure of a woman like her without a very deep wallet? He was just glad he had substantial purse because it had left him a winner. The prize was the naked goddess waiting for him on the bed. "Good," Mara Joy cooed as she crawled across the bed. She reached out and pulled the plump man to the edge. "Will they be back soon?" she asked, undoing his pants slowly and with skill, her long red nails slightly raking against his groin. "No," he choked, touching the top of Mara Joy's curly head. His heart began to race as her fingers curled inside his zipper. He closed his eyes and rolled his round head back on his shoulders. He would do anything for her, risk anything for this exquisite animal, for that was what she had to be, an animal. She had been able to make him do things he would never have thought he could have done for anyone. The men who worked for Larry feared him. His enemies cowered from his sight. He was no wimp, but the mere bat of her blue eyes unglued Larry to the very core of his being. "Make love to me, Larry," Mara Joy mumbled, lying back on the bed, legs spread vulgarly out. Larry pounced on her like a cat on a mouse, quickly discarding his clothing in his wake. Mar, he cried out as he grunted on top of her naked form. She wrapped her legs around his broad waist and bit into Larry's neck savagely, loving it when he called her by the nickname he gave her. "Harder, you fool!" she shrieked out. Frustrated, she wiggled out from underneath him, pushing him down on the bed, straddling him. The events of the evening had been too much for Mara Joy. The power she held over Alan Michael's young body saturated her, filling her with sexual desire that needed to be unleashed. It didn't matter with whom. That had never been an issue with her. All that mattered was that she was desired over anyone, and that those who yearned for her would do anything to have her. This had always been her aphrodisiac, and there had always been plenty of men to comply. Such men like Larry who lay withering underneath her thrashing body. Most of the time, he repulsed Mara Joy. He was fat and not very attractive, but she knew he would do anything to touch her, and that, cradled with the fact that he was one of the richest men in town, was enough for her to scream out in pure delight when she coupled with him. They fought furiously, pounding on each other like wild beasts, until they were both spent with satisfaction and lay breathless and sweaty next to one another, gasping deeply. Larry pinched Mara Joy's nipple between his fingers, wondering if he could muster another round with her. Agitated, Mara Joy pushed his hand away. She raised herself onto her elbow and glared down at Larry. An extended balloon of a naked stomach protruded from his body. "Why can't I get pregnant? I want a baby. It is just unfair. I should be able to have a child of my own, too," she cried out suddenly without warning. Larry placed a hand on her bare arm and rubbed gently to calm her. He knew the anguish she felt. It was the one thing she couldn't hide about herself, the desire to have a child of her own. Larry had offered adoption as a solution. He would do anything to keep Mara Joy happy in her marriage to him, but she had refused. She wanted a child that grew in her, a child she could birth, not another woman's child. He was surprised at Mara Joy's attitude, since she had been forthright with the fact that she had been adopted. Her only response to the situation was that her parents were extraordinary people and would accept any child thrust upon them. She, on the other hand, was not that type of person. Larry had to concur. Mara Joy never warmed to his own daughters, Anne and Bobby Joe.
Fortunately, the teenage girls lived with their mother and weren't regularly exposed to their stepmother and how much they annoyed her.
We could adopt,
Larry braved, trying to console his young wife. He couldn't care less if he had another child. Anne and Bobby Joe were plenty for him. They were nice girls. He loved them, but let their mother raise them. Even when he and their mother were married, that had been her only responsibility. He believed that parenting rested with the women of the family. The men did the providing and the women the nurturing. So if Mara Joy wanted a baby, he would provide for the child as he did with his other children. He had the money. There was no problem with that. If it made Mara Joy happy, he would do it. It was not that he did this begrudgingly. He really didn't know any different way to do things. This had been the way he had been raised, and the way every person he knew had been. It was a fact of life to Larry that was quite comfortable for him. "I don't want to adopt," Mara Joy said, sitting up and pulling on her silk nightgown. Her tousled hair stood up on end, and she flattened it down with the palms of her hand. "Don't you want a child that is yours and mine? Not Anne and Bobby Joe, they are not mine. But a child that is ours. A son, perhaps, one who could one day follow in your footsteps." Mara Joy leaned over the mound of flesh and looked into Larry's brown eyes. Her blue orbs seemed to look deep into his soul. "Wouldn't that be nice, Larry? A little Lawrence Jr.?"
That would be.
His breath quickened. Suddenly, he was wondering why he had never thought of having a son of his own before. Was he crazy? It would be wonderful to have a son with Mara Joy to follow in his old man's footsteps and one day take over the business. Anne and Bobby Joe were girls. He had always assumed their future husbands would join his side in business. But a son, that would be different. It would be a child of his flesh and blood, his seed, his creation with Mara Joy. His voice quivered excitedly as he uttered,
"Oh, my dear, that would be absolutely wonderful."
His sudden yearning for a son intensified, overwhelming him with a wave of desire only moments before he hadn't even thought of. "Well, you have connections. We have money." Mara Joy smiled as her fingers circled the hair on his flabby chest. "You could make it happen, baby. You could do this for me," she said demurely, as though it were all Larry's idea.
"I could make some calls, my dear," Larry said, basking in Mara Joy's attention. "In the morning, I'll be right on it."
Mara Joy laughed exuberantly and leapt onto Larry, wrapping her slender arms around his neck. She looked into his eyes and smiled, pressing her lips against his before pulling away slowly. His heart was racing, and a tingling wave of warmth washed over him. The sensation spread across his skin. He felt a surge of energy course through his veins, reinvigorating him. "You promise to do this for me?" she asked with a coy smile, removing her slinky nightie that clung to her curves and accentuated her delicate figure. Her eyes were fixed on him, desperately awaiting an answer. She slowly pulled the slim strap down over her shoulders and let it drop, exposing the naked flesh beneath. Larry reached out, hungry for a touch. The air around him seemed to crackle with energy as he thought of holding his child in his arms. He didn't know how to make it happen, but he knew without a doubt that he would stop at nothing until Mara Joy's yearning for a child became a reality.
"I promise. I will do it."
Joanna stood up from the vanity table and put down her brush. Chad sat in bed, reading, and looked up when his wife sat down beside him, pulling up the blankets.
"Busy day?"
Putting the book on the nightstand, he turned his attention to Joanna. She looked preoccupied with something. She mumbled, not really paying attention to him.
"At least we're all moved in now.
Chad said, trying to rouse his wife's attention. "What's that?" she asked, absently turning to Chad's handsome face.
"Where are you?"
He propped himself up, looking at her.
"You seem a mile away."
"I suppose I am," Joanna said, sitting up straight too. "Do you ever feel like we were wrong for what we did to Mara Joy? Selfish?" Chad wrinkled his forehead.
"What is this all about? Did something happen today at the hospital?"
"Yes, I saw her, Mara Joy." She lowered her head, letting her hair fall into her face. She didn't know it, but this was a habit she had inherited from her mother when she felt like hiding from the world.
"Oh, brother, what did she say?"
He groaned, rolling his eyes and leaning back against the headboard. He could just imagine what his darling ex-wife had to say. He hadn't seen Mara Joy in years, but her presence was still very much alive in his memory. Her pale, creamy skin and long black hair cascading down her back in a waterfall of curls. How her eyebrows knitted together in frustration when he wouldn't cave to her demands. He could picture it all too well. The thought of her and Joanna together in the same room sent a chill through him. "She is definitely still bitter about everything that has happened," Joanna said, tucking her hair behind her ears. "She blames me for her inability to have children."
"That is ridiculous,"
Chad steamed.
"How could she blame you? She can't have children because of what the miscarriage did to her."
"What did it do to her, Chad?" Joanna turned to her husband. "I have never been clear on that. How is it that she has a miscarriage and can never have children?"
"Why does it matter?"
he asked, feeling uncomfortable talking about it.
"It just brings up the past, a past I would like to forget."
"Why? Because it hurts?" she asked, grimacing.
"Yes, it hurts."
Chad looked at Joanna's face, turning crimson.
"Why are you doing this?"
"I need to know, Chad. We have never really discussed this before. We have never discussed your marriage to my sister. We ignore it like it never happened, but it did," Joanna said quietly. Her chest tightened, and an invisible weight descended upon her. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to suppress the guilt that threatened to consume her. It was there, lying dormant, and ready at any moment to come alive and possess her. She wanted to believe she was a victim, but she knew it wasn't true, not even a bit. She replayed the events in her head, how she had schemed and manipulated until Mara Joy's marriage collapsed like a house of cards. She stole her sister's husband and did it on purpose to destroy Mara Joy and her marriage. The truth was, she had done it out of spite and jealousy, and the realization lay heavy on her conscience.
"Why do you need to know?"
he demanded, tight-lipped. "I need to feel like I am not to blame for Mara Joy's marriage ending. I need to know that there was no marriage before I entered the picture," Joanna begged. "Do you understand what I'm saying? I need to know that I didn't steal you away from her."
"That is something you will never have to worry about, Joanna. I don't know how many times I have told you this."
And he had. As much as Joanna pretended they didn't talk about his past marriage, it was always there, raising its ugly head in her insecurities. The insecurities she had always had when it came to Mara Joy. Chad slumped against the headboard, his forehead wrinkled with dread. He looked out the window, watching shadows stretch along the blank walls as if searching for an escape. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze to the ceiling and closed his eyes in surrender. He had no desire to discuss the painful part of his life and wanted to leave those memories deep into the past of his youth.
"Mara Joy and I were married in name only,"
he said, blocking out the images of him and Mara Joy pressed skin to skin. Their limbs entangled as her body writhed underneath his own, pushing away any notion of morality or decency in a naked frenzy of sex.
We married because she was pregnant. End of story.
Chad turned away, not wanting Joanna to see more in his eyes. He loved Joanna and didn't need to hurt her with all the facts of his marriage with Mara Joy. She didn't need to know how Mara Joy had controlled him with her sexual powers of persuasion. She didn't need to know how he caved under Mara Joy time and time again, just because she let him touch her. Chad couldn't handle Joanna knowing what kind of a coward he had been living with Mara Joy. How he bent to her every whim. It would kill her. He closed his eyes, ashamed. After all these years, he still felt disgusted over his behavior. Did you leave her because I was pregnant with Jenna and you knew Mara Joy could never give you children? Joanna had always wondered this, but had been afraid to ask. She and Chad had been so happy over the years. In her delusion, she needed to believe that he would have divorced her sister regardless of the affair. She didn't want to think that was the only reason Chad divorced Mara Joy was because of her. That was the reason their marriage ended. Would he still be with Mara Joy if Joanna had never become pregnant?
What? No.
Chad reached out from the bed and grabbed Joanna by the arms, pulling her and clutching her to his chest.
You crazy fool,
he said, kissing her forehead. It felt cool and smooth.
Don't you know how much I love you, you little nut? Mara Joy and I were headed for divorce no matter what would have happened between you and me. I didn't love her,
he said truthfully. Although he lusted after her, he knew he had never loved Mara Joy. In fact, he didn't like her at all. He snuggled Joanna tightly to him, loving the feeling of her in his arms.
I fell in love with you, Joanna. I needed to be with you. Jenna and Charles were just extra bonuses thrown into the bargain. If you had never had children, I still would have loved you and been with you.
What if I had never shown up on your doorstep that one night? What then? Would you still be married to Mara Joy? Joanna asked bravely, cradled in Chad's arm.
But you did.
He paused, remembering that fateful night when everything changed for him. The beginning of the rope loosening around his neck.
I know one thing. I was unhappily married to her, and that was before you came and changed my life, making it worth living again.
I can't help but feel that I deserve some of Mara Joy's fury against me. I did take what was technically hers. Chad lifted Joanna's face to his and looked into her eyes, the same eyes as his daughter's.
You listen to me. I was never hers to take. Do you understand? I was never hers.
He touched Joanna lightly on the chest above her heart.
I was yours the moment I saw you at the wedding, and you told me off. Remember that? You were just a kid, and you had me already figured out.
He chuckled. Joanna smiled in spite of herself as she rested her head on his chest, listening to his rich laughter rumbling from deep inside.
What is all this about anyway?
It's just what she said to me today. She feels so strongly that I am to blame for your failed marriage and the lack of children you had together. Honestly, I did try to destroy her at one time, Chad. The plan was to steal you from her, Joanna confided.
Joanna.
He tried to stop her from saying any more.
It's water under the bridge now. You can't torture yourself with this nonsense anymore.
I suppose you are right. She has gone on with her life.
That's right, Chad said. She has remarried, a fat cat, so I hear, and you and I have never been happier. All's well that ends well, etc., etc.
You never answered me, Joanna said, fluffing her pillow.
Answer you what?
He leaned down into the folds of his sheets. How is it that Mara Joy can't have any more children? Chad thought for a moment before answering.
I'm not sure about all the medical lingo,
he said, remembering back to that dark time.
I just know that something was wrong with her cervix.
He shrugged, not understanding what the doctor was talking about back then.
It isn't made to keep the baby inside. Like it was short or something. Incompetent was a word I think he said. I'm not sure.
And? Joanna asked, encouraging Chad to continue.
She got some kind of infection.
He paused, remembering how he and Mara Joy had sex multiple times, only days after the miscarriage. Could that have caused the infection? They had been told to abstain from intercourse for at least 6 weeks. He brushed the thought from his mind, refusing to accept responsibility.
The infection caused some sort of a blockage in her fallopian tubes. The doctor said one was destroyed, and the other one was pretty much completely closed.
Causing her never to be able to conceive a child, Joanna finished.
That's right,
Chad said, resting his head on the pillow.
He did say it was possible with the small opening, but he wasn't very optimistic. Besides, the chance of a baby implanting in the remaining tube was too great of a danger, that and having it too soon. The risks are too high. She could bleed to death next time. She nearly did the first time.
He closed his eyes, wanting to erase the memories of how devastated Mara Joy had truly been.
Is that it? Do you want any more morbid information?
No, Joanna said softly, feeling pity for Mara Joy. What had happened to her could easily have happened to Joanna or any woman. She cherished her 2 children and couldn't picture her life without them. She felt shame for how she and Constance behaved after Mara Joy's miscarriage. How cold and mean of them to have no compassion for their sister. All they cared about was scheming to destroy her marriage and her life, with no concern that Mara Joy already felt her life destroyed.
Good. Besides, maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Think about it, Joanna. What kind of mother would Mara Joy be?
Chad shivered, beside himself. He couldn't picture the woman he used to be married to being the mother of any child. Well, I guess we'll never know now, will we? Joanna said, turning off the reading lamp on her bedside table. She lay still, her eyes wide open, thinking about Mara Joy and the child she would never have, wondering who her sister would have been if things had gone differently. Chapter 42. Pauline sat in the coffee shop waiting for Pascal to arrive. Months had passed since the night they had consummated their union. Now her worst fears had come true. She was pregnant and not married. She sipped her coffee, lost in her own thoughts. What had she done? What was she going to do now? Christmas had come and gone, and she still didn't have Pascal's ring on her finger. She didn't doubt he would marry her. She had come to realize that he would. He just liked to use that as leverage over her head, so she would perform his carnal acts with him. The question was, did she still want to marry Pascal? And the answer was that she wasn't so sure anymore. Over the last few months, Pauline had seen a different side of Pascal. Not that she hadn't seen this side for some time. It was just that, for the first time, she was allowing herself to realize that maybe this Pascal she was witnessing was the real one. She sighed and looked out the coffee shop window, wishing she had someone to talk to about this. But she didn't. Who would understand her trepidation over her relationship with Pascal? He was not blind to what was going on with her. He was starting to notice her ambivalence toward him. When Pascal threatened to leave Pauline, she didn't seem to react the way she used to, and this bothered him. He had always taken comfort in the knowledge that she adored him.
This had been his power, his control over her. If her feelings for him changed, then he would be powerless, and life as he knew it would end. He was no fool. He knew that the only reason he was getting attention from other women was that he was Pauline's choice for a mate. What Pauline didn't know was Pascal had been trying to get her pregnant. He wanted to get her pregnant so that she would be helpless again. He needed her to want him as her husband once more. He could sense that he might have pushed her too far, and her feelings were changing. If she were pregnant, she would have to beg him to marry her. Pascal would, of course. He wasn't going to risk losing his hold on her. Not now, not ever. In fact, he wanted to marry her soon, before Pauline got cold feet and ran. She would be his, and he would never have to worry about it again. Pauline stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. A thudding on the window pane brought her back to reality with a jolt. She adjusted her eyes to the figure outside waving at her. It was Mara Joy, and she looked surprisingly happy. Pauline waved back, glad to see her older sister in such good spirits. Mara Joy disappeared and reappeared inside the coffee shop. The eyes of every man in the place turned toward the fur-clad woman as she breezed her way toward the delicate girl sitting alone in the corner. "Darling!" she called out loudly. "Fancy meeting you here!" She gracefully lowered herself into the seat, her fur stole swaying with her movement as her buoyant perfume filled the air. She pulled out a cigarette, took a long drag, and blew a thin stream of smoke across the table before beginning to talk. "Why do you look so glum?" she asked, blowing smoke out of her red-painted lips. She began to shrug out of her black mink coat, intent to stay for a while. Pauline looked around nervously, hoping Pascal wouldn't show up early. She'd arrived beforehand to have time to think before facing him with her news. He didn't like Mara Joy. He felt clumsy and awkward around her, and he hated to feel that way around anyone. So he wouldn't be happy if he arrived and saw Pauline having coffee with her sister. "Do I?" Pauline whispered, trying to hide her emotions. Mara Joy scrutinized her. She didn't miss a thing. Pauline was distressed about something, and she intended to find out just what it was. "Listen, Pauline, whatever it is, it can't be so bad. I know we have never been terribly close, but I am your sister, and if I can help you, I will." Mara Joy took a slow drag and blew out the smoke in a perfect ring. She exhaled leisurely, savoring the moment. Her lips pursed in concentration. The way she did it was art. Pauline's face contorted in shame. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as her lip trembled. In a flash, Mara Joy pushed her chair back and reached across the table to grasp Pauline's hand. Her touch was gentle and warm, an embrace of comfort. There, Pauline. Is it all that bad?" Mara Joy said, trying to comfort her. She felt foolish with this outward display of emotion coming from Pauline. Constance and Joanna had always hidden their inner feelings, not unlike Mara Joy herself. The three older sisters were similar in some ways, but here sat Pauline, the youngest of the lot, sobbing her heart out. Mara Joy didn't know what to do. She was stunned. "Is it that boy you've been seeing?" Her voice sharp with suspicion. "Constance's brother-in-law?" she asked with distaste. Like Alan, she didn't care for the little weasel. Pauline was much too attractive to be with such a homely fellow with a bad attitude. Besides, Mara Joy thought, he doesn't even have any money to compensate for his bad looks. Pauline nodded, blowing her nose into the tissue Mara Joy handed her. "Well, what has that little bastard done now?" She offered her a smoke. Pauline shook her head and sat up straight. She was miserable and wanted to tell someone why. Mara Joy was the first person to ask what was going on in Pauline's life.
I don't think I want to see him anymore, she said, trying to compose herself now that the words were finally spoken out loud. Mara Joy looked at Pauline in disbelief. This is why she sat here sobbing like a broken faucet? She wanted to break it off with that little troll. Well, break it off then, she said, stubbing out her cigarette in a tin ashtray. She motioned to a waitress to bring her a cup of coffee. How awful is that? Pauline began to cry again. Mara Joy didn't know that Pascal was not the sort of man you just broke it off with, and she was pregnant on top of it all. It was just not that simple, and she said so. How is it not? Mara Joy sipped the coffee the waitress had brought her. She shooed the blonde girl away with her hand when she lingered, wanting to know if they needed anything more. Pauline blushed. She knew the waitress and was embarrassed by how Mara Joy dismissed her. It's complicated, Pauline spoke softly, twirling her spoon in her cooling cup of coffee. How could she tell Mara Joy the truth? It was too awful. Well, it seems to me you'd be doing yourself a favor getting rid of that baggage. You know, Pa can't stand the guy, Mara Joy commented, looking around casually. The coffee shop was not a place she frequented. It amused her. She would have passed by it completely if she hadn't noticed Pauline sitting inside, stewing alone. Pauline's head shot up. Her face crumpled with emotion. Dad doesn't like Pascal? Since when? She asked, surprised. If she'd known this, she would have never started seeing him in the first place. There was one thing about Pauline. She never went against her parents' wishes. Too many times they had been hurt by their children's decisions. Pauline didn't want to be one of them. Since always. I thought you knew that. Mara Joy was surprised. Why was it that Pauline always seemed to be clueless to matters that were obvious to everyone else? No one can stand Pascal. He is beneath you and our family. I'm surprised you ever gave the creep the time of day, she said matter-of-factly. I never knew, Pauline said, dazed. I always thought everyone approved. Mara Joy shrugged her shoulders. Well, maybe Constance at first, and that husband of hers. But the rest of us are still wondering what on earth you are doing with him. She looked up, startled by the expression on Pauline's face. What? She asked. You can't be surprised by this information, can you? The guy has nothing to offer you. He is nasty to look at and has the personality of a slug. He gives me the creeps just thinking about him. She shivered for effect. You are much too good for the likes of that guy. I don't care if he is Constance's brother-in-law. She sipped her coffee again, totally unaware of the effects of her words on Pauline. You really think so? Pauline asked, astonished. Her oldest sister had never shown much interest in her before, let alone compliment her. Mara Joy rolled her eyes. Pauline was so eager and so easily pleased. The kid would be eaten up by the likes of Pascal. You could have any fellow you wanted. You are drop-dead gorgeous. Mara Joy eyed Pauline as she flushed crimson red. Much to my dismay, she added, cocking her eyebrow. Pauline smiled shyly, drawing her shoulders inward. And, Mara Joy paused, sighing deeply. If you ever tell anyone I said this, I will kill you, she threatened, bending in closer. You are sweet. Men like that quality in a woman, especially when they want a woman to share their life with. Mara Joy. She raised her hand, silencing Pauline. I'm not finished. What I'm trying to say is, why waste your life on the likes of Pascal when you could have the pick of the litter? Mara Joy waved her hand around the coffee shop. I happen to know that you are a much-desired woman in your peer group, So much so that your little boyfriend gets more attention than he deserves simply by virtue of your acquaintance." Pauline sat silently, stunned. Every word stuck, sticky, in her brain, like a fly caught in a web. The only problem was now she was certain she didn't want to be with Pascal. How was she going to get out of the relationship now that she was pregnant? "Anyway," Mara Joy stood up, "I have to get back to Larry. We're having a little celebration tonight." Mara Joy looked as though she were glowing. It was the first time Pauline noticed. "What are you celebrating?" she asked curiously. She couldn't remember ever seeing her sister so happy before. Mara Joy looked around as though not wanting anyone to hear. She bent down her expensively set head to Pauline's ponytailed one. "Can you keep a secret?" she whispered, barely able to contain herself. Pauline nodded, touched by Mara Joy's outreach of affection. "Larry and I have been seeing a doctor," she said with a glint in her eye. "What kind of doctor?" Pauline asked, confused. Mara Joy didn't look sick. "A baby doctor." She looked around again. "You have to promise not to say one word." She pointed a long-nailed finger, painted deep red, into Pauline's face. "I mean it." "I won't, I promise," Pauline said with sincerity, pulling slightly away from the accusing finger. "I am going to have a baby." She covered her mouth with her heavily jeweled hand, barely containing her excitement. "But I thought—" Pauline's mouth gaped open in shock. I know, but this doctor has been working with us for months and—" She stopped to take a deep breath, clasping her hands to her heaving chest. "A miracle has happened!" Pauline had never seen Mara Joy so happy. She couldn't help but feel a surge of delight for her sister. She stood up, embracing her in a tight hug. "This is the most wonderful news, Mara Joy. I am so happy for you and Larry. The family will be so delighted." Pauline squeezed Mara Joy warmly, smelling her airy perfume. It felt good to share this news. It felt right. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Mara Joy untangled herself from her sister's embrace, glancing around the cafe. "Yes, well, you promise not to say a word," she said, unable to contain her pleasure, the blue of her eyes radiating with life. "I promise. Mom is going to have a fit when she hears. She is going to be beside herself," Pauline said, feeling a little weird. Her mother wasn't going to feel so happy finding out Pauline was also pregnant. I know, Mara Joy beamed, clutching Pauline's arm. "But I just want to wait a little, till I'm sure everything will be all right." Her face darkened, the memory of her last pregnancy always fresh in her mind. Pauline picked up on her emotions. "Everything will be fine," she said, placing a warm hand on Mara Joy's. "Tell Larry I said hi and congratulations. You deserve this." Mara Joy brightened up and lifted her head regally. "Thank you, and I will. I suggest you prepare yourself," she said, looking toward the door where Pascal had just entered, "to dispose of certain garbage." She deposited a 20 on the table and slid back into her mink. "For the coffee," she said, and waved her fingers at Pauline as she turned to leave, brushing past Pascal without saying a word.
"What was all that about?"
he asked, sitting down in Mara Joy's seat. "Nothing," Pauline smiled. There was something to be said about Mara Joy. She didn't pull any punches. She let you know exactly what she wanted you to know. Pascal leaned over the table, already bored with the conversation, and looked at Pauline. She looked good, even though her eyes were a little bloodshot.
"You look smashing, babe. Let's blow this place. I need to feel the wind at my back."
Without waiting for a response from her, he got up, expecting her to follow him. She huffed, standing up, pocketing the change from the 20. She left the waitress a hefty tip, hoping it would make up for the abuse from Mara Joy, and followed after Pascal.
"I need some lovin' tonight,"
Pascal said, loudly hammering his steering wheel with his closed fist in sync with the sounds coming from the radio. Pauline sat huddled in the corner of the passenger seat. A shiver ran up her spine. She was not going to comply this time, no matter what. "No, Pascal, I need to talk to you," she said, barely above a whisper.
"What?"
he asked, scrunching his face in disbelief at her.
"What are you talking about? You do as I say, right, babe?"
He turned his attention back to the road. He made a sharp right turn into a bushy, secluded area. There were no streetlights here, and the only illumination available was from the car's front lights. He continued to drive. Pauline had no idea where he was going, but assumed that he was taking her to a place where they could be alone and undisturbed. "No, I can't do this anymore." Pauline shook her head, summoning all her courage.
"Pauline, listen, I don't need your shit tonight, okay? Let's just get to our destination, have a little fun, and then, if you're lucky—"
He looked over at the frail form huddled in her seat. She had taken down her ponytail, and her hair was hanging loose, hiding her face from his view. She never wore her hair down. He didn't like it. Pauline was an attractive girl. Hiding her face behind her hair was unbecoming. He pushed the hair out of her face. Pauline pulled back instinctively.
"What's with your hair?"
he demanded gruffly.
"I don't like it like that. Put it up."
Pauline obeyed, taking an elastic hairband from her purse and pulling her hair back into its customary ponytail. Pascal observed her and smiled.
"That's better,"
he said, pulling into a clearing of the dense bushes. He stopped the car and turned off the engine. He leaned over and pulled Pauline to him. She jerked back stiffly from his embrace.
"What the hell is the matter?"
he said angrily. "I don't want this anymore," she swallowed, feeling afraid.
"Listen, if this is about not being married yet, well, don't sweat it."
Pascal swelled up, bloated with his own importance.
"That is the surprise, baby. It's time. I was planning on asking you tonight."
Pauline sat with her mouth open. This would solve her problems regarding the pregnancy, but she didn't want to marry him anymore.
"And you can make it as big as you want,"
he grinned, sure of himself.
"In fact, you could make it the biggest wedding of the year. Hell, the century."
"I don't want to marry you." Pauline spoke the words before she realized they were out of her mouth. Pascal looked at her, amazed. His hand shot out in front of him, striking her firmly across the face. She flew against the door, banging her head hard on the window. She hunched in the corner of her seat, frightened.
"You don't want a what?"
he asked venomously. Fear rippled through him. He wasn't about to lose his little gold mine. "Pascal, please," Pauline begged, clutching her throbbing head. "I just can't do this anymore."
"I just can't do this anymore,"
he mimicked in a cruel voice.
"Well, isn't that a little too bad now?"
He reached out and grabbed her arm, roughly. She tried to pull away, but his grip was too firm.
"Since when do you make the decisions in this relationship?"
He glared down at her wickedly.
"I am speaking to you, woman."
"You are hurting me. Stop, please." Pauline was terrified. Pascal looked manic and completely out of control.
"You don't know what hurt is, but it looks like you're gonna find out."
He pulled her closer, and a fist flashed as everything went black. Several hours later, he dumped her in front of her house. Both Pauline's eyes were black and her left arm hung limply in her right hand. She knew it was broken. But that was not all that was broken. After beating her senseless, Pascal had raped Pauline continuously until she passed out. She awoke as he hastily pushed her battered body from the car.
"Babe,"
Pascal said as Pauline stumbled up the stairs. She turned to him, unable to see clearly out of her swollen eyes.
"Remember, you met up with some hooligans. I never saw you tonight,"
Pascal said very calmly. She turned away, numb with pain, both physical and emotional.
"I mean it, Pauline. Hey," he continued, sounding uplifted, "we will announce our engagement afterwards."
Pauline continued up the stairs, not bothering to respond. Pascal smiled to himself. This would work out well. He would look like a big man, announcing that he would marry Pauline after her attack. He pressed on the accelerator and drove off, not bothering to look back to see if Pauline had made it safely inside. As soon as the car spun away, Pauline fell to the ground in front of her door. What would she do? She had no one to turn to for help. The one thing she did know was that she wasn't going to marry Pascal, and she didn't want to have his child. Life with him would only get worse. Once they were married, her life would turn into more of a nightmare than it already was. Her thoughts turned to Mara Joy. She had money. Maybe Pauline could borrow some and go away for a while. If she left without Pascal knowing where she was, she could heal and deal with this pregnancy, one way or another. She stood up. If she told Mara Joy the truth, maybe she could help her. One thing was for sure, she couldn't face her parents. Pauline held her injured arm. She looked a mess. She couldn't lie and protect Pascal from what he had done to her, and she couldn't face telling her parents the truth. There was no one who could help her except Mara Joy. The question was, would she? Pauline had no choice but to find out. Mara Joy came down her staircase, pulling a silk robe around her protectively. She was half asleep when Larry woke her, telling her Pauline was there. He had warned Mara Joy that something had happened, but she was not prepared for what she saw standing in the doorway. Pauline looked terrible and about to collapse. She had taken a cab over using the money Mara Joy had left at the cafe. "Larry, get her on the sofa," Mara Joy ordered. He obeyed, carrying the sagging Pauline into the living room as Mara Joy followed behind, frantic. "What the hell happened to you?" She stood with her hands on her hips, staring down at the battered form of her sister. "I need your help," Pauline mumbled through swollen lips. She could barely see Mara Joy's stunned face through her black eyes. "Larry, call Dr. Avery," Mara Joy ordered, needing to take control of the situation. She was totally unprepared for Pauline's unexpected visit. "No!" Pauline protested. Mara Joy pivoted to Pauline. "Larry, make the call," she said sternly, ignoring her little sister. Larry, obeying his wife, left the room to call his personal doctor. Whatever happened to Pauline, Mara Joy had decided to keep it a secret, for now. Once Larry was safely out of the room, Mara Joy bent down. She looked at Pauline's pounded face and felt her anger rising. Never had she felt this type of anger. Not even after Joanna and Chad had run off together. "Who did this to you, or do I need to ask?" she inquired coolly, gently smoothing the matted hair from Pauline's bloody face. "I need your help," Pauline sobbed, trying to lift her head. She winced in pain as she moved her broken arm. Mara Joy cocked her eyebrow, examining the ruined arm, her mind racing. "You need my help, do you?" she said through lips pressed firmly together. "Yes, I need to borrow some money, and I need your word that you won't tell Mom and Dad about this." Pauline sputtered through cracked lips. "You expect me to help you when you haven't even told me what has happened?" Mara Joy stood up and walked around the spacious living room, richly decorated in the newest fashions. "Please, I have nowhere else to turn," Pauline begged, trying hard not to cry. Her sister was her only hope. Without her, she didn't know what she would do. "Don't beg. It's very unbecoming." Mara Joy turned abruptly back to her beaten sibling. "Did that boyfriend of yours do this?" she demanded, full of hate for the man. Pauline, weakened from the night's events, nodded, defeated. "I thought so." She went to the fireplace mantel and retrieved a cigarette from the pack that rested there. She lit the white stick and breathed in. "How did it happen?" she asked, feeling chilled to the bone. "I told him I didn't want to marry him," Pauline cried weakly, looking like a broken doll. "So he beat you?" Mara Joy said, disgusted, her arms firmly crossed against her chest. Pauline breathed in ragged breaths that rattled in her lungs. "Monster," Mara Joy said under her breath. She turned her attention to Pauline, resigned. "Well, Pascal has made a very grave mistake." Pauline's swollen eyes looked up beseechingly to Mara Joy. She didn't resemble the pretty girl Mara Joy had spoken to only hours before. "He should have never messed with my sister. To mess with you was to mess with me." She inhaled, her arms still pressed against her chest. "And everyone knows not to mess with me." Mara Joy was very efficient. Dr. Avery arrived and mended the broken Pauline as best he could. With a bit of Larry's money stuffed in his pocket, he agreed to keep quiet about the whole affair. Arrangements were made for Pauline to go to a hospital in another town where no one knew her. There, she could heal from her injuries without being recognized. With great trepidation, Pauline revealed the whole story to Mara Joy, including the most imminent problem, her pregnancy. Mara Joy arranged it so Pauline would no longer have that burden to carry. There was no way her sister was going to be forced into marrying Pascal. Laws didn't apply to the rich. With money greasing the right hands, the hospital would take care of that problem, along with the broken arm and bruises. Pauline, grateful to have the responsibility taken from her shoulders, fell back into the seat of the car, exhausted and eased of her burdens. She sat snugly wrapped in a thick blanket in the back seat. Larry sat in front with the doctor. Mara Joy had insisted he go with Pauline to settle her into the hospital safely. She stood outside the car, looking in, clutching her robe tightly to her bosom. "Now listen, kid," she said, lighting another cigarette. "Don't worry about the folks. I'll take care of it." "I don't know how to thank you," Pauline said, eyes welling with tears. Mara Joy brushed her comments aside and, feeling ill at ease, shushed Pauline up. "What are sisters for?" she said casually, dismissing the tenderness in Pauline's voice. "What about Pascal?" Pauline trembled, thinking about how mad he was going to be when he found out she had disappeared. Mara Joy glared down at her, and in a very cool and steady voice, she said, "He is never going to be a problem again for you. Right, Larry?" She grinned wickedly at her husband in the front seat as she inhaled deeply from her cigarette. Larry turned his heavy bulk around, his eyes and nose visible over his shoulder.
"That's right, Mar. He ain't gonna be a problem anymore."
He laughed deep in his chest. Mara Joy tried to contain her own laughter and turned back to Pauline in the back seat, tossing her cigarette behind her. "Leave everything to Larry and me. I'll be up tomorrow to visit with you and see that you are all settled in." She reached a hand inside the car and placed it on Pauline's shoulders. You are not going to ruin your life over this man, she said. Everything will work out fine. Trust me. Pauline felt a heavy warmth spreading through her body as she slowly nodded off, the sedative Dr. Avery had given her taking effect. Her eyelids drooped shut. She felt a calm wash over her and a deep sense of security and safety. Mara Joy would keep her safe from Pascal's clutches. She relaxed into the comforting embrace of sleep. Chapter 43. He is dreaming. Alan Michael is with Mara Joy, laughing. Blood covers everything he sees. He looks down on her as she laughs hysterically, arms stretched out. She is dripping with blood from head to toe. Alan Michael stares at his own body. He is naked and blanketed in blood also. A knife is clasped in his right hand. Blood drips lazily from the pointed tip of the razor-sharp edge. "Mara Joy," he says dreamily. She veers away from him, hair flowing out behind her. A blood-soaked hand motions him to follow. He does. It feels like he is floating on a wave of red. He can hear her tinkling laugh through his deep breathing as she gets farther and farther away from him. He hurries his pace, bent on catching up to her. He turns a scarlet-drenched corner and stops dead in his tracks. She stands still above a blood-sodden mass. He moves slowly to her, his heart racing as it floats toward his goal with each step. She smiles at him and giggles, looking down at the bloody pulp at her feet. Alan Michael gazes down at what she is concentrating on. Joanna lies in a heap of blood and gore. Her eyes are blank and staring. Life has gone from them. Her tongue rolls from her mouth grotesquely. A large gaping wound pumps blood slowly from her neck. His head snaps back up to Mara Joy. She is naked, blood sprinkled all over her exposed torso. "You've done it, Mikey. I told you could do it," she says in a faraway voice. Her hands lift from behind her hips and extend out toward him. She pulls his nude body to her, undisturbed by the corpse of Joanna lying between them. "You did it, my love," she says, leaning in and kissing his wet lips. Drops begin to fall onto their locked faces. Suddenly, rain begins to pour on top of their naked bodies. Alan Michael opens his eyes to the rain falling inside the blood-drenched room. It's not rain. It's blood. Joanna's blood. Mara Joy tilts back her head and raises her arms high, squealing with delight. Drops of blood race down her naked form, leaving red streaks. Alan Michael lifts his head to the downpour of blood and laughs out loud too. "Mikey," she says softly, pulling his head down to her waiting lips. "I am yours." She plunges her cool, wet tongue into his mouth, hungrily searching for his waiting one. She finds it and sucks on it thirstily. He grasps her shoulders tightly, pulling her small frame onto his. His desire prods her with full force. She tosses back her head and moans, grasping his stiff shaft. He groans with heated passion, pulling her down onto the bloody floor. He is on top of her in a flash. Mara Joy squirms like a wild beast beneath him, blood sloshing under her back. "Now, Mikey, now!" she gasps, forcefully guiding him into her. "Now!" She arches her back, displaying her jutting breasts soaked with blood. He pounces on her forcefully, pounding her harder and harder. She cries out, cackling, raking her painted fingers down his bloody back. His pleasure is mounting higher and higher, The intensity of his desire grows stronger and stronger. He feels his buttocks tighten in anticipation of his climax. Something wet and slimy wraps firmly around his ankle. He ignores it and continues to enjoy himself on the withering creature wailing beneath him. Mara Joy calls out his name, gripping her hands firmly on his pumping rump. His head falls back, enthralled in his work at hand. Eyes closed, he feels something moist and sticky touching his face gently. He opens his eyes, not wanting to miss seeing Mara Joy bloom. He looks down to see her startled face gazing past him. Her hands clasped to her mouth. She looks green with fright.
"Mara Joy,"
he says, confused by her behavior. She points behind him and begins to scream. He turns around, sensing the sickly sweet smell of putrid waste. To his horror, Joanna is crouched behind him, her body arched perfectly to his. Blood oozes from the open gape in her neck. Her vacant green eyes stare blankly out at him. Deep from within her extended mouth, her voice bubbles through. "Why, brother? Why?" The inhumane voice filters out. Alan Michael sat straight up in bed, heart pounding in his throat. He was soaking wet with his own perspiration. Joanna's dead voice still echoing in his head, her dead eyes burning into him.
"It was just a dream. A horrible dream."
He panted, relieved. He looked at the clock on the bedstand. It was 3:13 in the morning. He lay back down on his damp pillow, dropping his head gently to the soft folds of feathers. He closed his eyes and visualized Mara Joy. His lips couldn't help curving into an evil smile. Joanna and her dead eyes already forgotten. Chapter 44. Mara Joy took a deep breath before entering her parents' home. She had called them earlier that morning to tell them that Pauline had spent the night at her house. Confused, Jobeth and Alan accepted the fact, as odd as it seemed. Mara Joy and Pauline had never been close, but if they were starting to form a bond, Jobeth and Alan were all for it. They wanted all their children to get along with each other, and maybe this was a step in the right direction. Mara Joy snubbed out her cigarette with her shoe and straightened up, her hand briefly resting on her flat abdomen. Her heart fluttered like a bird in a cage, and she smiled in spite of herself. Larry had really come through with his promises about speaking to a doctor. The problem was rectified almost immediately. A trip to the specialist had led to some painful procedures. Apparently, the doctor had been able to fix the problem. She was now free to get pregnant, and with Larry's help, that was exactly what she did. She was beside herself with happiness. At long last, she would have what she always dreamed of having, a child of her own. Larry couldn't believe the change in his wife. She was so grateful, she doted on him like never before. When she found out she was pregnant, it was like Christmas Day had arrived. She was even friendly to Anne and Bobby Joe. If having a child made Mara Joy that happy, Larry figured she could have as many children as she wanted. Mara Joy cleared her throat and opened the front door. She entered the kitchen and instantly saw Alan Michael seated at the kitchen table eating his morning cereal. "Hello, little brother," she chirped, dropping her purse on the table and shrugging off her mink coat. "It's a beautiful day. You should go outside and get some fresh air. You look a little dead." Alan Michael looked up from his bowl of cereal and stared at her, open-mouthed. He jumped when her voice reached his ear, not expecting to see her so early in the morning. He felt a sudden rush of heat in his chest, remembering the dream he had woken up from, its lingering presence like a dull open wound in his head.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked, mouth gaping. She plunked down in the kitchen chair closest to him. She removed a cigarette package from her purse, retrieving a long, white, tobacco-filled cylinder. Snapping the case shut, she lit up her smoke as she squinted her eyes mysteriously at Alan Michael. "I came to see our parents, if that is all right," she said, grinning through the smoke. "What on earth is eating you?"
"Nothing. I just didn't sleep well last night," he murmured, spooning up his cereal. He stuffed a heaping spoon into his mouth and munched loudly.
"Alan Michael, please." Mara Joy scrunched up her face, repulsed. "Mouth shut." Her stomach churned. He complied, wiping milk from his mouth with the back of his hand.
"You seem in a good mood. What's up with you?"
he asked, still chomping on his food. "Can't a girl be happy on such a wonderful day?" she breathed.
"What happened? Did Joanna drop dead or something?"
Alan Michael laughed into his bowl of cornflakes. Mara Joy was taken off guard. It was in her behavior to make ugly comments about Joanna's life or lack of it, but it all seemed frivolous now that she was going to have a baby. Everything was different now that she would have her own child. She didn't really want Chad back if she thought about it. He had no money to speak of. He definitely had no power. Larry, on the other hand, had both. He had money to give Mara Joy a child of her own. He had the money and power to set Pauline up in a private hospital room with no questions asked from the staff. Pauline's life wouldn't be destroyed because of the power Larry possessed. She wouldn't have to marry Pascal because she was pregnant. That problem was probably already disposed of, and no backstreet butcher would perform her abortion. Oh no, only the best doctor would treat Pauline. Larry made sure of it. Pauline would never have to worry about that little troll again. Larry had taken care of him with just a few phone calls. Mara Joy was certain Pascal would disappear, never to bother Pauline again. That was the kind of power Larry wielded. When Mara Joy thought about it, it was kind of a blessing in disguise to be rid of Chad. He'd always been wimpy and never able to give her the lifestyle she needed to have. If she was honest with herself, she would have eventually left him on her own, outgrown him and his weaknesses. She needed a man, and Chad had always been a boy in a man's body, boo-hooing about all the wrongs done to him. A man baby. She shrugged her shoulders and puffed on her cigarette. "For once, Joanna has nothing to do with my mood," Mara Joy said, enlightened. She might not want Chad any longer, but it was going to take a lot more to forgive Joanna for what she had done to her.
"Well, what is it?"
Alan Michael asked, raising one broad eyebrow, starting to feel uneasy. Mara Joy was acting in a way he wasn't familiar with, and it frightened him. "Never mind, nosy," Mara Joy teased. "Are the folks up?" she asked, looking at the door that went to the rest of the house. He nodded, not enjoying being left out of Mara Joy's secret. She always included him. Why was it different now?
"Why did Pauline stay at your house?"
His voice was tinged with a nasty tone. Mara Joy's blue eyes snapped back at him. My, Mikey, if I didn't know better, I would say that you are behaving like a jealous little boy." She smiled wickedly, loving toying with him. It was so easy. He was such simple prey, putty in her hands. Alan Michael pushed himself angrily away from the table and stood up, disgusted.
"I'm not jealous."
He tried to contain his voice from yelling.
"It's just that you're acting weird and like you're up to something, and you don't want to share it with me."
She rolled her crystal blue eyes. "Sit down, before you hurt yourself," she said. He continued to stand, his chest moving up and down furiously. "Oh, for crying out loud," she sighed, crushing out her cigarette in the ashtray. "You are worse than a baby. I'm up to nothing. Now sit down and relax. You are starting to bother me." He sat down slowly, his breathing shallow. His face felt hot and clammy.
You haven't been planning things without me, have you?
He asked, hands firmly gripping the wooden table. What things? Honestly, Ellen Michael, I don't know what you are talking about, Mara Joy replied with exasperation. He was becoming increasingly paranoid and demanding. She didn't like it, and it was starting to get on her nerves. It had been fun conspiring with him against Joanna all these years. She had no one except him to vent to about her pain and anguish over Joanna running off with Chad, but he was pushing too much now. He was obsessed with Mara Joy and with pleasing her. It was starting to feel boring.
You know, things about Joanna?
Alan Michael's eyes roamed the room, fearful of eavesdroppers. There's nothing I can do about her, Mara Joy sighed, tired of the whole matter. We might as well get used to it and move on with our lives. Good idea, Jobeth's voice said from the doorway. Both Alan Michael and Mara Joy were startled. Jobeth stood smiling at her two favorite children. That is just the thing I have been praying for, she said. It would please me immensely for you and Alan Michael to bury the hatchet with Joanna. Oh, Mama, don't be thanking any lucky stars yet, Mara Joy said, standing up and smoothing out her navy blue dress. Alan Michael couldn't believe his ears. This was not the Mara Joy he knew and loved. He sat with his mouth open, appalled. Had she just given up hope? Had Joanna won and Mara Joy lost? He shook his head in disbelief.
I'm going upstairs,
he said to the two women. They nodded, not really paying attention. I'll see you later, Mikey, Mara Joy said, not bothering to look at his large form leaving the room. He bumped into Alan as he ascended the stairs.
Good morning, son,
Alan said, cheerfully slapping Alan Michael's back. It made a solid thudding sound.
Yeah, morning,
Alan Michaels said, distractedly, as he continued to his room. Everything seemed unreal. Could he have heard Mara Joy right? He collapsed on his bed and closed his eyes. His mind was jumbled with questions. Had Mara Joy forgiven Joanna? No, she told their mother not to count her lucky stars. He lurched upright in bed, his eyes glazed and unfocused. A demented smile spread across his face. Mara Joy hadn't said she forgave their whore of a sister. She just felt there was nothing she could do about her. Nothing Mara Joy could do about her, but maybe something Alan Michael could do. He wondered what she would do if he took care of her Joanna problem for good. Images of his dream from the night before filtered through his head, and he moaned out loud. He pressed a hand firmly onto his growing crotch. He would do anything for her. Anything.
Where is Pauline?
Alan asked, entering the small kitchen. Mara Joy and Jobeth were seated together at the table, each sipping a coffee. Alan went to the pot, grabbed an old-fashioned white mug, and filled it to the brim with steaming black liquid. He took a seat next to Mara Joy. The steam from the cup lifted up in wispy swirls as he scanned her face, waiting for her response. Well, that is why I am here, she said, glancing between her parents. I have something to say on behalf of Pauline to both of you, and I'm not sure how you two are going to take it. This doesn't sound good, Jobeth replied. What is going on? Well, it's like this, Mara Joy said, mustering up her best poker face. Pauline has been unhappy here for some time. What? Both Alan and Jobeth remarked in unison. Mara Joy raised her hand in protest. Now, she doesn't mean here with the two of you. Alan and Jobeth relaxed and listened patiently. She has been unhappy with her life here. I mean her life with that creep, Pascal. Mara Joy looked at Alan, knowing his feelings toward Pauline's boyfriend. And now that she is finished with school, She wants to do more with herself than become a wife and mother.
She paused, always conscious of the reaction of her parents.
Pauline wants something different than the rest of us. She wants to be a career girl.
There, she said it. Now she sat back and waited to see if Alan and Jobeth bought it. They sat silent for a moment.
What kind of career girl does she hope to be?
Jobeth asked, not sure what to say. This seemed sudden. Pauline had never expressed any desire to have a job before.
Well, she isn't sure herself, Ma,
Mara Joy continued. How is she going to be a career girl if she doesn't even know what she wants to do? Alan interrupted.
That is where I come into the picture.
Mara Joy took a deep breath and decided to light another cigarette.
A few weeks ago, Pauline came to my house devastated. Pascal had asked her to marry him, and she didn't know how to say no.
Alan and Jobeth nodded, except for the part about Pauline going to Mara Joy's house. This was easy to believe. They had both felt it was just a matter of time before Pauline told them she was going to marry Pascal.
Imagine my surprise seeing Pauline standing outside my door, crying.
Mara Joy continued, sensing their trepidation.
At first, I thought, why did she come to me? Why not Constance or even Joanna?
She took a puff of her cigarette, letting each sentence soak into her parents' minds.
But then I realized why she couldn't go to them. They are happy being just wives, and Pascal is Constance's brother-in-law. It made sense. I'm the only one she could go to. I know the hard reality of life. I know what it is like to be in a bad marriage.
Jobeth looked surprised. She had never heard Mara Joy say her marriage to Chad had been bad before.
So, naturally, I was the most logical choice for her to come to for help,
Mara Joy said, swinging her cigarette as she talked.
I brought her into the house and calmed her down. Finally, she told me how she felt about Pascal, that she didn't love him and she definitely did not want to marry him. She then confided to me how she wanted to do more with her life, become more than just a wife.
Mara Joy examined her parents' faces. They were both pale, unable to digest all she was saying, but they were listening intently.
I got to thinking to myself, she resumed, how can I help Pauline? I don't want her to marry Pascal. I don't really like the fellow much. I think Pauline deserves better than him.
Hear, hear, Alan piped in. Jobeth suppressed a laugh. She had to admit, she felt relieved that Pauline didn't want to spend the rest of her life with that particular young man either. Mara Joy rolled her tongue around her mouth, triumphantly. She'd won them over to her side. She knew her parents would agree to anything she said now.
So, I asked her, what do you want to do with your life? And do you know what she said?
Mara Joy asked, leaning in closer to her parents.
No,
Jobeth said dully, and I'm afraid to ask.
She said she wanted to go to college.
Mara Joy slammed her hand down onto the table. College? Alan said in disbelief. She's not the type of girl to go to college. Jobeth blinked her eyes and pursed her lips at Alan.
What type of girl goes to college, Alan? She asked, a little annoyed.
Come on, Jobeth. Pauline is sweet, but we both know she hasn't got what it takes to go to college.
Why is that? Pauline is just as smart as the next girl.
Jobeth defended her daughter. Everyone took Pauline's naivete for stupidity, and she did not like it, not one bit. Just because Pauline was innocent didn't make her brainless. I love her dearly, too, but Pauline is not as smart as the average girl.
Well, I beg to differ with you, Alan. I think Pauline would do just fine in college, Jobeth stated, and sipped her coffee, effectively ending the conversation. "Mama, I have to agree with you. Sorry, Papa," Mara Joy said. "That is why Larry and I have decided to send Pauline to school."
What?
Jobeth and Alan asked in unison once again. "The three of us, Larry, Pauline, and I, discussed it last night, and we feel that she would be best off in college. There's a good one that Larry knows of, and he made all the arrangements. It is already done. Pauline will be enrolled in the next session come next month." Mara Joy paused, letting the information sink in.
Who said you could do this?
Jobeth asked, stiffly clutching her steaming mug. "Pauline did, Mama," Mara Joy replied. "I also have to tell you that Larry has already taken her to the school. We felt it best that she leaves town as soon as possible so that Pascal couldn't influence her to stay."
Mara Joy,
Alan said, running his hand through his hair.
"I don't understand why you did this behind our backs."
"Listen to your attitude, Pa. You don't think Pauline can do it. She knows you love her, but she doesn't need to hear you say she is only smart enough to be a wife. Why wouldn't she keep it from you?" Mara Joy asked, looking at her bewildered father. This was going too smoothly. Everything was falling into place, nice and neat. Alan felt ashamed. She was right. He would have discouraged Pauline. "Now, what do we do?" Jobeth asked in a daze. Another child had run from her with hidden secrets. Mara Joy looked at her mother and felt a small amount of pity for her. She didn't know that Pauline was in a hospital recovering from a beating and preparing for an abortion. She didn't know that everything had taken place only a few hours ago, not weeks, like Mara Joy had made it seem. What could she do but hide the real truth from them? It was what Pauline wanted. "You don't need to do anything, Ma. It's already done." Chapter 45. Pauline recovered quickly, hidden away in the private hospital. Mara Joy came to visit often, harassing the staff to no end. She always seemed to have something to complain about to the nurses who cared for her sister. Her behavior embarrassed Pauline, but she felt she had no right to judge her sister after Mara Joy had saved her life. Pauline lay in a hospital bed, the white sheets tucked neatly around her, staring at the ceiling. The pregnancy was no longer an issue, and Pascal was far behind her. The hospital walls had been a safe refuge, and now that she was free from him, she couldn't help but wonder what would come next. Would she ever find contentment and joy again? She voiced these questions to Mara Joy on a balmy afternoon 2 weeks into her stay. "What do you mean, what are you going to do?" Mara Joy asked, startled, lighting her usual smoke, sitting down in a chair beside the bed. Pauline held her heavily plastered arm to her chest. Her eyes were almost normal again, the traces of the black bruises finally fading. "I feel like I've been given a new start in life." She wrinkled her nose at the smoke. "I want to do something special with my life, meaningful." "Well, sister, you can do as I told the folks and go to school," Mara Joy said, not bothering to fan the smoke away from Pauline, who seemed to attract it like a magnet. That is a good idea, but I think I have something else in mind," Pauline said, looking out the window and smiling to herself. What Mara Joy didn't know was Pauline had met a woman about 7 years her senior shortly after her arrival at the hospital. It had been right after the abortion. Pauline rested in her room a couple of days after the procedure, unable to stop crying. She knew she had made the right choice in not going through with the pregnancy, but that didn't change the fact that it tore her mind and soul apart. She felt deep sorrow for it all, a crushing tightness in her chest. Now and forever, she was changed. Her heart stained. She never in her life would have imagined contemplating ending a pregnancy. She wouldn't even think of it, let alone do it. It was beyond her scope of imagination. But that was life, wasn't it? Throwing loops when you didn't see it coming. She realized she had no idea what she would do if put in a particular situation. Yes, it had to be done, and she was grateful to Larry and Mara Joy for their help. Still, it was no less challenging to endure, or for the guilt to magically wash away with tears that fell freely from her eyes like a leaky faucet. She was changed, irrevocably. She walked aimlessly through the sterile halls, not paying much attention to the occupants that filled them. Her mind was a million miles away. Pauline's eyes focused on nothing and no one, so she didn't see the tall, slim woman coming toward her. Not, that is, until she collided headlong into her. Both women fell back from each other, but didn't fall. Pauline grasped her chest with her one good arm, her cast raised in self-defense. "Hold on there, stranger. No need to strike," the woman said in a deep voice. She looked at her assailant. She seemed none the worse for their collision. The woman was a bit taller than Pauline, who was tall herself at nearly 5'7". She had sandy blonde hair that hung in a bob, casually in loose curls around her ears. Freckles sprinkled the bridge of her nose, and her fair skin had an unusual shade of soft brown, achieved by spending much of her time outdoors. "You seem to be lost in thought," she declared, raising her hand in offering. "Name's Eleanor Wimsby." Pauline stood, staring at the freckled hand jutting toward her. She must look a mess. Her bruises were out in full, decorating her face with a multitude of black and blue. She walked stiffly, still aching in every part of her body. "Pauline, Benson," she said slowly, offering Eleanor her good hand. She grasped it warmly and pumped Pauline's cool hand up and down. Her grip was firm and friendly. "Pleased to meet you, Pauline." She let go of her hand and looked into the blackened eyes. "Sorry, I didn't see you coming. I was deep in thought." Eleanor shook her head in disgust, causing her bob to bounce to and fro. "You must forgive me. I'm not used to being inside, watching my every step." "Oh," Pauline whispered, noticing Eleanor was dressed in tan slacks and a matching button-up top. She had never really seen a woman wear pants before, except for herself. She had read about it in one of her magazines, but she had never met anyone brave enough to wear them. Pauline couldn't help but wonder what kind of woman Eleanor was. "Well, sorry to have startled you," Eleanor said, taking leave. "Good to have met you, Pauline Benson." Pauline watched Eleanor begin to leave. Her shoulders were hunched protectively around her broken body. Something inside her was compelled to call out to the slim, older woman. "Why is that?" Pauline blurted out. She jumped a little, startled by her outburst. Her voice didn't sound like her own. Eleanor pivoted back to the battered figure. "I beg your pardon?" she asked, confused. "I mean, that is," Pauline cast her eyes to the floor. "Why are you not used to the indoors and watching your step?" Eleanor laughed to herself. Curls that had been tucked behind her ears bobbed free. "I am an anthropologist. I study different primitive cultures." She stretched her arms out above her head and turned in a slow circle, taking in the view of the stark white walls of the hospital. "I am a wide-open space kind of gal." She smiled mischievously before dropping her arms to her sides. "I prefer the sky above me to these stifling roofs." "That sounds terribly interesting," Pauline said shyly, looking up into Eleanor's light gray eyes. She had to admit to herself she wasn't sure what an anthropologist was.
Oh, but it is, Eleanor replied, her mind already far away from where she was. It is fascinating work. The different places and people. Whenever I come back, I am heartsick to return to the wilds. She looked at Pauline, somewhat embarrassed. I apologize for my enthusiasm. I just love my job. Pauline couldn't help but smile. She'd never met a woman like Eleanor before and wanted to get to know her more. I would love to hear about it, Pauline said, summoning all her courage. For the first time in days, she wasn't thinking about what she had done to end her pregnancy and the heaviness that came with it. You would? Eleanor said, startled. That would be lovely. She pulled out a piece of paper and a pencil from a rumpled tan bag she had slung over her shoulder. Pauline marveled at how she was capable of finding anything in the jumble of papers that looked ready to burst from the satchel. I have to go and meet with a friend. She looked up, smiling warmly. He's a doctor I work with. He gets his funding from an uncle who works here. She looked up from the paper she had begun to write on. I've just thought of a great idea. Why don't you join us for lunch in the cafeteria? Frederick loves to discuss our work, and he is such a dear. Oh, I don't know, Pauline said, shaking her head. A strand of her gold-highlighted hair fell into her bruised face. She brushed it away. I am such a fright. Nonsense, you look fine, Eleanor said, gently squeezing Pauline's good arm. Besides, what is there better to do around this place than to eat and converse? She asked, smiling. There was something about the beaten young woman that attracted Eleanor. She could tell she had been terribly abused by someone, and she seemed as shy as a mouse. The fact that she had spoken to Eleanor made her want to know Pauline more. I insist, she said softly. All right, then, Pauline said, encouraged. I'll be there. Eleanor gave Pauline a time to meet her and her colleague, Frederick. She promised to meet them and went back to her room to change. Later that afternoon, after showering and freshening up as much as possible, she pulled her hair back from her face into her comfortable ponytail. She could do nothing about the bruises that littered her body, so she chose to pretend they were not there. Eleanor had not seemed to pay much attention to the obvious marks. Why should Pauline? Besides, the bruises would fade from her skin. It was her soul she wasn't sure would ever be healed again. Eleanor spotted Pauline coming into the cafeteria and waved her over. She walked slowly toward her, forcing one foot in front of the other, her heart racing a little in her thin chest. Pauline, I'm so glad you made it, Eleanor said, standing up and pulling out a chair for her. She sat down and looked bashfully at the gentleman already sitting at the table. Pauline Benson, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Frederick Jefferson Kane, Eleanor said, palm out toward the young man seated between them. Pleased to meet you, Pauline said just above a whisper. She liked the way Frederick looked. He had auburn hair that hung a little too long over his forehead and into his chocolate-brown eyes that were soft and friendly. He smiled timidly at the frail girl. The pleasure is mine, he said in a gentle voice, picking up a pair of spectacles beside his plate. He polished them quickly and placed the round, wire-rimmed glasses onto his long, straight nose. I was just telling Frederick how you are interested in learning about our work, Eleanor said, lifting her napkin up and unfolding it on her lap. She had taken the liberty of ordering Pauline some lunch. Wasn't I, Frederick? Yes, he said, then sipped some water. It is quite an interesting life we lead, he said, coming out of his shell. Frederick was shy but easily open when talking about his work. We travel all around the world. Eleanor does her studies and I dole out my medical skills to people who would otherwise not have the luxury of modern medicine. Pauline smiled to herself as Eleanor and Frederick continued to talk about their work.
It was easy to see that the two worked wonderfully together and were good friends. Pauline could not help but be pulled into their warm circle, and slowly she began to ask questions that were quickly answered, often in unison, by the two. By the end of their lunch, everyone seemed to be sorry that it had come to an end. "I can't tell you how much I enjoyed our lunch together," Eleanor said, sad to see it end. "I have to agree with Elle," Frederick responded. "We have work here at the hospital for the next couple of weeks. Would you do us the honor and join us again?" Pauline swallowed, unable to believe what she was hearing. Could she join them? All she wanted to do was sit and talk with these new friends she had met, freeze the moment and stay with them for as long as possible. Time seemed to stand still or take on a different form altogether, one of peace and safety. The oppressive weight of her life's sorrows disappeared as she listened to their stories, laughed at their jokes, and shared moments. They were fascinating and wonderful. She'd never met people so interesting with such adventurous lives. She nodded eagerly, her shyness fading quickly away. The three met every other day or so. Pauline was transfixed by the way Eleanor and Frederick lived their lives, traveling around the world, living in huts with half-naked people whose lives were so different from her own. She listened to how Frederick had turned a breech baby around in its mother's womb to free it from certain death, all while the entire female population of the community stood by watching. It seemed unreal to the inexperienced Pauline. The more she listened to Eleanor and Frederick, the more she wanted to lead their type of life. She eventually opened up to her new friends and explained how she had ended up at the private hospital. She held nothing back, knowing that Eleanor and Frederick were not the type of individuals to judge. Pauline marveled at how fate had brought them all together, feeling certain it was not just coincidence that brought Eleanor and Frederick to her. The day Mara Joy had come to visit Pauline, bent on convincing her to go to college, Pauline had sat with both Frederick and Eleanor for the entire morning in a conversation that would change her life. "I want to go with you," she said. She was basically healed physically, except for the cast on her arm. With time, she knew she would heal mentally. Eleanor and Frederick looked at her with little surprise. They had become quite fond of her as well and hoped she would want to join them. The two had discussed it together a few nights before, coming to a conclusion that, if Pauline wanted, Eleanor would hire her as an assistant. They knew Pauline was not educated beyond the basics, but she could learn through the guidance of both Eleanor and Frederick. It seemed like an easy conclusion. Pauline had already left her old life behind. She had no desire to return. She was a perfect candidate for the job. "It's not always easy," Eleanor warned. The three sat in one of the many ready rooms supplied by the hospital for its occupants. Eleanor sat with Pauline on the couch, with Frederick sitting to their left in a plush chair. He sat quietly, letting Eleanor do the talking. She was better with words than he was. "I am aware of that," Pauline said in her own defense. "You won't have the comforts of a modern life," Frederick said, motioning his hand around the expensive hospital. "I have never been a slave to modern technology." Pauline smiled, knowing they knew who had footed the bill for her stay at the pricey private hospital. Frederick grinned. Pauline's face was finally starting to reveal itself to the outside world, now that the bruises were nearly gone. He was surprised at what a lovely creature Pauline was, both inside and out. "Are you sure this is the life you want to choose for yourself?" Eleanor asked, holding Pauline's hand in hers. "You will be far away from the people you love and so removed from the way you are used to living. Life is different out there." "All my life I have been an outsider to those I love," Pauline said without becoming emotional. It was just a fact she was capable of facing without any animosity toward anyone. For the first time, I feel like I am doing something that feels right, that fits. She bent her head down, tucking a loose strand of her ponytail behind her ear. She sat up straight, courage running through her spine. You and Frederick are the first people I have ever felt truly comfortable around. I can be myself with you. I know this is what I'm supposed to do. I want to do it with the two of you, but— She looked to both her friends. If I have to, I will find another way. Eleanor gazed at Frederick and blinked her eyes in acknowledgement. It was all they needed to hear. Pauline would join them. In the hospital bed, Pauline swallowed hard as Mara Joy blew smoke in her face, telling her to attend college. I don't know how I will ever thank you for what you have done for me. There is no way for me to express how much you have changed my life, Pauline said, swinging her legs over the bed. She slipped into some hospital slippers and stood up, standing a few inches taller than her big sister. Well, you can thank me by doing something with your life, like going to school, Mara Joy said, fanning her cigarette through the air. Pauline couldn't help but laugh at Mara Joy's antics. If anything, she was persistent. I do plan on doing something with my life, but it isn't going to college. She stood in front of the large picture window facing her sister. Mara Joy surged to her feet, her eyes wide in alarm and hands spread protectively toward Pauline, concern furrowed deep across her forehead. Sit down, and please put out that cigarette. It can't possibly be good for the baby, she said, steering Mara Joy into the chair. Mara Joy sat open-mouthed. Since when did you become an expert in obstetrics? And I'm not putting this out because you said so. If Dr. Avery doesn't have a problem with my smoking, then neither should you, Mara Joy said as she stubbed out her cigarette and crossed her legs smugly. I need your help one more time, Pauline said, continuing to ignore her sister's insults. Figures, Mara Joy snipped, pretending annoyance. You help someone once and they keep coming back for more. Well, you might as well spill the beans. What is it? She asked, wrapping her stole around her neck protectively. Pauline took a deep breath and blurted her plans out to the flabbergasted Mara Joy. She told Mara Joy her plans to leave with Eleanor and Frederick for Africa in 2 days, and how she planned on training to become Eleanor's apprentice. She explained how her life had been changed, and that she knew this was her calling, ending the story with how, if it weren't for Mara Joy, she would never have found herself. Mara Joy sat back in stunned silence, speechless for the first time. Suddenly, she began to laugh. At first, it was a choked laugh in the back of her throat, then a full-out, deep belly laugh that hurt her sides. Pauline stepped back, not knowing what to make of her sister's reaction. Mara Joy's laughing finally subsided, and she wiped her wet eyes with a hanky from the pocket of her fur coat. This is great, she laughed anew. How on earth am I going to break this to the family? She began to laugh hysterically again. Chapter 46. Alan Michael sat slumped in Mara Joy's living room chair, sipping his rye and ginger ale. The ice made clinking sounds in his glass as he swirled it in his hands. He was feeling warm and fuzzy from the alcohol, and his eyes began to droop. Wakey, wakey, Mikey! Mara Joy's shrill voice startled him out of his coma. Christ, do you have to be so loud? He asked, raising his glass to his forehead. It felt cool on his damp brow. She smirked and sat down on the sofa, lounging back and lighting a cigarette. A black silk robe with oriental geisha girls dancing around the hem clung to her figure perfectly, tracing the small bulge beginning to emerge from her midsection. Alan Michael's eyes darted away from her protruding stomach, his jaw tightening as he attempted to conceal the revulsion emanating from within him. He didn't share the rest of his family's elation over Mara Joy's condition. In fact, the very thought of her with child nauseated him. "Now, brother, is that the way you talk to a pregnant woman?" Mara Joy teased, tossing her high-heeled slippers off her feet and onto the floor.
"Must you always talk about that?"
His voice was tight with anger, and the disdain in his eyes could not be disguised. "No, if it bothers you, we can talk about something else. What would you like to talk about, Mikey? School?" she said sarcastically. "Girls?" He glared at her.
"Stop it,"
he said, downing the rest of his drink and standing to make himself a fresh glass. He didn't like it when Mara Joy teased him, especially after just having a terrible evening. Alan Michael had been out on a date with a young girl who slightly resembled Mara Joy. Slightly, meaning that she had dark hair. That is where the similarities ended. He wined and dined the young woman, and she was charmed by his good looks and manners. That was until it was time to take her home. He'd stopped at a makeout location and proceeded with the usual kissing and petting that went with a good date. But then he became increasingly forceful and demanding, nearly raping the poor young girl who fled from the car, crying. Alan Michael, driving slowly beside the frightened girl as she walked, tried to persuade her to get back into the car. She refused, claiming he was sick, and she never wanted to see him again. Despite Alan Michael's knowledge, she had every reason to fear him. He had pinned the girl down against the car seat, his hands clamped tightly around her wrists as he loomed over her. She withered beneath him and let out a stifled sob. His face was a mask of terror and rage, shouting Mara Joy's name.
"I did it! I killed her!"
The girl's heart pounded in her chest as she pulled on the car door handle. She stumbled out of the vehicle and fell to her knees before scrambling back up and sprinting away from him. His eyes had been what scared her the most. They were bloodshot and dilated, making her feel like she was staring into a black void. She knew she had to get away from him, that at any moment he might snap and drag her back into the darkness of his mind. They were the eyes of a madman, and at that moment she knew with a certainty that chilled her to the bone. If she ever hoped to live, she had to run for her life. She told him as much while he followed her in his car. Angry and humiliated, not understanding the bitch's attitude, he came to the one place he always felt drawn to, Mara Joy's. Not surprised to see him, she filled him with booze as she played records from her favorite singer, Al Jolson. "Toot toot tootsie goodbye," Mara Joy sang along, wiggling her toes. Alan Michael rubbed his temples, his headache pounding behind his eyes. He gulped down his drink and refreshed it once more.
"Please, do we have to listen to that music?"
he whined, sitting back down in his chair with a thud. Mara Joy's eyes sparkled. "As I recall, it was you who showed up at my doorstep." Her words were playful, almost teasing.
"Ha ha, very funny."
He melted back into the chair and slurped his drink. The strong, bitter taste burnt his throat, and he felt himself relaxing. "Ma got a letter the other day from Pauline," Mara Joy said, sitting up. It had been 2 months since Pauline left for Africa.
"I know,"
Alan Michael said dully. "Can you believe it? Our Pauline off in Africa living with a bunch of barbarians." Mara Joy grinned with satisfaction as she lifted her cigarette to her lips, the orange tip glowing. She inhaled deeply and exhaled a long stream of smoke with pleasure.
"They are called pygmies, and they are not barbarians. They are hunters and gatherers, or so Pauline writes,"
Alan Michael said, bored, his fingers massaging his temples. "Well, whatever they are, it is very interesting. Pauline seems to have found a good calling in life." Mara Joy said, smiling to herself. I can't help but feel responsible for helping her life change.
For crying out loud, Mara Joy. You sent her to school and she took off with the first weirdos she met, leaving you high and dry to explain it all to Ma and Pa. His voice was thick with jealousy. What was wrong with her? Since when had she taken such an interest in that idiot's life? Pauline had always been an imbecile, and Mara Joy had once thought so too.
You are just being a jealous green-eyed monster, and I won't let you ruin my good mood.
She swung her feet onto the ground. Jealous of what? Of being an idiot? He sat up.
Yes.
She stood up, touching the butt of her tummy affectionately.
That idiot is doing more with her life than any of us.
You have got to be kidding, he snapped, draining his drink in one long gulp, the ice cubes clinking against each other as they hit the bottom of the glass. His vision was beginning to blur, and his head felt fuzzy.
Stop! I am tired of hearing your resentful words, Mara Joy said, raising her hand.
Fine. Since you are so fond of what our sisters are up to these days, I thought you would like to hear the latest news on your favorite one. He smirked, sensing he had Mara Joy's attention.
What favorite sister?
Her voice strained. She settled back on the couch, lying down, suddenly exhausted with her brother. Oh, you know the one. He walked over to Mara Joy, sat down beside her, placing a cold hand down on her firm, round belly. Mara Joy tensed and let out a gasp. Her hands went protectively over Alan Michael's stronghold. Remember the sister? He slowly rotated his hand around her stomach, his voice icy cold. Mara Joy became rigid.
Stop, Alan Michael,
she said through clenched teeth. You know the sister I'm talking about, the sister who stole your husband right from under your nose.
Stop it, I mean it,
she said, trying to pry his hands from her tummy. He held on firmly, her attempts futile. The sister who bore your husband's bastard children when you couldn't even carry one to term. Alan Michael was dazed, his eyes glassy. A humming had begun deep inside his ear, and he could hear nothing over the sound of it. Seems our fertile sister is full of baby again, he continued. Mara Joy's head shot up, surprised. Heat raced to her face. I wonder whose baby it is, he continued. Maybe she is preparing to give Larry a son in case something should happen again to yours. Joanna is always ready to supply your husbands with the children you can't have. Mara Joy struck Alan Michael forcefully across the face. His head flew sideways easily in his muddled state. A red handprint began to surface on his pale skin. He raised his hand off of her stomach and placed it on his hot cheek. How dare you? Mara Joy said, scrambling up and advancing on him like a madwoman. He sat, unmoving, clutching his stinging face. How dare you spew that filth in my house? You have some nerve. What hurts you more? He asked, picking up his drink, rolling his glass casually in his free hand. The thought that Joanna is once again pregnant with your husband's bastard, or that she might have another child where you will be left with none. Again. Get out, Mara Joy said, protectively draping a hand across her belly. Get out of here and never come back. You are no longer welcome in my home, you little shit. Startled, he looked numbly at her. He had intended to get her riled up, not to get himself thrown out, exiled from her presence. He had only wanted to get her blood boiling about Joanna. Come on, Mara Joy, you don't mean it. He tilted his glass to his lips. She grabbed it from his hands, banging his teeth in the process. Her eyes were wild with rage, and her hands shook as she clenched them into fists at her side. She pointed a finger at him and stepped closer, her voice rising with each word. I do mean it, she snarled. You don't make fun at the expense of my baby.
You don't come into my home and say Joanna will bear another child and mine will never be born. Do you hear me?
Marjoy, I was just kidding. You know, like we always do, he said, becoming frightened. He hadn't seen her this angry since Joanna had run off with Chad. He realized he had gone too far. He stood up and went to her, trying to comfort her by placing his arms around her shoulders. It didn't work. Marjoy turned on him, striking Alan Michael forcefully around the head.
Get out of here before I call the police. Do you understand? I never want to see your pitiful face here again.
She whirled on him, once more hitting him around the ears. Alan Michael lamely tried to shield himself with his hands, too stunned to do anything more.
You are so pathetic, Alan Michael, with the way you moon around me.
She spat, face crimson with fury.
What are you thinking in that sick mind of yours, huh? Do you actually think I don't know how you feel about me?
His eyes widened as he took an involuntary step back, his face flushing furiously with embarrassment. Was he that obvious? Was his desire for his sister so transparent that everyone could see? The thought mortified him. What if everyone knew? What would they think? What kind of pervert thirsted for his own sister? He shook his head. No, she wasn't really his sister. Not really. I don't know what you mean, he said, playing dumb in his drunken stupor. Marjoy tilted her head back, a cackling, evil laugh exploding from the back of her throat.
You poor fool! Do you really think I don't know how you lust after me? How you desire your own sister?
Don't be ridiculous, Alan Michael said with little conviction.
Ridiculous?
She shoved her fevered face into Alan Michael's pale one.
Ridiculous is you thinking it could possibly happen. That is what is ridiculous.
He could take no more. Humiliated, he pushed Marjoy out of his way, fleeing the house and his sister's voice reverberating in his ears. He ran until his lungs felt like they would burst. Stopping, he crouched forward, his hands on his thighs, panting and spitting saliva that formed in his mouth. He stayed in the same position for some time until, finally, he could catch his breath. When he felt he had some control, he straightened his spine and breathed deeply in the cool night air. His thoughts were dark and hateful. How could this be happening to him? He had lost Marjoy forever. She had ridiculed him worse than an animal. Why? Why had she turned on him? It was plain for him to see, so obvious in his twisted mind. It wasn't him and the things he had said. They had always been close, and would have always been that way if it hadn't been for her. Alan Michael let out a deep belly yell that echoed throughout the neighborhood. Dogs began to bark, and someone yelled out the window for him to leave, or they were going to call the cops. He began to walk, his feet moving faster and faster, his brain pulsing with hate. The more he thought of it, the more it seemed to make sense. He lost the only person that mattered to him, and it was all Joanna's fault. Joanna didn't hear Alan Michael creep through the front door of her cottage. How could she? She was sound asleep in bed with Chad. They slumbered peacefully, unaware of the uninvited guest sneaking up their staircase to their bedroom. Alan Michael stopped in front of Joanna's daughter's room. Jenna slept peacefully with a doll snugly tucked under her chin. "She should have been Marjoy's daughter," he screamed in his head. Then he slowly crept to the boys' room. Charles slept with his bottom up in the air, his legs scrunched beneath his tummy. "How sweet," Alan Michael said sarcastically under his breath. He shut the door and walked quietly to Joanna and Chad's room. There she lay, the destroyer of his life. Rage surged through his body like never before. His mind could see nothing but hate, blinding him to everything else around him but her. The tramp, the trollop, whore, Look at her. The words screamed in his head. Look at her lying with another woman's husband, Jezebel.
The malice Alan Michael felt for Joanna was overpowering. It consumed his mind. His hands shook with rage as he looked at her lying in bed, unaware of the storm of emotions around her. Everything in his life that had gone wrong was associated with that woman who lay in that bed, oblivious to it all. The cloying scent of hatred filled the air, its tentacles wrapped around his throat and squeezing the life out of him. Everything felt like it was on fire, a raging inferno of pain and suffering that could be traced back to one source: Joanna. He didn't even think twice when he raised the butcher knife above his slumbering sister, and he didn't stop plunging the knife into her soft, white flesh, even when she screamed out in terror. He kept on thrusting his dagger into her body repeatedly, blanking out the sounds of her screams and those of her husband. Nothing would stop him from finishing what he had started. Nothing. A sharp object struck his head forcefully from behind, and everything red went black. Chapter 47. Chad's eyes flew open, a gut-wrenching gasp escaping his lips as he shot upright in bed. The sight of the figure looming over his wife sent shock waves of terror coursing through his veins. It wasn't until he heard the sinister laughter that he realized who was responsible: Joanna's brother. Alan Michael's hand clenched tightly around a long, sharp knife. Each thrust seemed to take an eternity. Chad watched in horror as Joanna's lifeless body slumped, a crimson halo expanding beneath her, soaking the white bedsheets. He leapt from the bed, terrified, yelling to Alan Michael to stop, but he seemed unable to hear him, intent on his job of viciously slashing Joanna. Chad's eyes darted around the room, frantically searching for something to be used as a weapon. Spotting a sparkling crystal vase atop the dresser, he lunged to grab it, hoping he wasn't too late. With one mighty swing, he brought down the vase onto the back of Alan Michael's head, causing him to collapse like a felled tree. Chad rushed to his still wife. Her body was riddled with stab wounds, each gushing with fresh blood. She made no noise as he knelt down beside her bloody form. A sob escaped his mouth as he looked at Joanna's blue, quivering lips. "Hold on, baby, hold on." He trembled. She nodded and looked at the door. "The children," she mouthed. He turned to the bedroom door. Jenna and Charles stood huddled together in the corner across the hall. They had heard their mother's screams and had rushed to her rescue, only to witness her being stabbed to death. Horrified, they hid together in the corner, crying as they clung to one another, not knowing what to do. "Jenna, run next door and get help. Tell them to get an ambulance, and fast," Chad yelled, panic saturating his voice. He knew he was frightening the children more than they already were, but his mind was focused only on saving his wife. Jenna sat frozen in the corner, clutching her sobbing brother tightly. Her face was a mask of fear. She had just witnessed her mother being viciously stabbed. At that very moment, her life was forever changed. A shadow would loom over her, haunting her for the rest of her days, never able to escape its dark clutches. "Jenna, for Christ's sake, go now before your mother bleeds to death," Chad hollered, cradling Joanna's head in his arms. The child jumped up, still holding Charles' hand, and ran down the stairs and out the front door, dragging her weeping little brother with her, her father's words echoing in her ears. "Go now before your mother bleeds to death." Chad peered down at his wife's pale face. Her green eyes were beginning to glaze over. He smoothed back her light brown hair and kissed her bloody forehead. "Hang on, babe. The kids have gone for help." His voice was thick with emotion. Joanna looked bad, soaked red. He could no longer tell where the stab wounds were. She began to choke, spitting up blood from her blue, shivering lips. "Don't speak. Save your energy." He kissed her forehead again, smoothing back her hair, sticky from the blood already starting to dry.
"Why?"
she mouthed, a wet sound coming from the back of her throat.
"Don't think about it. Just stay with me. Help is coming."
He raised Joanna's head on his lap. It felt limp and heavy.
"You have to stay with us. Do you hear me? I can't lose you. The kids can't lose their mother."
A drunken moan came from the floor. Chad looked down at the man who had turned his life upside down in a matter of minutes. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was Alan Michael.
"You son of a bitch!"
he growled, gently setting Joanna's limp body down and spinning to face him. His eyes were wild as his fists flew, pummeling Alan Michael with primitive rage. Every punch was an echo of Joanna's screams, each blow an attempt to silence them in his mind. He couldn't stop himself until Alan Michael lay unconscious on the ground. "Chad," the bubbly voice called weakly from the bed. He looked up from the beaten piece of meat that had been Alan Michael and went to his pale wife. The blood was starting to congeal, and the flesh he could see was bleached white.
"Don't leave me, Joanna,"
he wailed, trying to keep her from slipping away.
"You are my heart, my soul. I can't live without you."
He bowed his head, pressing her fragile hand between his own. It was ice cold and lifeless, a bluish hue forming around the edges of her nails.
"Please don't go. I'm nothing without you. My love, my love, my darling love."
"I love you," she said thickly through blood-stained teeth. "Never doubt that." Her hand went limp in his grasp, and Chad felt the life run out of her.
"No!"
he sobbed in an anguished wail, his shoulders shaking as he pressed her cold fingers to his lips, pain choking him.
"No!"
Joanna was dead, and Alan Michael had killed her. When the ambulance and police arrived, they found Chad still clinging to his dead wife's hand and Alan Michael unconscious on the floor beside them. Later at the hospital, Alan Michael woke from his coma, babbling rubbish. "Tell me it isn't true." Jobeth stood in the doorway, trembling, her face twisted into an anguished grimace. "Did you kill Joanna?" She stood rooted to the spot, her hands clenched into fists so tight her knuckles were white. Her gaze was fixed ahead, eyes wide and unblinking, as she processed the words that had just been said. All feeling had drained from her body. Even though tears threatened to spill down her cheeks, no emotion seemed to be able to escape. It was like she had been turned to stone, unable to move or speak, as the crushing realization of what had just happened hit her with full force. Her stomach turned inside out, and she was overcome with a sudden wave of nausea. Her legs became weak, like jelly beneath her, and she swayed on the spot. After all she had been through, this was by far the worst thing yet. "Alan Michael?" she called, looking at the stranger lying on the hospital cot. "What have you done?" She was unable to control the shaking in her voice.
"I sent the devil back to hell, Ma. We can all go back to the way things were now. The she-bitch is dead."
Alan Michael snarled viciously, insanity visible behind his words. "Do you even know what you have done?" Jobeth raised her voice. Images of Jenna and Charles' haunted faces filled her mind. The sight of her 2 grandchildren sitting with their father, holding on to him for dear life, suffocated her. She couldn't breathe. "Do you realize Joanna is dead?" Her words hung in the air as her lips parted and a heart-wrenching cry tore through the room. She felt an icy hand squeezing her heart and the crushing pain of sorrow. Images of her daughter's last moments seared themselves into her mind. Alan stumbled into the room with tears streaming down his face. Just as Jobeth's legs gave out, he lunged forward, catching her in a firm embrace, their bodies sinking to the floor, weighted by their shared grief. Jobeth's hands were balled into tight fists as she shook them wildly, pounding Alan on the chest. Her eyes, glassy with tears of fear and sorrow, stared into his tortured gaze. "Alan! He's crazy!" With no other way to express himself, Alan wrapped his arms around her, crying openly into her shoulder. "He admits it, Alan. Our son admits to killing our daughter. What have we created? What kind of monster would kill his own sister in cold blood and have no remorse over it? What, Alan? What have we done?" They held each other tightly, both unable to contain their raw emotions. Alan Michael lay confused on the gurney, not comprehending his parents' behavior. "Stop it, Ma! Pa! Stop it! What are you crying for? What's the matter?" He tried to get up to go to them, but found that his arms were handcuffed to the bars of the bed. He pulled his arms to free them, making sick, clanking sounds. "Let me go!" he hollered, confused. The room erupted with noise as an orderly came running into the room, followed by 2 police officers. The haunting wails of Jobeth and Alan, still clutching each other, piercing through the sounds like a ghostly echo through their son's raving madness, adding to the mayhem that ensued as people scrambled to subdue him. Alan Michael was admitted to a hospital for the criminally insane, without hope of ever leaving the institute alive. He was a prisoner, sentenced to life. They stood huddled together beside the open grave, unable to hold back the wave of sorrow. Shauna stood beside Jobeth, numb as she looked across at Joanna's husband and children, solemnly standing away from everyone else. Jobeth clung to Alan's chest, unable to look at the gaping hole that was to be her daughter's permanent resting place. "How did this happen?" she sobbed uncontrollably. "How?" Alan couldn't answer. He could only cling to her for support. His heart was breaking inside for the daughter and son he'd lost. Never would he be the same again. He couldn't grasp the reality of the situation. All he could think of was what he could have done to prevent this massacre from happening. If only he could have seen it coming, he could have saved both Joanna and Alan Michael. Constance couldn't bear to watch her parents in such grief. Her vision blurred, tears sliding down her cheeks, as she stepped back and began to leave the devastating scene. She couldn't bear to stay there any longer, couldn't stand to witness the events taking place. She stumbled away from the gathering, blinking back tears. Her mother's mourning wails piercing into her heart. She just got Joanna back. Now, she was putting her into the cold ground, forever gone from their family. She couldn't witness the lowering of her sister into the frozen earth. Mara Joy watched Constance flee and bubbled with rage. How dare she leave the family at a time like this? Could she not see that their parents needed the 2 of them more than anything now? Pauline was still in Africa, unable to return in time for the funeral, though she was making arrangements to come home as soon as possible for a short stay with Frederick, who was accompanying her. After paying her respects to her sister, Pauline planned to return to Africa immediately. That left only Mara Joy and Constance, and it was plain to see that Constance was going to be of no help. Mara Joy fastened her mink coat tightly around her collar, desperately wanting a cigarette. She felt terrible. Her eyes were swollen nearly shut from all the crying she had done, and seemed to continue doing. She hadn't even bothered with any makeup to hide her appearance. She just didn't have the energy to make herself presentable. Larry did not know what to do and had called Dr. Avery. He'd never seen Mara Joy so distraught before. He knew she was close to her brother, but she had always claimed to hate her sister who had died. Frightened, he asked Dr. Avery to help Mara Joy, which he did by sedating her. It had helped, but had by no means cured her of her sorrow. Mara Joy was grieving for the brother she had loved all her life and the sister she should have. She had not expected to feel the way she did over the death of her sister. She felt a yearning to tell Joanna she forgave her, but it was too late for it all now, and that saddened Mara Joy the most. She looked across the grave at Chad as he stood, grasping his small children close to him. He looked horrible. His face was crumpled with grief, and he looked older than she remembered. Placing a gloved hand on her small mound of a stomach, Mara Joy took a deep breath and walked over to him, leaving Larry standing alone. Chad crouched down and wrapped his children in a tight embrace, their heads nestled against his chest. The little girl wept uncontrollably, burying her face into his shirt, while the little boy stood stock still, arms clinging tightly around his father's neck as if afraid to let go. Mara Joy pressed her lips tightly together. She had never seen Chad and Joanna's children before. They were beautiful. The little girl Jenna looked like their side of the family. She had olive cat-like eyes, with soft blonde curls like Constance's. Charles, the boy, was the spitting image of Chad, a handsome boy with light brown hair and gray-green eyes. Mara Joy's breath escaped her, and a throbbing sensation developed in her throat. These were her sister's children, her niece and nephew. "Chad," she mumbled, her fingertips lightly brushing her quivering lips. Her words were out of her mouth before she knew she was going to speak. His eyes slowly lifted to meet Mara Joy's, his face drained of all color, leaving an ashen mask of shock and grief. His children cried in the background, and he seemed to be fighting back his own emotions. He opened his mouth, momentarily lost in shock. "What do you want?" He stood up, his voice stinging with venom. The children cowered behind his legs, confused by their father's hostility. She bent her head low, understanding his reaction to her. After all, she had made it clear to Joanna that she would never be forgiven by her. "I just wanted to say how sorry I am," she said, peering at the two terrorized youngsters, concealed behind their father. Their little hands clutched the hem of his coat, like their lives depended on it. "Joanna was my sister, and I am horrified by what has happened." Chad looked at her in disbelief. His mouth fell open as red splotches under his shirt collar creeped up his neck, crawling like fire ants up toward his cheeks. "How dare you?" he said in a cold, dead voice. "How dare you come and stand at my wife's grave and say you are sorry? You, of all people." Bewildered, Mara Joy's heart beat madly in her chest, banging relentlessly against her rib cage. "Chad, it's time to bury the hatchet. I realize Joanna and I should have resolved things sooner, but—" "Resolved things sooner?" Chad said incredulously. "You have got to be kidding. Do you really believe the crap that comes out of your mouth?" She clamped her lips shut and breathed deeply through her nose. She could sense everyone looking at her. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see her parents in the background. They stood silently, holding on to each other, watching Mara Joy from a distance. "Chad, I am trying to tell you I forgive you and Joanna," she said through clenched teeth. A sickly, cackling, sobbing laugh erupted from Chad. He clasped his forehead and roughly pulled back his hair from his wrinkled brow in an open-palmed gesture. "You forgive us?" he said, unable to digest what Mara Joy had said. "You forgive us for what we did to you? You have got to be kidding me." "I assure you I am not kidding in the least," Mara Joy replied, Unable to refrain from smoking any longer, she pulled out her cigarette and lit it, blowing out a puff of white smoke.
Well,
Chad's hands flew into the air dramatically.
Everything is just swell now that Mara Joy has forgiven us.
Chad, your behavior is inappropriate. Think of your children. They have been through enough already without you frightening them, Mara Joy said before inhaling deeply from her cigarette. A dull ache was beginning to form in the pit of her abdomen, and she was becoming tired of this display. If he couldn't accept her forgiveness, then that was fine. She had had enough for one day. All she wanted to do was go home with Larry and lie down for a while. Chad swung on Mara Joy like a jackrabbit.
My children have been through what?
He leaned in close to Mara Joy, looking into her sapphire eyes with hatred. A chill of fear ran up her spine, and she felt the urge to bolt away. He grabbed Mara Joy harshly by the shoulders and began to shake her savagely. Mara Joy's head rolled back and forth painfully on her neck.
My children watched their mother being stabbed to death by a madman, a monster you created. They watched in horror as their father could not stop this psychopath from taking their mother and destroying our lives.
Larry moved with surprising speed, and before Chad could react, he grabbed him around the throat from behind, yanking him away from Mara Joy.
Get your damn hands off my wife,
he threatened, his mouth pressed against Chad's ear. Chad released Mara Joy and pushed her away. Larry let go of him and went to his wife, embracing her.
You!
Chad pointed with all his fury at Mara Joy, who stood, rattled and confused, holding on to Larry like she was drowning. Her neck hurt, and her body was beginning to break down. She was weak in the knees and felt she might faint.
You are the reason Joanna is dead in that grave. You are the reason those two children no longer have a mother.
Chad gestured to the open grave, and the two horrified children now huddled in Jobeth's arms.
You poisoned your brother against her, and you have been doing it for years.
No, it's not true, Mara Joy protested with fear in her voice. It couldn't be true. Alan Michael is sick. What he did to Joanna had nothing to do with me. I would never kill my own sister.
Don't you see that you did?
Chad's face paled, and he bowed his head. His shoulders slumped forward, his body seemingly taking on the weight of the truth. Joanna was dead. The love of his life was gone forever.
You corrupted your brother. You were the one who had the most influence on him. It was you. You killed my wife and our unborn child.
No, Mara Joy said, wanting to run. I didn't have anything to do with Alan Michael killing Joanna. Jobeth began to wail painfully. Hearing her two children's names together was too excruciating. She held Joanna's children tightly to her chest, afraid to let them go for fear she would lose them, too. Mara Joy ignored her mother's cries. Her mind was occupied with the last memories of Alan Michael leaving her house the night Joanna was killed. She shook her head. No, she said, clutching Larry. She knew she had shared her hatred of Joanna with Alan Michael, and sometimes she had gone a little too far, but she hadn't wanted him to kill her. I am not responsible for Joanna's death. Chad shook his head, subdued.
You can say whatever you want to make yourself sleep better at night, but that will never change the truth. You helped drive your brother insane, and you helped him kill my wife.
He turned away from Mara Joy's protest and retrieved his children from a shattered Jobeth. Without looking back, he walked away, holding on to each child's hand. Mara Joy ran to her mother, sitting on her knees, her empty hands limply resting on her lap, frozen, a blank expression on her face. Alan slowly approached his wife, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. The air hung heavy with anguish as they both struggled to comprehend what had happened shattering their lives. "Mama!" Mara Joy begged, crouching down to Jobeth's vacant gaze. "Mama, please, it isn't true. Tell Chad it is not true. I didn't do the things he said." Jobeth's eyes flickered for a moment, but didn't focus on Mara Joy's frantic face. She stood up slowly, putting her arm around Alan's waist and resting her head on his shoulder. Alan wrapped his arm protectively around her back and gently kissed the top of her head. "Mama!" Mara Joy said, distraught. Jobeth and Alan's backs were turned towards her. "Take me home, Alan," Jobeth's voice said vacantly. He nodded, and they began to walk away without a glance back. Mara Joy watched in disbelief as her parents climbed into their car and drove away from the cemetery. Her body was overcome with sorrow, and she felt a tightness in her abdomen. Instinctively, she placed her hand over her small mound to try and settle it. She stood alone in front of Joanna's freshly dug grave, rooted to the spot by the immense sadness she felt. Tears rolled unchecked down her face. She could sense Larry somewhere behind her, waiting. "I am not to blame," her whispers echoed in the wind. "I am not." Chapter 48. She is dreaming. Joanna stands beside her bed, looking down at her accusingly. "No," Mara Joy calls out in a distant voice. "It is not my fault." She scrunches up in a tight ball, wrapping herself protectively around her growing belly. Something feels different. Something is not right. A pain ripples across her abdomen, and Mara Joy cries out in pain. Joanna floats out of the room, and Mara Joy lifts her stiff body out of bed to follow. She looks over at Larry's sleeping form and kisses him warmly on the cheek. He smiles as he slumbers, and Mara Joy can't help smiling back at him. "I love you, Larry. I honestly do," she says, holding a hand under her large belly. The churning sensation is getting progressively worse. "Mara Joy!" A floating voice calls out. She turns to the sound and follows it, her bare feet lightly touching the ground. Her white gown flows around her legs freely as they follow Joanna's ghostly form down the stairs and out the front door into the calm night. She doesn't know where she is going. All she knows is she must follow. Nothing is more important than trailing after Joanna. "Wait!" she calls out, wincing in pain as she tries to catch up. She can't do it. Joanna is too far ahead, a shimmering white fluttering through the night. Panting, Mara Joy continues to push forward, despite the sharp jabs of pain stabbing through her abdomen. She abruptly stops. There she stands, Joanna, looking down upon her freshly dug grave. Mara Joy forces herself to swallow the hysteria bubbling in her throat. Thick humidity of the night clings to her skin. The tombstones seem to whisper a warning. How had she ended up here? She stands behind Joanna's ghostly form, her hands pressed protectively on her tummy. The pain is persistent and increasing. "Joanna!" Mara Joy lets out a sharp cry as her sister pivots around. Their eyes connect. The air seemed to part, giving Mara Joy a clear view of the ghostly form, almost ethereal in the moon's reflection. She is beautiful. Joanna's face is heavenly, void of anger and hate. Her hair is long and flowing, seemingly floating around her angelic features. She reaches out loving hands to Mara Joy's tortured figure, welcoming her. Mara Joy drops to her knees, clutching her stomach as silent sobs rack her body, her insides twisting in agony. "I didn't want you to die. she cries, rocking back and forth. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I wish I could take it all back." Joanna reaches out, touching the top of Mara Joy's head. The moment her fingertips brush Mara Joy's damp curls, she feels her distended stomach harden. A sharp pop gurgles from her belly, and her pain instantly disappears. A surge of tingling warmth spreads across her midsection and gently moves up her entire body. She looks down at her white gown. Between her legs, blood is quickly spreading, saturating the fabric red. She touches the dark spot and lifts her bloody fingertips. A panicked sound escapes her lips as she looks to Joanna for help. Joanna seems to float in front of Mara Joy, her hair cascading around her soft face. A gentle warmth radiates from her ethereal presence as she looks down at Mara Joy with a sense of peace. She extends her hand as if in invitation, her serene voice soothing Mara Joy's fears with a single phrase. "Don't be afraid, sister." The light that surrounds Joanna seems to pulse softly in time with Mara Joy's heart, beckoning her. Mara Joy takes a gulp of fresh air and feels free of pain, free of anguish and hate and anger as she takes Joanna's airy hand in hers. She rises to her feet easily, as though she is weightless, and stands equally with Joanna, both looking into each other's eyes without trepidation or hostility. "Why are you here?" she asks in a faraway voice. She feels weightless, the pain she was feeling forgotten. "For you," Joanna says and turns them both toward a bright light. Her lips curl into a welcoming smile of love. Their hands clasp together, blending into one as they walk into the gentle illumination before them. Her body was found the next morning. The groundskeeper, passing the row of headstones, spotted a still shape on top of Joanna's grave. He quickened his pace and saw Mara Joy's pale skin dappled with dew and her dark hair spilling over her face. She was curled up in a fetal position. A single red flower rested in her lifeless hand, its petals already wilting. The cause of death was hemorrhaging due to the placenta covering the cervix. The baby had become heavy as it grew larger and placed too much pressure on the incompetent cervix, causing Mara Joy to rupture and bleed to death. How she had ended up on Joanna's grave, no one knew. All that was known was Mara Joy had died with a smile on her face and a peaceful expression that no one had ever seen on her before. Jobeth and Alan, along with their remaining children and their extended families, buried Mara Joy beside Joanna. It seemed appropriate that the two women spend eternity together. Even though they didn't know what had transpired the night Mara Joy had died, they knew some truce had been made in the war between the two sisters. Jobeth planted flowers on her daughters' graves that spring. She used the seeds she had once salvaged from another grave so long ago. When she visited, she felt peace in her heart as she weeded the tiny buds that seemed to bloom so quickly from the rich soil that held her daughters. By summer, the flowers were in full bloom, and the two grave sites were alive with vivid color. Pauline, back for a visit from Africa, examined the red flowers carpeting the two graves. She stood up from her crouched position and dusted off her trousers. "Mom, why these flowers?" she asked Jobeth, who stood silently watching Pauline. "It was the flower Mara Joy held in her hand the night she..." She stopped, placing her knuckles on her quivering lips, remembering two other graves from another time. It seemed right. Pauline nodded and hooked her arm in the crook of her mother's. "Let's go home to Dad," she said affectionately. Jobeth nodded her approval and began to walk toward the car parked at the front of the churchyard. They were just about to leave the cemetery when Jobeth stopped Pauline with a light touch on her arm. She looked back at the two resting places. A sea of red immediately caught her eye, signifying Mara Joy and Joanna's permanent home. She breathed in, allowing the scents around them to penetrate her thoughts. Peace washed over her. The wars of the past were finally over. She knew it because Mara Joy had told her. Why else would she have the red flower clutched in her hand on her sister's grave? The very flower Jobeth had retrieved and saved for all these years. She had never planted the tiny gems held captive in the dried head. Not once did it feel right to do so. She had waited for the right place and the right time. It was over. The war was over. "What is it, Mom? What's the matter?" Pauline looked at her mother, concern written plainly on her face. Jobeth panted Pauline's hand lovingly. "Everything will be fine, dear," she said with sincerity. "Everything will be fine." Epilogue. The little girl stood still, hidden from the two women standing at the grave, watching and waiting for them to leave. The cool wind blew, tossing the blonde curls around her head, making her shiver. Rubbing her bare arms with her dirty hands, she felt her patience running out. "Go away," she said under her breath, feeling her cheeks pulse as her lips pursed into a scowl. "Go away!" The trees in the distance swayed, their leaves rustling unsettled, just like the girl. A brittle dry leaf tossed in the wind. The two women stood up, linking their arms together, slowly making their way toward the parking lot. The girl watched them go, her shoulders sagging in relief. It was about time. The older woman stopped, turning to look back from where she had been, a look of longing and resolution on her face. Pausing, standing still in a sea of little flowers, she looked like a beacon, rooted like a tree, the center of it all. "For Christ's sake, leave now!" The words saturated her brain, soaking her little body with anxiety and something more, something she didn't want to think about. Not today. No, not here. She squeezed her eyes shut, wishing the images of her nightmare to go away, breathing in and out through her nostrils. Her fists covered her ears, blocking out the sounds around her as she begins to rock on the soles of her shoes. Back and forth, she begins to hum, its tune vibrating through her ears, tickling her, drowning out all the sounds, erasing the images of the nightmare. A car's engine roars to life, shattering the drowning silence. She freezes, her entire body tensing at the sudden intrusion. Her eyes flutter open to a world of blinding sunlight. Refusing to squint, she opens her eyes wider, allowing the black dots of the sun to dance and weave in front of her. The women are gone. Instantly, she bolts into action, running with abandonment down into the field through the red flowers that try to trip her, slowing her down until she is there, her destination. Breathing hard, her chest heaving up and down with each breath, she stares at the two stones shooting up from the ground. She made it. She's here. Sighing, she bends down, fingering the red flowers rising from her mother's grave. "Jenna, for Christ's sake, go now before your mother bleeds to death." "No!" Her fists once again cover her ears, trying to crush out the sounds of her father's words. "No, no, no!" Jenna rocks, her eyes unable to turn from the words written on her mother's tombstone. Joanna Willis, loving wife, daughter, and mother. Her mother. "Mommy!" Her voice calls out. No one answers back. Her fingers dig into the black soil, ripping out a handful of the flowers littering her mother's grave. She squeezes her hand shut, and then opens it, allowing the petals to fall between her fingers. Each crushed flower, dripping like tears to the ground they came from. When her hand is empty, she does it again and again until the sounds of her father's words start to retreat to the dark corners of her mind. For now. Rising from the field, she begins to walk, the fallen poppies leaving a blood-red trail behind her. About the author. Deena Thomson grew up in Ontario, Canada, where she still resides with her many children and her stinky dog, Augustus McCrae, Gus. She is currently finishing her newest novel, The Last Boy. Coming soon.